forward to him doing the same thing this year. And then also you got Javion Hatch, who's our alpha stud, Mike linebacker, who's been playing starting since he was a sophomore. And, both these guys, they do a great job of, in the community, getting involved with that, doing a great job of representing Collinsville. And then, honestly, all of our guys have benefited from, both these guys and other guys like them on our leadership council to, show them the right way, that Collinsville and our culture and our standard that we want it to be done and make sure that it gets done every day.
Well, I think, Coach, I've always been impressed with just how you approach things, how you kind of, present yourself. And what you did in year one is not talked about enough. Like, you took kind of the remnants of a really great Collinsville team in 2020 that won it all, and obviously got a new group and everything. But you took these guys and won a playoff game when nobody expected you to. And you got a really great group. We know you got Cottrell Webb, we got obviously Deuce Gerald, we got C.J. Hector. But talk about what's the expectation now after building what you did last year?
Yeah, we always want to build on the previous year. 22 we didn't make the playoffs. Coming in my first year coaching, you got all these group of guys. We've got a bunch of seniors, so this class is very tight. They've been playing rec ball together since 7th grade, 6th grade, and Coach Marvin Martin on my staff has been their coach, and they've come together. They've grown as a team, as players, and going into this year, we have a tough schedule again. We open up with Grayson. We'll play our fall exhibition versus North Cobb, and then we go into Woodward Academy, Cedar Grove, and then Parkview. So you look at last year. We had the second toughest schedule, and then we ended up, being the third seed, going 5-7. But when we played North Cobb, we had already played a lot of the top teams, and we were ready for them. And then we ended up getting Milton second round, and they ended up winning a state championship. And very proud of these kids. But coming in this year, our expectation is win region, and then obviously win a state championship. And this offseason has been going really well, especially because you got guys like this leading the bunch.
Certainly, I think one of the glaring questions I have for you, Coach, is that. This year, you're going to be new at the quarterback, right? Obviously, you got P.J. Wilcox. Obviously, you also have A.J. Bush. How is that looking? Is it kind of a battle, or you kind of know as acclimation approaches, like who you're going to kind of lean on?
Yeah, so we ended up the guy that we had last year, T.J.'s now gone. So A.J. Bush is a young cat that, who's behind T.J. last year. He's getting a ton of reps. But right now we got three quarterbacks that, we're looking at. You got A.J. Bush, who's going to be the junior. And then you got McIachern Cross and P.J. Wolf, who are two new additions. And, the thing about Collinsville is we want to have as much competition as possible. So depth, behind those guys to push the guys in front. And, the quarterback position has been a battle, and, they're competing every day, and we're excited to see what we got coming out.
Certainly.
Coach, when we were watching you last season and you guys got into the playoffs, it felt like coming from Collinsville in that locker room, you guys were confident. You guys knew that you had played with the best of the best. You were ready to go and prove something, but now you returned 8 starters on both sides of the ball. What's just the overall confidence compared last year just heading into this season?
Yeah, I mean, you look at our senior class, again, like I said, they've been playing together forever, and then you look at the juniors below. You got to have that junior class contribute as much as possible, but when you have a huge senior class like we do, and they've been playing since they were sophomores, a lot of the small things that you got to talk about with a new guy at a position, you don't have to do that. Now they're spreading the offensive keys or whatever it is, pre-snap, and that it makes a difference. And you can play 100% versus 0.5%, 50% because you don't know what's coming. But a guy like Javion Hatch is a kid that will call out every small detail of an offense, running back alignment. He'll know exactly what play is coming just by his prep, and that's what we're trying to get all of our guys to replicate. And with a big senior class like we have, a lot of our young guys have also benefited. So we have probably 4 or 5 sophomores that will be playing and starting key positions this year, and we're excited about all those guys.
Jeremiah Proctor is one of them,
Yep.
Sophomore, correct?
Yes, sir.
And what have you seen from him just to be ready to handle this in Georgia's highest class?
He is unbelievable young man. Comes from a great family. He's also going to be playing boundary safety this year as a sophomore. He's grown a lot, so he's about 6'2" right now, 175, and he's a kid that's very rangy. And as a sophomore, you would think he wouldn't be ready, but he came in and got Cam Bass, C.J. Hector, and Atticus Joseph, and Donovan Stevens, who are all upperclassmen that have kind of helped pull him along. And then you look at some of the other sophomores behind him, they'll be too deep in our secondary and other key positions as well.
Certainly. Well, Coach, we want to say thank you so much. We're going to toss it to your players now, get to know them a little bit, and appreciate you coming and featuring the Collinsville program.
Yes, sir. Appreciate you.
Of course.
Thanks, Coach.
Use the mic. Yep, and then you just hold it up. There you go. All right, man, so tell us your name.
I'm Elijah Patillo.
Obviously, Coach talked raving about you about the wide receiver spot. Obviously, I know you be there with CJ. Talk a little bit about, man, what stands out about your game? What's kind of the thing that makes you different?
Stands out about me for real is the ball come my way, I'm catching it. No matter where I'm at on the field, trust me with the ball, I'm going to make it.
Got you. What is your favorite route to run on the football field?
Favorite route to run for real. Shout out to my coach, Coach Boo, is really the post curl.
Post curl. Why the post curl?
Really because when you send it at 10, they always think you run the post or something.
I think the mic's off.
When you send the post at 10, they always think you run the post. You snap down at 15, it's wide open every time.
Got you. All right, JV, I want to ask you a couple as well. I'll throw it to Craig after this one. You are the quarterback of the defense. Your coach talked really raving about your prep. Tell us a little bit without revealing too much about the prep that you have to do each and every day, film study, watching the other team in order to be ready when on the football field.
Oh, yes, sir. So basically, film and study, like, it's very much important. Like, every coach said, like, you got to have a lot of hours, like, before you get in the game and everything. So me, what I do, I always look at film, I abide by the coaches. The coaches, like, make me have success, basically. So, you know, like, I just watch a lot of film on the team, and what the coaches put so much time, like, unbelievable time. Like, they give us, like, 5 pictures every, like, day just to study for the game. So, like, I have the most respect for the coaches, you know, just for that. Like, they're putting us in the position we are in just because of that, too, as well.
Last question.
Let's talk about playing Grace in week 1. How pumped up are you guys for that?
We're very pumped. Like, Coach asked us the first, like, who do we want to play? We said Grayson. They got good comp. We got good comp. You know, we've been already studying film on them. So, like, we're very much ready.
I believe it. You guys played everyone tough last year. You got a ton returning, so we're looking forward to it, guys. Thank you so much.
Thank you guys for coming on. Good luck this season. Go Eagles.
Hey,
Yes, sir.
coming though.
Coming?
Yes, for sure.
Go be in touch. Thank y'all. All right, guys. I think we got a little bit of time. I think in a second we'll be joined here by Archer. But let's just recap that real quick. I've always talked about how impressed I've been with Coach Swick and how he carries that program. But just what's your quick reaction to that before Archer comes on?
The confidence. People after that year after they won the title, they were super young, and people, they dropped off a little bit. Last year, if you look closely at their record, they played a lot of teams that made deep runs of the playoffs very close, and I think now they have that star power to win those tight games and really just give everyone on that schedule a really tough matchup.
Certainly. Well, guys, we're going to be joined here right now by Archer. Went 5-6 last year, had a really good year, lost in the first round of Valdosta, but pulled off some really good wins, including beating Parkview. But we're going to get Coach on the headset right here. Coach Williams, we appreciate you guys coming out to Media Day. How you feeling today?
Man, I appreciate you having us. And we got our third day acclimation, got on the bus, and spent some time with you guys, man. Always a great time being here. Huh?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Well, Coach, how do you build off last year? I know you lost some guys. Well, first, real quick, just tell us about the 2 guys you brought with you today.
Yeah, so, our starting left tackle, Jalen Gamble, started for us last year. Christian Jones, linebacker, running back, 2-way guy for us. Coming off injury, but these 2 guys, leaders on our team, bona fide dudes, they're gonna do well for us this year.
Certainly. Well, Coach, obviously, we televised you guys' game last year when you played up against Grace for the region championship. How do you build on that? I mean, it was such a great crowd at that game. I remember being there, being present, seeing you. How do you build off that last year to kind of take that next step to win a region title, maybe get that 1 seed?
And that's exactly what, our mantra's been all off season. The next part of our evolution is, now we know we're a playoff team, and it's okay, how do we contend for that region championship? We were there, last year. We were the number 1 seed at our place, big time game. You guys were there. Now it's time for our young team to make that next step. How do we capitalize on those plays, those big moments, and bring it, to Archer and start hoisting those trophies.
Give us an inside look at the Tigers. What are some of those core values, principles, if you don't mind sharing, that you kind of try to embed into these guys, kind of on and off the field?
Well, it's brotherhood first and foremost. You have to be a team. This is still a team game. That hasn't changed since, helmets were just leather with no face masks, and now all this high tech, and the game has evolved, sure, but it is still 11 dudes on the field. It's a team game, so I rely on what you do, I rely on what you do, and you guys rely on what I do. So until that changes, the brotherhood's the first and foremost. So our bond throughout the entire offseason and everything we do on the field, it's about commitment to one another. We always preach that. We're invested, we're not interested. We're invested in one another. So that's where it starts. And, these guys will tell you, I say it all the time, everything else, the X's and O's, that'll take care of itself. But when we're invested in one another, and just with the little things, how about just showing up on time for a study hall?
Yeah.
Boom, we're there. Now the other stuff will take care of itself. So that's where it starts. And, this young team we have, they've had a tremendous offseason in doing that. So we're really excited to get this thing started.
Yep. We had Collins Hill on. That's where you came from. You're heading into year 3 at Archer now.
There you go.
You got Jordan Doe at quarterback, super athletic. Talk about what he's going to be able to do this year.
Well, Jordan's coming off a really, fantastic year and, was a sophomore for us last year and led us to the playoffs. And, he's emerged as one of the guys in our leadership council, taking on that role. And, we're going to lean on him for some things. There's no doubt about it. And he's had a great, tremendous offseason and, improving some things that he wants to improve on in the throw game. And he's had a tremendous offseason. So we're really excited about him.
Yep, you guys were lighting it up at the 7-on-7. I looked at the team list. I said Archer's going to go far. You guys definitely impressed, and you talked about that talent up front.
Yeah.
So offensive line, you feel like that's a big step from last year?
100%. I think, going into year 3, it's by far my best offensive line we've had. And as a team, we went into spring football kind of declaring, okay, what's our top, we rank our positions on the field best to worst. Offensive line, unanimous across our staff, it was offensive line. Sure. With all the guys coming back. We had 3 sophomores last year. Those guys are back, being led by Jalen behind me. We've added some guys. So they've got a great chemistry, a great unit. They understand our scheme. So we feel good. With that, if that unit's going, good things can normally happen.
Absolutely. Well, let's go ahead and talk to him real quick. Thank you so much, Coach.
I appreciate you guys.
Talk to your players a little bit.
Cool. Good to see you guys.
Yes, sir.
All right now.
So did we hear that right? You guys had practice this morning already? All right.
And we had maxed out the bench.
What's the max right now, man?
My max ain't too high, you know what I'm saying? But it's pretty promising during my senior season.
Got you. Well, your coach talked to the Ravens about you on the offensive line. He's excited for this position group this upcoming year, man. How do you feel about the camaraderie with your guys up front and what you guys can kind of accomplish?
I feel like we're very comfortable with each other. Like, we make a mistake, we build each other up, and we also keep going forward. Like, it's all about building from the first season. Coach Dante was here, the second season, and now the third season. So everything is looking good up front with my guys.
Let me ask you this before we talk to your teammate. What's your favorite thing, pass pro or run blocking?
Run blocking.
Why run blocking?
I mean, you get to really, run into somebody with full force instead of, pass setting when you got to wait on somebody to come to you. But run blocking, you get to run through somebody. For sure.
Thank you. We pass it to your teammate.
What's up?
What's going on, man? How you doing?
Doing good. How you?
Good, man. We appreciate you being here, man. Okay, so obviously your coach talked about what you guys want to achieve this year. In terms of you being a leader, how do you pass that kind of message along to your teammates, holding them accountable, making sure you guys do what you need to do?
Honestly, in my opinion, I believe the way I pass this message is really through my actions. I'm not much of a vocal leader for our team. That's just not our team dynamic and not who I am. But most so just showing through my actions, being accountable for myself, being disciplined, and showing them the right path in order to be a successful team and take them to where we want to go, which is, of course, the state championship in a new 6A. So it's just being a leader.
What are some, I know you obviously the goal is state championship. What are some personal goals for you this upcoming year?
A personal goal for me this upcoming year is to have my best year yet as far as stats, as far as recognition, as far as just everything, and really taking my team as far as I can. That's my personal goal, to help my brothers achieve and succeed in whatever their goals may be as well, and to move on to the next level, to play at the highest level that I can, that my abilities and God allows me to go to.
Certainly. I thought the great for the final question.
Was Coach Williams saying that you're coming off an injury last season, that full go? So talk about how pumped you are to be able to kind of put that full body of work into a season and really show people what you can do.
Honestly, I'm really excited to going into the season fully healthy, because last year, especially this specific time last year, I dealt with torn meniscus, so I really wasn't able to come and play. And so half the season, even then, I wasn't at my full capability. So now that being fully healthy, being back to where I was, and even better than I was at this point last year, is really exciting. I'm really looking forward to see my own capabilities on the field on both sides of the ball. So I'm really excited for that, and just be able to perform with my brothers.
Certainly. Well, guys, thank you so much for coming on and getting to know the Archer Tigers a little bit. Good luck this upcoming season. We'll be watching. Thank you.
Thanks, guys. And that is a team that fights right there. We saw last season. They're coming up at 2-8 first year, super young. They end up beating Parkview, really shocking everyone. And then they're playing Grayson for a region title. So Archer really came along last year. And if they can have that talent up front, Jordan Doe at quarterback, tough defense, I think same thing we saw Coach Williams at Collins Hill, both sides of the ball playing well together.
Certainly. Well, now we're going to be joined by the head coach for the Newton Rams, as head coach Josh Skelton. Coach, you know very, very well, Craig. I've seen you featured him several times. Coach, one of the most successful years for you guys in a while. Right. 2015, you guys won 9 games. You did it again last year. Just give us a little briefer of last year, what you guys were able to accomplish in the group you got this year.
We was able to have a great start. I mean, our guys prepared really well. Our offseason was incredible going into that year, our energy. And our guys really believed. And they went out and they played our pure passion each game. And I'm really proud of the team and what we did last year. We didn't finish like we wanted to, but that team really set the standard, I really believe, for going forward and what we want to accomplish here at Newton.
Certainly. And then tell us about the 2 guys that you brought up here with them.
Yeah, these 2 guys are guys and leaders, both in the classroom and obviously on the field. This is Drew. You know, we call him Andrew. Well, it's Drew, but we call him Andrew Lashley, obviously. And he's a phenomenal wide receiver. He's committed to the University of Memphis right now. Guy just came in and just been every bit of a leader. He lifts the right way because obviously we're a weight room culture. Runs well. I mean, just everything he does is at the highest level. This is JoJo Hassan right here, also a 4.0 student. Plays linebacker for us, plays on the edge for us as well. And another guy who just embodied leadership and the things we want to accomplish here, and these guys carry the torch for us.
Certainly. Coach, tell us a little bit about the Newton standard. You talked a little bit about it, but right. what do you hold these guys accountable for every day that they got to accomplish when they come in through that locker room?
Just their effort and intensity, you know. And right now, you know, our standard is playing with relentless effort, an incredible standard. For us, it's just playing hard every day and getting better. So our guys right now, man, are living up to our standard. We're doing things the right way. We really believe that if we continue to do things the right way on the field, practice well, off the field, we do the right things, then things will go our way.
Certainly.
Coach, I want to ask you just about this year's schedule. You guys are going to be playing Grayson again in region play, Battle of the Rams.
Right.
It's a heated rivalry, but who are you guys opening with in these non-region games?
Yeah, so we're opening with Eastside. And our first 2 games, Eastside and Alcova, those are county rivals. 2 teams, a historic rivalry, 2 teams there that are always well coached. And it's always, regardless of record, it's always a tough game because those guys right there know us very well and we know them. And you know, obviously going to be an intense game. And then we play Douglas County. And Coach White has done an amazing job. I was happy that we came to an agreement to put the game together. I'm very excited about it. I think that's going to be a big matchup for us. And then we go out of state to play East St. Louis on a Saturday, September 7th. And then we'll get into our region schedule. We really want to hope that our non-region schedule prepares us for what we want to do postseason. And we want to get into tough games early and make our guys compete and you know, learn from that and go forward from there.
Certainly, Coach. We're going to talk to your players, get to know them a little bit,
sir.
Coach. Thank you for coming on.
Yes, sir.
All right, so the mic.
Yes, sir.
Yes, sir.
My name is Joseph Hassan, 12th grade.
Yes, sir. So your coach talked about you being a 4.0 student. It's not easy to be a full-time athlete and also in school. So talk about that part, just being able to get it done, not only on the field, but off the field.
I honestly just got to keep a great schedule. I have to wake up on time, you know, have to take my classes serious. You know, I have AP classes and stuff. So that really make it extra harder on me. But, you know, I really can balance it all out. You know, I got a great mindset. Like, my mindset, it drives me. And that really makes it easy. Like, school, it's never really been challenging for me. You know, I always had straight A's, honestly. So it's been easy for me, not going to lie.
That work ethic and drive you have, how do you kind of hold your teammates accountable and lead them? Do you more so lead by example? Are you vocal? What do you kind of hold these great players that are behind this standard to?
Both, actually, but I've been trying to become better at leading vocally because I always try to lead by actions. You know, I've been doing that for a long time. But, yeah.
Last question. What's your goals for 2024?
Say that one more time.
What's your goals for 2024?
My goals for 2024
yes, sir.
is to commit to a great college. You know, actually, we're a real playoff contender, so I really think we can win the shit.
Certainly. All right,
100%. And I think with Newton, Coach was talking about it. everyone knows the Newton program. You guys have had huge wins throughout the years, but that one thing that the entire fan base is itching for is that deep playoff run where everyone sees you guys in the semis, the quarters, and gets to kind of watch what talent you guys have at Newton. So how big of a deal is it this year to use this regular season to really have that deep playoff run and play as many games as you guys can?
Well, we're trying to win every game. Like, we win every game that's going to help us get to a great playoff seed so we can get the first seed, have a long playoff run and beat everybody. We honestly, we strain a lot. We outwork everybody, so I feel like it's all going to come together,
Certainly.
Right. We'll move on, but on that note, we'll go to Drew real quick. When I talk to all these coaches about Newton, they say you guys are so tough to play at Newton at home. So getting that home field in the playoffs, man, that would really be something. But he was talking about your contributions as a wide receiver.
Yes, sir.
What have you done just this offseason where you've really just worked on parts of your game that you're confident in?
Yes, sir. I would absolutely. I would say get with the quarterback, our chemistry. I'm saying learning the playbook and really getting the team. I want to be 15-0 this year, so really bringing that to the team.
Last one, we'll let you go before we bring on the next guest. Talk a little bit about the chain, man. I like kind of.
Oh, yeah.
Just tell us a little bit about that. Yo, mind.
It's just a number. You know what I'm saying? Last year, like I said, I'm trying to go 15-0, so that's really what it's about.
All right, got you, man. Well, guys, thank you so much for coming on. Appreciate Newton coming out. We'll be in soon today, and hope you guys have a good one.
Yes, sir.
Yes, sir. Thank you. Appreciate y'all. All right, guys. So in just a moment, we're going to be joined by Andy Sumter, obviously Executive Vice President and CEO of Mechanical Contraction Association of Georgia. So, Andy, what does it mean to you today to kind of have all these athletes here? I mean, being able to use this building, being able to kind of, put this on in Georgia. I mean, we had the inaugural event last year. This year has gotten even bigger. We got 2 days now. Just what does it mean to you to see all these athletes here today?
This is such a great event. IJ Rosenberg and Ashley Carey do such a great job with SCORE Atlanta, just coordinating all this. And it's just really an honor to host all these hardworking high school football players and coaches here at our facility today. Really just love seeing this. Absolutely.
Certainly. And just tell us a little about some of the demonstrations you guys got going on, the other events besides being up here that these athletes are able to do.
Right. So we're giving tours of the facility. We've got, plumbing, HVAC, service, welding, pipe fitting, and we just want to let people know about the trades that are available to them when they graduate from high school. If they choose not to go to college, we want to know that this career is a great career for them, and they can make a lifelong earning, support their families, their future families, and we just really want everybody to know that the trades are a great option for them.
How important is that? Because I feel like sometimes the kids, like, let's say, college doesn't work out, they don't go to the school they necessarily want to go to. I feel like a lot of kids are stuck at that 18-year-old age of, hey, what's next? How important is it to have that trade? Like, hey, I can go to school for a year, 2 years, and then immediately go right into it. How important is that?
We teach them skills, lifelong skills, that they can take with them anywhere. And, they work for great companies. A lot of them work for 35, 40 years for the same company. And, they graduate. I mean, they end their careers, with great retirement. It's just a great opportunity that, for many years we stressed everybody needs to go to college. Well, college isn't for everyone.
It's not.
No. And these kids can come out of college. They can work for a contractor and make money instead of getting in college debt, and then go to school here and learn for 4 years and then graduate. And they can make $98,000, $100,000 a year at the age of 22, 23-year-old. How many careers college graduates graduate making $90,000, $100,000 a year?
Not a lot.
Not very many.
No.
So it's just really an honor to host this event here today, and we thank y'all for having us.
So that's right. Great. We're at the Mechanical Trades Institute campus right now. I want to ask you just about this campus in general. How many people come through here, and then do you feel like once people kind of take this path, I mean, there's very few people that are going to turn away once they see the opportunity there?
Oh, absolutely. So we moved in this facility about 5 years ago, and we have grown from 500 apprentices to we're now at 800 apprentices. How many companies over this time, when you have trouble finding people to come and do jobs, have actually grown? I mean, we've grown a lot. I mean, almost doubled in size, and it's just this facility speaks for itself. I mean, it's high tech. We're teaching them, really technical skills, welding and plumbing and pipe fitting. People think that it's very simple or easy, but it's really actually very technologically advanced. And it's just really good to be able to have these kids here and have the opportunity to show them what we do.
I'm going to need to make a lap, but talk about the welding station. What are you guys showing them right there?
Yeah. So most of the students, they'll go into class and they'll talk about different welding procedures. And then, once they talk about it, they kind of talk their way through how to do it. They take them in the shop and they all go in a booth. And, welding can burn your eyes. So you pull a curtain, you're behind a curtain and you're learning how to fit pipe together and weld and join it. And, this pipe is used in manufacturing facilities, power plants, really hospitals all over the country. It's kind of behind the scenes stuff that people never really see, but it's very important to our way of life and the success of our country is the mechanical trades. I mean, you really, you don't even know what's above this roof right here, but there's all kinds of mechanical pipe in here, and we teach these kids how to join those pipes.
Well, Andy, we want to say thank you so much for your time today and allowing us to use your facility just to host this phenomenal event and all that you do just for the community and for these athletes. We want to say thank you so much.
Thank you, guys. Appreciate you.
Yes, sir.
Awesome. Thanks.
Thank you. All right, guys, so that was Andy Sumter, CEO of Mechanical Trades Institute. So we're going to be joined by North Gwinnett and head coach Eric Godfrey. Before we bring him on, just quick recap. Craig, you were at the game. Just talk a little about that one that they played real quick up against Norcross.
Well,
remember,
that was when we knew this team has found its footing. They have clicked, and I really just was impressed. You guys played an outstanding game start to finish, and it was the confidence also. I was very impressed with the game plan, the execution, and some of those young guys we saw that are going to be back this year.
Coach, I want to ask you about the young guys. Well, first, obviously, I want you to introduce the two guys you have up front here with you, but talk about that. You had so many young guys last year, and they really grew up, and then these guys are going to be returning for you with a lot of experience. Just talk a little bit about that element.
Right, yes, sir. It really was from game 1 to the game 10 to playoffs all the way through. Like you said, to see the growth in our players, the experience they gained, and the game versus Norcross and then playoffs, rolling through into the playoffs. It was a much different team from the end to the beginning. Sure. And as you alluded to, we got a majority of those players coming back, which builds a lot of confidence. And like I said, we got great kids, and they work hard and do things right. So just like these guys right here. So Malachi Whedon plays his free safety for us and has been a great senior leader for us all summer long. And like I say, looking for big things out of him. He's an Arkansas State commit. Sure. And then Cole Funderburg plays defensive end, Wake Forest commit. I believe led the state in sacks last year. And again, he plays high energy and looking for great things out of him again as well.
Certainly, Coach. Let's talk a little bit about the offense this year. I feel like you guys especially woke me up. I knew you guys were going to be good offensively, but some of the guys that don't get a lot of praise, like Nicholas Bookman, and some of your receiving core. Let's hit that a little bit. Just talk about those guys who are going to have a big-time effect for you this year.
Right, yeah. It really was funny. Last year we ended up top 10 in the state in scoring. And actually, you talk about the receiving core, and a lot that comes from them with Nick Bookman and Eric Brining. Those two are kind of our two leading receivers coming back. Bookman is a slot receiver that's very explosive and very quick, and he's even faster now. He was quick last year, and he's got elite, legit speed this year. The way he's worked all spring, he's really changed his body, and he's a very strong kid as well. So, we're looking for great things out of Nick Bookman, and Eric Brining is a great deep threat for us, another really fast receiver that had a lot of yards, a lot of touchdowns last year. So those two will really anchor and lead our receiving core right there.
Certainly. Coach, let's dive into the region just a little bit. We know you had a really good region last year with Norcross, but what kind of stands out with some of those teams that you're going to face this year in the region?
Right, yeah, and region definitely got tougher. Yes. For sure. Throw in Parkview and Brookwood in that region, and it increases the strength of schedule for sure as far as the region wise. And so we get to open up with Brookwood and then Parkview in our region going right at it. So two teams I'm familiar with that excited that we get to play those guys and be a part of those games. But I like the idea of our guys because you always want to play great competition, and it makes the weeks more fun. It makes the Friday nights more fun. It makes the energy more fun. And ultimately, in the end, we're about great experiences for our kids and, playing good competition like that.
Certainly.
Coach, when Najee and I talk about your team, we say you guys are solid on every level, defensively up front, linebackers, secondary. But what's the depth been like this year?
Right, yeah. Well, majority of high schools, that's once you get out of the ones, it's the depth becomes the issue and all that kind of stuff. But we are definitely deeper this year than I have been on the new program. We have a lot of kids that are fighting for spots and trying to become from a 2 to a 1. We have some kids that are 2s that would be 1s in some other teams and that are going to get a lot of playing time and are going to help our team out. So our depth is definitely better this year than it has been in years past for sure.
And we saw you guys win the Corky Kell 7-on-7, but in terms of the run game, I know that's going to be a big boost this year. You guys are going to be able to do a lot. Talk about that.
Right. Yeah. So offensive line has really improved a lot just from January to now. Has been big improvements on the offensive line, which is going to help the run game ultimately. Having Tommy run the ball and CJ and Khalil, we got 3 guys who feel like can do a good job in running the ball for us. And you throw Ryan Hall in there, who can throw it, and can run it, and do all that kind of stuff. So it really does. It's going to help open up our run game a good bit. And so we're looking forward to. We're hoping that we can pound it and run power and counter and hit it on some people. So and having a dynamic quarterback like we have, it really does open up your run game because defenses have to account for a running quarterback.
Certainly. Well, Coach, we're going to say thank you. We're going to talk to your player now and get to know them just a little bit.
Yes, sir. Thank you so much.
Yes, sir. Appreciate it. All right. So we'll start with Cole. What's going on, Cole?
What's up, Najee? How you doing?
Good, man. It's good to see you, man.
Good to see you.
Yes, sir. So I got to talk to you in the spring, man, and we had our interview, and I know you was talking about that first step, man. So now the season's about to start. I got to ask you, how do you feel that first step for you is at right now?
My first step is significantly improved from the last season. I had a huge off season this year. I had surgery on my shoulder, and I worked through it and recovered. And I've been working with my D-line trainer a lot and my mobility trainer. And, that first step has gotten a lot better over this offseason.
Certainly. Tell us a little about the D-line group along with yourself. What are you excited to see what these guys can accomplish? You got yourself, really great players. What do you feel about that?
What I'm excited about is that we returned 3 of our 4 D-line starters from last year. So I'm excited to see the production we have this year. We got 2 other great D-linemen that didn't start last year. So I'm excited to see how many sacks we can get, how hard we can block the run, and just how good we do this year.
Sorry, last one, Corky Kell, you guys play McEachern. How excited are you for that matchup?
McEachern, we've never lost to McEachern. I think that it's a great matchup. There's a little bit of bad blood between us just because they've never beaten us, and that they want to beat us, and they're probably working just as hard as we are. So we need to work harder than they are. We got to play better than them. They're a great team. They're returning a lot of starters. I think we're returning 17 or 18 of our last 22 starters. So I think that's a big deal going into this season. I think we need to get a win just to get it rolling. 1-0, 2-0, 3-0. We got that up in our weight room. So I think that's huge.
Certainly. Malachi, I want to ask you, I think you guys could potentially have one of the best safety tandems in the GHSA, right? Along with yourself and then obviously Chandler Jordan. Just talk a little bit about that and pairing along with him.
Oh, yeah. I mean, it's going to be amazing. Everybody that we had last year is coming back, and we have a couple of young guys that are going to be there. And, they play at the same caliber that we play at. Going into our senior year, it means a lot more to us, and we can all tell that in the weight room and on the field. So, between us, me, Chandler, Chauncey, everybody, across the board, we're going to be like that.
My last question. For you, I think this defense has a chance to be elite, right? So tell me, for those that don't get to see you guys every day, what's that work like that you guys put in every day in practice, in the weight room, and in meetings and things like that, along with Cole, yourself, Chandler, and all you guys?
It's unmatched. Like he said, in the weight room, we have every team that we're playing this season in our history when we played them. And we did this thing where we just go through and we go 1-0 in the weight room every day, and we take it out to the field, and we keep going 1-0. And, there's been good work ethic since I've been here from, 4 years, but this is probably the best it's ever been. And, returning that 17 or 18 out of that 22, we're just playing at a high level. I don't think anybody that we play is going to be able to compete with us.
I agree with that, and I have you guys very high in the top 10. I saw you guys playing that Norcross game, and the takeaway was what you said defensively. You guys really understood what Norcross was trying to do, and as the game went on in the third quarter and fourth quarter, you guys just ramped it up and made it just really hard for them. So how conditioned do you feel like this group is defensively to be able to 4 quarters just make it absolute nightmares for them?
Yeah, that game was work, and so that condition for that, it's just been times 10 this year. And our goal is to not get in that position where we allow teams to get that many points or get that train rolling on us, so that it doesn't have to be at that point. But if it does, we're more than prepared for it.
I believe it. And then Cole, real quick though, you mentioned your shoulder. Were you playing with that injury at all last year?
Yeah, so I actually hurt my shoulder at against Peachtree Ridge my sophomore year. So it's been hurt. It was hurt all throughout my junior year, and I actually didn't get it fixed until just after my junior year ended. So I braced it up and I played with it throughout the season. Got it fixed, and now we're all good.
Certainly led the state in sacks.
Exactly. Well, thank you so much, Cole, and obviously Malachi for featuring the North Gwinnett program. That's all the time we got for today. Good luck to the Bulldogs this season. We'll be watching y'all.
I appreciate y'all.
Yes,
Can't wait, guys. Thank you.
All right, guys. So I think in a moment we're going to be joined by Callaway and their head coach and their program. But a great interview with North Gwinnett. Really great guys. A guy we did not mention, the son of Eric Godfrey, Jake Godfrey, a guy that's blowing up in the 2027 class. Rising sophomore will be another one to watch on that defense this upcoming year. But in just a moment, we'll be joined by Callaway and going to bring on their head coach. Had a great year. They went 9-3 this past year. And we got the chance to see them at the Georgia Tech 7-on-7. So I was really impressed. You guys made it all the way to the Rose Bowl. I believe actually at Bobby Dodge. So, Coach, let's talk about last season, 9-3, really great record. How do you kind of build from that from last year?
Well, got a good group coming back and just trying to build, off of our standard, the past couple years, and that's just be fundamentally sound, play together, and we play a really challenging schedule every year, so that prepares you for the postseason.
Certainly, Coach. And then tell us about the two guys you got up here with you right now that are representing Callaway.
Yeah, so we got Cavius Leonard, our senior defensive back here. We got Brandon Sellers, our senior defensive end. They're going to be a big part of what we do this year. They've been a big part of what we've done the past couple seasons. So this is they're looking forward to their last opportunity to wear the red and black, and they're going to have some big stages to play on. So we're looking forward to it.
Offensively, how do you feel about this group going into the season?
Offensively, we feel good. Kids have been working hard. Got a couple of kids that graduated, but we got a lot of really good players coming back that we're really excited about. So it is just pretty we got a lot of good.
Which we're dealing with help. So
I'm I have a like today I got doing a little to get with doing bad experience and he hello and I wishes he could be here. So
Tell him we said thank you. Praying for him as well. And
appreciate that.
Real quick, you guys are going to be in our Corky Kell event, so let's talk a little bit about that match. And we are excited. I believe you guys play Cass. Talk a little bit about that and being featured and being a lot of these great players behind you to be on TV.
Yeah, well, first of all, Cass is an outstanding team. It's going to be a tough challenge for us to play and compete with those guys, but we're looking forward to the challenge. They got a lot of really good players, good quarterbacks, good lines of scrimmages, so we're definitely going to have to be at our best to be able to have a successful outcome for that.
And then when Callaway won the state title not too long ago, one of the things that you guys just did so well was dealing with like the COVID year and all these injuries. Didn't matter. You guys had guys ready to go and prepared. So how, as a coaching staff, do you guys prepare some of these young guys, first-time starters, to be able to just execute and compete against the best?
Well, one thing about Callaway football is our players are used to playing on the big stages, whether it's big, tough, non-reaching games, against teams like in the past, like Opelika, Troop, playing in playoff games. The remnants of our state championship team graduated last year, the last group of kids. But see, the beautiful thing about these guys is they've gone up against practicing against those players for the past couple of years, so they've prepared and they've gotten their chances to get their feet wet in some big time games the past couple seasons. So, it's just kind of the mentality at Callaway is just, we really don't replace starters. We just, we have guys coming back that have experience, and then it is build on their previous experience to hopefully be able to have a successful season for us.
So you guys usually schedule to Cedartown also?
Yeah, so we've played.
That's just like two tough football teams. My goodness.
Yeah. So we've played, to Cedartown. We play Opelika this year out of Auburn, Alabama, the Opelika Auburn. So we've played them a couple years in the row. So really looking forward to that. We got Cook coming up to our place this year, and then we rounded out with Redan and Columbia before we head into our new region. So just really looking forward to that opportunity, and hopefully it prepares us for a new region of teams we haven't seen before. These guys don't remember Jackson and Rutland and Pike County, but I played for Callaway back for Coach Wiggins a long time ago, so those are common names for me.
Yes,
so there's some new names for these guys.
Certainly. Well, Coach, we want to say thank you. We want to get to know your players a little bit, talk to them, and kind of get to know you. Thank you so much for coming
Appreciate it. Thank you.
Yes, so state your name, and then the position you play, okay? Should be on.
Brandon Sellers, defensive end.
Okay, so Brandon, tell us a little bit. You're one of the senior leaders, senior captains, right? You're playing the edge rusher. So tell us a little bit about some of the qualities you got to have to be great at that position.
Well, you got to have a lot of eye discipline because, it's a lot of athletic quarterbacks in this state. And, a lot of teams like to try you with the read option. So you got to make sure you stay disciplined.
Speaking of discipline, and you talked just a little bit about it, how important is that containing? Because like you said, if you don't contain that edge, that quarterback can get to that outside and turn it up and get 20, 30-plus yards. So how important is that for you? Not falling for it, but again, if that running back gets the ball and he's coming up, you're responsible for that too.
Well, it come down to, like, at practice a lot. Coach Smith, he have us do different run fits and everything, different pass rush lanes and stuff. So, we know when to commit to a certain, like,
look.
Like, we know when to commit to certain things. You feel me?
Yes, sir.
So, like, you wouldn't see us fall for a QB draw. Because he tell us stay home and wait for the ball to come.
Last one. Tell us a little bit about that rivalry. Your coach kind of talked about it between you guys and Cedartown. You guys are a great team. Just talk a little bit about y'all going neck and neck all the time.
Well, it's fun. It's fun to compete like that. Cause, that's what Coach Wiggins is instilling us from, when we're young, from freshman all the way up. So when it's time for us to show up, we try and show up.
Yes, sir. I'll toss it to you.
Cavis Leonard, defensive back, senior Callaway High School.
I've heard of you before, man. So Catavius, tell us a little bit about, man, what makes you so great on the defensive back? Again, you're responsible. It's one of the hardest positions to play in the sport.
Yes, sir.
What does that kind of go into?
So for me being the safety is like the caller, other than the middle linebacker, the safety telling everybody the coverage, what to do, the blitz and all that. So really the safety plays a big part in the defense on how to, like, when you run fit, safety have to fit outside linebacker. Safety makes the linebacker right, so that's how we fit in the defense.
Certainly. What do you enjoy more? Is it the hard hit, or do you like getting the picks?
Me personally, I like the hard hits. Like, it just feels good when you hit somebody and the crowd goes, ooh, it's other than, like, getting a pick.
Yeah.
See, both, I prefer both, but, like, getting a hard hit feels better. It just make you feel like a tougher man on the defensive work.
And then you send another team a message.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. You're playing around.
It sets the tone for the game.
Certainly. I'll throw it to Clay.
Yeah, Najee will show both those on his film breakdown, the hard hits and the interceptions. So one of the things about Callaway, no secret, you guys are a fast football team, both sides of the ball. Defensively, though, you're playing this cast team, Brody McCorder. We don't really know exactly what their offense is going to look like, but he's one of the top-rated quarterbacks. So what an opportunity for you in that secondary week one.
So playing against a good quarterback like Cass quarterback, it gives me an opportunity to show what our defense can do versus a good Power 5 quarterback. Because I've heard he's a great quarterback, and that would make opportunities for us as Callaway's defensive team to, make plays against him.
Oh, for sure. It's going to be a heck of a matchup.
We want to thank you guys so much, Contavious, obviously coming on here and letting us get to know the Cash program. We'll see you guys soon. Good luck this season.
All right, thank you.
Yes, sir.
We'll see you guys in less than a month in Rome. Thank you so much, guys.
Yes, sir. All right, guys, so we got North Paulding coming up. Obviously, their head coach is Don Stark, so we can get to know their program just a little bit as we bring them on. How you doing, Coach?
How you doing? I'm doing good.
Doing good, Coach. So, obviously, just tell us a little bit about the guys you brought with you today and a little bit about this North Paulding program going into 2024.
All right, basically, this is Dubé, Gene. This is Landon O'Reilly, senior safety. This is senior wide receiver. Dubé recently committed to Northwestern, where he will play with a slew of talents from the area of South Georgia. Not South Georgia, but the North Georgia area.
Yes, sir.
He's one of my senior leaders. He wasn't able to play last year due to injury, but he's back healthy, and we expect big things out of him right now. And pretty much the team is we lost the Maddox twins. We lost a couple good pieces, but we got a slew of talent returning. We have a sophomore quarterback coming into his second year returning. One of the top passers in state actually top 5. Dubé had a monster year as a returner, as a receiver, and we expect big things to come from the team this year.
Certainly, Coach. One game I want to kind of go back and highlight was a pretty electric atmosphere. You guys played Harrison on PC Sports Network this past season. I remember, obviously, one of the Maddox twins ended up getting player of the game. But just talk a little about that one, just what you remember from that game and that rain and all that.
Yeah, Harrison that was a special game. It was a special game. Harrison, one of those opponents that over the years, my third year here, over the years, we was kind of almost had them, and last year we really wanted them, and we made it closer than it should have been due to the weather and stuff like that, miscues on special teams. So they still stuck around, but our guys persevered. They bowed their neck, and we had a big stop on 4th and 10 with the game on the line, which it was a controversial stuff going on in that game, but it was a good one. We put on a good show for the audience, and it was on TV. So 7-0 versus 6-1. It was what everybody asked for, and we came out victorious, and we finally got over that hump. Yeah.
No, that was a heck of a game. And what happened, you guys were trying to run out the clock, and the Harrison defensive tackle hit the ball before you guys could snap it, and they called it a turnover.
They called it a turnover.
Unbelievable.
Yes. And our head coach, which was Don Stark, he's good with composure. He kept his composure. Me personally, I don't know if I would have been that composed, but it's a game of football. Next play mentality. Forget it. Let's get it. Let's get this win. Let's get out of here.
Yeah, and it was raining, and so I think the refs just assumed that's why the ball went out, but it was so obvious that that's the only way that they could have gotten away with it.
And actually, it was the second time they did it. They actually did it one time before, but our defense, they was pretty stout last year. They're gonna be stout this year, so they knew the task we had at hand. There was 30 seconds left in the game. Let's bowl out back. Let's get this game over with. Let's move on to the next week.
Real quick, Coach, I want to ask you just how do you build from last year's one of the, I think, the winningest seasons under head coach Don Stark, being at North Paulding with such a great group, as you said. How do you build from that, obviously, with new guys coming in new positions?
So every year you see growth within the team. My first year here was 4-6. Last year we won. 2 years ago we won the region champs at 7-3. Last year we was 9-3, lost against Grayson in the playoffs. So every year we tell the kids, let's not live on the past. Let's create your own legacy, create your own path. Like we don't got the Maddox boys anymore. We don't have those guys. We don't have Jabari's yours. Let's create your own path. Let's create your own legacy, and let's get better. You won 9 games last year. Let's win 10 this year. Let's go to the 3rd and 4th round this year. So every year we try to mold in our kids. Let's get better every year, and they seem to buy in. They come to the workouts. I think we had a 80-90% rate of kids showing up during the summer, and that's the biggest thing. If you show up and do what you're supposed to do, the rest will take care of yourself.
Certainly. Well, Coach, we want to thank you so much. We're going to get to know your players just a little bit. Dubo, and obviously your outstanding senior right here, Coach. So we want to say thank you.
All right, thank you so much. Thank you.
All right, Dubo. So we're going to start with you, or Dubé, excuse me. We'll start with you, man. So obviously you was with Javarius George last year. I want to ask you, I know you're your own great player, but what were some things you just took away from him and learned from him? Obviously, you know he's at Mercer now, that he kind of taught you on the football field.
He had a real big aspect in my game, too, especially when I came up my sophomore year. We was playing together. He really, patched me, helped me out, took me under his wings, really built me to be the receiver I am today.
Certainly. Now, this year, you're going to be the guy. So, do you feel any added pressure, or are you like, man, I'm ready for this moment, let's do it, just give me the ball?
I feel like I'm ready for it, been ready since, my sophomore year, just been playing my role ever since, just doing what I have to do to help out the team.
Now, on the football field, let me ask you, what's your kind of favorite route to run when you're going up against a DB?
Favorite route, I'd probably say either comeback or a post.
Okay. Why those two?
I like breaking off, at the top of the route, catching it and getting upfield, making moves in open space.
Certainly.
And, yeah, that's a huge part of the game. Najee and I talk about it with receiver film, yards after catch. So have you noticed that this offseason, just being able to catch the ball, get upfield, do you feel like that's going to be something you're going to be able to add to your game this year?
I feel like that's one aspect that I have been working on that will be improved this year, and I feel like it's going to take a big toll on what I do this senior season.
Certainly, we'll ask the last question to you. Just tell us a little bit about your role on the team. What are you responsible for? What are you kind of accountable for with the Wolfpack?
Well, after getting hurt last year, I kind of took a step forward, trying to build my own path. I want to play in that next level. So I'm going to try my hardest, be a leader for my underclassmen, give Dubé the best look I can, and, just try and help my team win and go as far as we can in the playoffs this year.
Final question, personal goals.
Personal goals?
Yes, sir, for this year.
Personal goals, I want to have a 100-tackle season, get a couple picks, PBUs, you know, of course, get some D1 offers in there, be able to commit, and, you know, take myself to the next level.
Certainly. Well, we thank you guys so much for letting us get to know the Wolfpack a little bit. Good luck this season. I'm sure we'll be seeing you guys on TV a couple times. So thank you guys so much for coming to Georgia High School Media Day.
Yes, sir. Thank you.
Yes, sir.
Yes, there goes North Paulding. I think this is going to be a big season for Paulding County overall in general. You look at East Paulding, with the talent they had when they showed up to that 7-on-7, they have some absolute studs. And then South Paulding, I feel like they're going to have a pretty impressive season also.
Certainly. What's going on, Coach? How you doing?
What's up, Coach Pritchett?
Yes, sir. So, guys, we're joined by head coach Stanley Pritchett. We got to see you guys last year. You guys gave us an epic ending, Coach. I kind of want to start there. Obviously, in the Great Atlanta Bash, not doing the event this year, but you guys were one of the classes when we went there. Just talk a little bit about that game, Coach.
That game was extremely hot. I remember we played Booker T. Washington, and that's our neighborhood rivalry. And you know, we always wanted to come out on top of the neighborhood rivalry. So it was hot. I remember a lot of players, you know, like cramping up. We had to, you know, persevere through, and we came out with a big victory.
Certainly, Coach. Coach Pritchett, this might be one of the most talented teams you've had here at Douglas, Atlanta. Just talk about these guys. I know, obviously, two behind us are elite, but you got a young guy, Casey Barner, who's really good. I mean, you guys got players all over your defense, your offense. Tell us about the kind of collection of talent this year.
Man, we've come so long from when I first got there 4 years ago. You know, we went through a lot of struggles early on. We built, stayed with the process. These guys, their freshman year, they only won one game. So they put in the work, they persevered. Now guys want to come to the Astros. We got, Jonte, Xavier are outstanding leaders. Casey, he's going to be an outstanding player. Jonte, he follows Jonte everywhere he goes. So we just got a lot of great players in the program that not only get it done on the football field but academically. So we want to make sure that we push guys academically and get them to the next level.
Let's talk about the offense. We know how good you are defensively, but I know you got Canales, who is right here. But tell us about offensively. How is this group going to look? Quarterback position, running back. How you guys kind of looking?
Well, we got 9 starters coming back on offense. John Wilson is our quarterback. He's a returning starter. He's been starting since his freshman year. So we expect him to have a big season as a junior to take that next step. So, like I said, our goals this year are to win the region and the state championship. So we have high expectations. So that's where we at right now.
Certainly.
Coach, you talked about winning that state championship, the deep playoff run, but you guys are actually going to be the first football game played in the entire state of Georgia this year against LaGrange.
Yes.
What are you guys excited about proving?
We just want to make sure we get on the stage and compete. LaGrange is an outstanding program. They, perennial program in the state of Georgia. We want to just show that we can compete with the big boys.
That's right, and it's going to be on a Wednesday at Kell High School. You get that win, you guys get some time to prepare. Yeah. Who else is on that non-region schedule for you guys?
Our non-region, we have Westlake, we have Mays, and we have Columbia. And then we in the toughest region in the state with Cedar Grove, Stevenson, Luella, North Clayton, Mount Zion, Riverdale. So we have a tough road ahead, but we're just going to take it 1 week at a time and just try to get better each week.
Certainly, Coach. Well, we're going to get to know a little bit of your players, a little bit. Xavier Canales, obviously, Johnson. I want to say thank you so much.
Thank you. Thank you for having us, guys.
Yes, sir. All right, Xavier. So you were one of the leaders on the offensive line, man. You've had obviously great year last year, man. How do you build on that kind of going into the season?
Really just keep working and keep getting on the O-line and be a leader and don't let up and keep pushing forward.
Where do you feel like your game has progressed the most, maybe from last year to this year?
I think really my strength and getting my weight up and everything like that is like probably my biggest improvement from last year.
What you enjoy more, run blocking or pass blocking?
I enjoy run blocking more.
Why run blocking?
I just like moving people and laying on top of people and pancake.
Then Xavier, Coach was talking about 9 offensive starters returning. What's the ceiling for this offensive side of the ball this year?
Just got to dominate on front and then score a bunch.
Certainly. We'll throw it, but actually, Jonte, a couple. So, obviously, Coach talked about Casey following you everywhere, man, and kind of looking up to you, man. Does it make you feel, any different, man, when you got young guys that's kind of, they want to resemble you. They want to be kind of similar to you, and you kind of being a leader and teaching the next generation. How does that make you feel?
You know, made me feel great about myself. You know, I'm doing something right, apparently. You know, if they want to be like similar to me, so that's good.
Certainly. And then obviously, Jonte, you at the corner spot. You know, you're a 4-star, highly rated, one of the best ones in the state. What would you say that you just need to have, or other DBs need to have, in order to kind of be a leader on the field?
I mean, you just got to have confidence in yourself. You got to play with swagger. I mean, you know, got to be yourself.
Certainly. And then what are some goals you got, Jonte, for yourself this year?
For myself, really be the best version of myself. And, you know, like Coach Pritchard said, win a region, win a state, something like that.
What do you like most about this coaching staff, guys that are super familiar with Metro Atlanta football, Georgia high school football? How have they kind of looked at your skill set and helped you not only prepare this year, but for your future in football?
I mean, you know, the coaches, they take that time out of the day, you know, just teach us, you know, help us learn, you know, development. That's all what it's really about. So, you know, it's good.
That's right. And in terms of this season, how do you use that to prepare yourself for this long future in football that we've seen that is inevitable for you with your skill set?
Really, you know, off season, you know, grinding with my team, you know, really just putting in the work during the off season.
Certainly. Well, Jonte, Xavier, we want to thank you guys so much for coming on, featuring the Douglas Astros program, and we'll see you guys in the Court Kill. All right, appreciate y'all.
See you guys Wednesday, August 14th.
All right, so there's Douglas Astros. Again, I think an underrated team that's going to be really good this year. A lot of great talent. We're going to have another guest coming up here. We'll talk to the National Guard, Ashley Joe. We'll get to talk to her a little bit about National Guard and feature them. How you doing today, Ashley? We're doing good. Yes, ma'am. So tell us a little bit about what your kind of role is with the National Guard. What are you responsible for? And what are you trying to resonate with some of these kids today?
So right now, I'm in the National Guard. I just started recruiting. So I'm a brand new recruiter. It's only been a month. And I want the kids to instill that the National Guard sets you up for a secured life. It sets you up for having a civilian career as well as a military career.
Certainly. And then how important is just the military, having something that you can go to, you know, as an athlete, as a kid, and know that your future is taken care of, knowing that you're going to come out better than when you went in?
So the National Guard just gives people opportunities to diversify their palettes. So if they want to become a welder, they can become a welder as well as be like me. I was a civilian for a little bit, and then when I went to drill, I was a field artillery. I was blowing stuff up. So it was kind of like you get to have both sides of the spectrum.
Certainly.
Yeah.
And so you're a recruiter now, but how did it come to your, I guess, perspective that this was the path that you could go?
Okay, so honestly, I joined the National Guard because of my ex. He was in the Army as well. So I just saw how he was able to go to drill, and he had that family-oriented aspect that he didn't have at home. So it gave him the opening. So when they told me, oh, we're giving you the opportunity to join and go to school, they paid for my education. And whenever I was, like during COVID, we had orders, and none of us were out of a job. It just gave us a certain sense of stability. So that's what I saw. That's what I wanted. That's what I went after.
And you were in shape. You were ready to go for it?
Yes, I actually did gymnastics in high school, so I was ready to go.
How can those that are watching the kids kind of just take advantage of, obviously, you know, the National Guard and use it to kind of help propel them in what they want to do in the next stage of their life?
Well, especially in the state of Georgia, we do 100% tuition for education. So most of our schools, we go from 60 to 100% for tuition. If you're a public school, we do 100%. Private school, we do 60%. And then we also give you different incentives, like I think it's like a stipend of like $4,000 for you to use for school, books, things of that nature. So in order you can further your education, you can link up with people in the National Guard, get different job sites, I want them to just take advantage of the opportunities that this gives them.
And speaking of opportunities, just what advice would you give kids that are considering the National Guard, but maybe on the fence, like, I don't know, it's military, I'm not sure if I want to do it, that, hey, maybe this could be an option for me?
Take your time. The advice I give is I got out of high school at 17, so I just want you to take your time. I didn't join until I was 19. It's not a decision you have to make immediately.
Certainly. Well, Ash, we want to say thank you so much for giving us a little bit of insight into the National Guard. Those that are watching, definitely check it out. Again, we have so many demonstrations on today. We have National Guard here. We also have demonstrations of welding, plumbing, pipe fitting, and all that. So just options for kids outside of, obviously, football if they are unable to go into the next level. But we want to say thank you so much.
Thank you. Have a good
Awesome. Thank you.
Great. Bro. National Guard. And the Georgia Army National Guard, you don't have to choose between education, a career, or the ability to serve your state and nation. By serving part-time, you can do both. You'll receive paid training in fields such as engineering, medicine, aviation, and cyber that will give you the experience you'll need to qualify for high-paying and rewarding professions, all while working or attending school full-time. With both state and federal tuition assistance, you'll be able to complete your degree or earn a certification to give you a leg up in the workplace. You can do all of this and more with the Georgia Army National Guard. Visit nationalguard.com/Georgia to learn more. ScoutSmart. ScoutSmart helps college football coaches efficiently find the best recruits for their program using a customized, easy-to-use recruiting analytics platform. Our goal is to create a level playing field for athlete recruiting. That's why our services are completely free for recruits, parents, and high school coaches. ScoutSmart provides recruiting analytics for both tackle and flag football. For more information, visit ScoutSmartRecruiting.com or email ScoutSmart@ScoutSmartRecruiting.com. Mechanical Trades Institute. If you are always the one of your friends or family asking to come fix something at their house, there's a career for you. What if you could build a lifelong career working with your hands, have the chance to make over six figures, and not incur any student debt? Right now, you may become a welder, pipe fitter, plumber, or HVAC service technician. The Mechanical Contractors Association of Georgia is looking for new apprentices to join Mechanical Trades Institute. Visit afutureinpiping.com to learn more. GeorgiaConstructionCareers.com. At GeorgiaConstructionCareers.com, you can learn the trade of your choice. You will earn while you learn. We have fully paid scholarships resulting in training at no cost to you. You will have the opportunity to earn the highest wages and become the highest skilled craftsperson within your industry. Go to GeorgiaConstructionCareers.com to get started. Transform your future today. IBEW Local 613, the International Brotherhood of Electrical Workers, Local 613, Atlanta's Electricians Union, wants students and parents to know there is another choice. College isn't for everyone. We have many opportunities for you to become a career electrician. Visit GeorgiaElectriciansWanted.com to get started. That's GeorgiaElectriciansWanted.com. Smart Local 85, Sheet Metal Workers Local 85 Apprenticeship is taking applications for a free tuition career in sheet metal industry. Learn how to weld, lay out metal products, read blueprints, learn testing and balancing, and ductwork. No experience necessary to visit smart85.org. You will earn while you learn with on-the-job training. It comes with insurance for you, your spouse, and children at no cost to you. This includes health, eye care, and dental. You earn retirement benefits as well. If you would like to work with your hands in a construction-type industry, check us out.
All right, well, we're back.
All right,
so that needed a little break. We have gone through just some of our teams, but we have a lot more to get into.
Certainly. Well, we're going to be joined by my alma mater, and that is the Norcross Blue Devils. Talk a little bit about their program and their exciting team they're going to have this upcoming year. Coach, if you don't mind, I know Coach Maloof is not here. Just state your name, the position you coach, and a little bit about the guys that you got behind us.
We have our starting quarterback right here, Dylan Muhammad, and our starting receiver, Jashawn Clark. These two guys are awesome in every way, on the field, off the field, very dynamic playmakers. Big things going to happen for these guys this year.
Yeah, I'm certainly excited. I mean, I got to get a little bit of a taste of you guys at Georgia Tech 7-on-7. I was certainly impressed. Muhammad was throwing dots all over the field. You got right here, Jashawn Clark, was just making it happen in the open field. But tell us, let's go to defensive line real quick. I know you got that 4-star defensive end, Carter Lucky. What is he like in practice, Coach? Just give us a little bit of intel on him.
He's awesome. He's a leader. Right? He works very hard. He's going to do great things this year as well. So he brings it in the weight room, leads with intensity. So he's going to be great this year.
What do you tell these guys that are coming up in Norcross, like these guys behind us, just with so much tradition that you guys have? I mean, you guys are producing guys on the NFL level, Alvin Kamara, Lorenzo Carter, guys that are key contributors on NFL teams. What do you tell them about just the standard and what Norcross football is?
We expect to win. Like Coach Maloof he's an awesome dude to work for. And so he treats these guys, man, awesome. We expect the best. He gives them the best. And so when you come to Norcross, we expect the best. And the standard is high. The level is high. The intensity is high. Everything that we do is grand.
And I think with Coach Maloof, you guys haven't missed the playoffs, I believe, in his tenure. So obviously you talked about the standard. But what are the goals for this Blue Devils team this season?
Win at a high level. Right, I think that we're going to be good enough when playoff time comes. Like we're going to be in the mix as one of the best teams in the state.
Certainly. Let's talk real quick, and I'll throw to Craig on the next question. Just how are you guys looking defensively from linebacker kind of to safety? We know you guys lost Antonio Mulder, who's at Coastal Carolina. We know you lost your athlete A.J. Watkins. But how does the defensive back room and middle linebacker kind of look?
Well, we don't have the experience, but our guys played some last year,
yes, sir.
And so this summer has been really great for them with all the 7-on-7s and the work they've been putting in. They haven't missed a day. So with that being said, like they're going to be really, really good this year. Now we don't have the experience from a game plan wise, but I expect them to be really, really good.
Certainly.
And Coach, we saw you guys at the 7-on-7. This receiving core, I think, has a chance to really make noise this season. They were just with your what would you take?
This fact that just screaming one team is after I think that we can season.
Do you have
I think 8 the 8th at every guy time as a TV time you step they're just looking forward to getting after it.
Certainly. Well, Coach, we're going to talk to your players, ask them a couple questions.
All right.
Appreciate you. All right, we'll start with Jashawn. So I got a chance to see you. I seen you for the first time, and, I was very impressed, man, with what you were able to do on the field. But give us the perspective of a slot receiver. I feel like sometimes we'll get to ask them, but what is that you have to do in order to be kind of elite on the field?
Just getting open against the linebackers and being in good communication with my quarterback at all times.
Certainly. And then tell us about kind of your part of the game that's really special, the yak yardage. You're getting upfield, and then you're going. Talk about that part and how you just train to be able to, make defenders pay when they don't tackle you on first hit?
Just catching the ball, make sure I secure the ball at all times, and just being able to get in between tight spaces and make plays.
Certainly. What's your favorite thing working with this guy every day and going through reps in practice every day?
Starting to work on deep balls more and still intermediate routes and stuff like that.
Yeah, I mean, I remember watching you guys at the 7-on-7. You were just finding so many different ways to get open. I lost count of all the touchdowns, but talk about just your chemistry together, quarterback to receiver.
We've been playing since 7th grade at Peachtree Ridge, but we moved to Norcross, and we just always had that good connection, always going to the field when there's nothing else to do on Sundays and just having that good connection.
And then what's your, not sure I said, ask your favorite route, but to gain separation?
Just making a quick move. You don't got a lot of time, but our O-line makes a lot of time. Jaleel, Cole makes a lot of time for us to make good plays. Give my quarterback some time as well.
Working on those moves this offseason?
Yes, sir.
Yeah.
Let's ask Dylan just a couple questions before we get out of here. Dylan, you're taking over this offense. We know you played a lot last year along with AJ, but how excited is to, kind of have this team throwing into Deshaun, throwing into obviously Jamari Harrell and all these, great weapons you got?
It feels good because I learned a lot from AJ last year. He taught me a lot of things, and I've been working with these guys since a long time. So we already got a connection. Everything's good. Got rest with the ones last year, so we already played in games with each other, so everything just feels smoothly.
What is your favorite part about playing football?
Playing football, it's just fun to me. I like going out there and competing with my brothers, and yeah.
What's some goals you got for 2024 for yourself?
Goals for myself, want to win state, want to win region, of course, and just looking to do as best I can.
Coach Hosh was my college roommate, and I know he's calling the plays for you guys, so I've been impressed with that. What do you like about Coach Hosh?
He's really cool, really fun, real down-to-earth guy. He's not, too strict, he'll keep it real with you. He's also a great coach, calls it great plays, and it's just fun working with him every day.
Yeah, and he won a state title as a quarterback at Buford back in the day, so he knows what it takes. But I've just been impressed with the offensive production at Norcross, and then seeing this receiving core, and then you guys this offseason. I know you guys are going to be fun to watch this season for sure.
Definitely. We thank you guys so much for coming on, getting to feature the Norcross program. Go Blue Devils, obviously I graduated there too, so hoping you guys have a good season.
Thank you.
Yes, sir.
Good luck in that scrimmage against Grayson.
All right, guys.
August 4th.
August 4th. That'll be a good one. Got to get your popcorn ready for that one.
Yeah, might need to go to that one. That'll be the day after the Sheriff's Cup.
Certainly. Well, guys, we're going to be joined here in just a moment by Trinity Flag. They're going to come up here with their head coach. How you doing today, Coach? Appreciate you coming on.
Thanks for having me. I'm doing good.
Yes, sir. So, Coach, I want to get from your perspective, what's your thoughts on just the proliferation of this sport itself and getting to see your girls be able to accomplish great things and just seeing, it becoming an Olympic sport in 2028? How cool is that for you?
Super cool. It's literally just see how it's growing over the last 4 or 5 years. Like, you're literally starting from nothing. Now we're here, right?
Yes, sir.
Olympics is next. Our program is going to year 4, and we're literally having JV all of a sudden. So now it's growing. Teams are having 9th grade teams, JV and varsity. So, the growth is, ridiculous right now.
Certainly, Coach. And then tell us a little about the girls you got behind us that you brought here with you today.
Okay, so the girls I have behind me, one is named Talia Brannick. She's been one of our day one. She's her 4th year with us. She's a rising senior, one of our wide receivers. I also have Kanaya Butler. She's a junior. She's a little bit of everything for us, both sides of the ball, offense and defense. 2 of our outstanding young ladies.
What was your favorite moment with these ladies just last season, even the girls you got with you behind the cameras that you guys were able to accomplish from last year?
Literally just going 20-3 last year was outstanding for us. Year 3, Elite 8. Out of nowhere, got 2 girls signed to go to college last year. So it's that kind of thing is or memories I will always have.
Certainly, Coach. And then if you had to say, how is it building a program? Because obviously you said one of your best seasons last year, 20, but, a new sport, it's fresh. You're getting these girls to buy into what you guys want to do. You're going through film and things like that. How is it building a program kind of just to where you guys have kind of gotten into?
It's also always a challenge. It's not the traditional sport. It's not your basketball. It's not your softball. So sometimes we're caught between those seasons and trying to get those girls to understand, like, this is going to be the new wave. So it's just an option, a great option to have. Like, a lot of our girls thought they were basketball players, but now they turn out to be great football players. So it's like that is the great part about this sport.
And then speaking of women's sports, kind of talk about how cool it is to see the versatility for a lot of these girls playing multiple sports, the softballs, right, the soccers, the flag football, volleyball, tennis, and still being able to just ball out in all these sports. Talk a little bit about that.
I just think the wave is going to be female sports. That's the next thing right now. That's where we are right now. The growth is outstanding. So I think just that all the sports tying into the athleticism that they have from all these different sports is just awesome to see.
Coach, flag football is just fun to play. It's fun to practice, fun to go out there. But what have you seen with the girls when you kind of teach them the coverages and the game, just how that has helped them like really find an interest in the sport?
I think a lot of times you just think just throwing the ball around, grabbing flags, but to get to the next level, like the educational part, like you're saying, the coverages, the principle, the rules that we install with our girls, like the idea that light bulb goes on their head, like, oh, this is really more than just, high five, playing around kind of thing. It's great to see.
Yeah, who knows? Maybe you guys can be a flag football coach one day when you guys get out of the school. But how big is it for Therrell? You talked about this new wave where Georgia's ahead of the game, it's taking off, but the fact that you guys have already established yourself, had a 20-3 season, and really are setting the standard now.
So it's awesome just to see, like, we one of those front-running programs. Like, we're trying to set the standard, especially like within the Atlanta area. We've always had the Gwinnett school's been great, the Cobb school's been great. So trying to get our home in that metro area, like the city of Atlanta, trying to get a good hold on it and establish that foundation is awesome, man.
Certainly.
Yeah.
Well, Coach, we're going to talk to your players, just get to know them a little bit. Appreciate you so much for your time, Coach. You guys can just state your name and the position you play, okay?
First, last?
Yes, please.
I'm Talia Brannick. And I'm Kanai Butler.
Talia, for you, you're a senior, right? You're one of the captains on this team. You're a phenomenal wide receiver. What is it like in practice every day? Just walk us through going, to war with your girls and getting ready for those games.
Well, practice can be very eventful, but it also shows us wanting to grow as a team. You see each and every individual wanting to grow at their best, how would I say, aspect of their flag football career. But, from start to finish, like from when I was a freshman to a senior now, you can definitely see the growth in the team and how we all connected as a team.
Talk a little bit about the innovativeness. Just like I've always been mesmerized when I watch flag football, all the route concepts. Like, I mean, it's so much creativeness. If you can just attest to, like, your group and kind of all the route different combinations that you have to know to be on the field.
Mm-hmm. Repeat the question again?
Yeah, like, just talk about the route combinations, all the routes you have to know to just be on the field and be able to run when you're out there.
It can get easy, but can also get hard because once the coach starts putting random signals out, it gets kind of confusing. But I think it all comes down to just knowing what you need to know and knowing the direction you need to go when you get to play. If you get what I'm saying.
I get what you're saying.
I know you guys are getting after the practice, preparing for the season, but have you just, because of your love for the sport, found yourself maybe in your own time working on things, whether it's speed, agility?
Definitely, like during the summer, or definitely like during the season, or some of our coaches will stay back and practice with us and help us perfect the certain thing we want to perfect. Like, for instance, I want to get better on speed, and well, I'm already a great catcher, but I want to perfect that as well. But you see other flag football teammates staying after just to perfect that. I said that so much.
Got you. Let's talk to your teammate. Ask her a couple before we get out of here. State your name for us, if you don't mind.
My name is Kanaya Butler.
Kanaya, just tell us a little bit about the position you play. What does it take to be really good in elite kind of at your position?
My position, I play linebacker most of the time, and my position basically you have to watch. You have to watch really good. If you don't watch good, you're not going to know what you're doing. I promise you're not. Like, my position, most of the time, if you don't see something right away that you need to get, you need to stay back and watch, because then they're going to see you're lacking in what you're doing, and they can steal off on you. So you have to sit back and watch the quarterback most of the time. I watch her eyes most of the time. That's why I see where the ball is going. Because if you don't watch her eyes, you can think, oh, she turned this way. She finna turn this way. And next thing you know, she all the way over there because you don't watch.
Got you. Is it similar to, I don't know if you watch football, but is it similar? Are you kind of the quarterback of the defense? Like the coach depend on you for the signals and all that?
Yes. Most of the time I understand, like, let's say some of the girls really, like, they into the game and they're not listening. If I see something that's going on, I'm going to say, hey, like, most of the time they on this side, we'll all move over. I'll be like, Bama, Bama, Bama. That means they're, like, close, tight. So you need to get tight. You need to go over. Like, that's what basically, so yeah.
Okay.
Speaker.
Gotcha.
And Coach was saying you play both sides of the ball, but what has made you kind of gravitate towards defense and wanting to fulfill that leadership role?
To me, defense, I feel like defense is a little more fun because it's like, okay, they're trying to get to the touchdown. That's what they want most, and I'll be able to break it down. Like, what? No, you ain't doing that.
Right.
Defense is very fun. I love defense a lot. If they can't score, they cannot win. You can't win if you can't score. You got to get to the touchdown first, and you got to get through me.
Certainly. Last question, and we'll let you guys get out of here. What's been your favorite moment playing the linebacker role, or just playing flag football, period?
My interceptions, most definitely.
And definitely the moments with the team where we had a change, like in the flag football career, like winning all area and then going to the playoffs once again for our third year. And just seeing the team be happy that we finally did something in our career that's record-breaking.
Certainly.
Exactly. We missed the 2024 seniors.
Right.
Certainly. Well, girls, thank you guys so much for coming on. Go thorough. We appreciate you guys coming out and putting on for flag football. Thank you so much. Thank you. Yep. All right, guys, so there they go. I believe Loganville. We're going to have Loganville flag on now. All right, guys, so we're back with the head coach for Loganville. A really great year. Just to recap it a little bit for you guys. 20-3 with 7-0, reached all the way to the semifinals. Coach, I don't want to put salt on the wound, but I just want to ask this. What do you remember from that game up against Lithia Springs? It was 12-6 defensive battle. Just what do you recall from that game?
Well, one, they're a very good team. The history of the program is very good. It was very evenly matched ball game. A lot of athletes flying around out there. And we made it close. We made some plays and got down and there at the end and had a shot and just couldn't quite punch it in at the end.
Certainly. Coach, if you can, tell us about the two girls that are right beside you that you brought up here with you.
Yes, this is Parker Bridges, and she's a senior, wide receiver, spur on defense, plays both ways. She's an elite performer out there, very explosive athlete. And then Bella Hall she's a receiver for us, plays some defense corner. Sophie Farmer, I'm sorry. Bella's out there. We were debating on who was coming up here. Sophie Farmer. Sophie's actually a 4-year player for us. She was on the inaugural team when we started the program. This will be our 4th year, and she started as a freshman that year. And we've improved every year from there. She was that, like I said, that first team we lost in the first round of the playoffs that year. Getting our feet wet. We thought it was a good start, and since then we've been in the Final Four the last 2 years trying to get over the hump. So that's we're going to try to get out this year and get over the hump.
If you can you talk a little attest to that, Coach? Starting this program inaugurally in that 2020 season, there's so much going on, right? You got COVID, the pandemic, and then where it is now. What some differences have you seen compared to where it was then and compared to now, just in 4 years?
Well, I tell you, we have a very good nucleus of young ladies that are hyper competitive, and a lot of people ask me, what's the coach boys and girls, and what's the difference in the two? And when you find a group of girls that are hyper competitive, there's not a lot of difference. And so we got a good group of girls that are hyper competitive. We learned a lot that year. Everything we were doing the first half of that first year, and then we got in the playoffs and late.
How do you think
I feel that girl because I did a really good job.
And in terms of staff, how would it one?
We had another we had two put more to keep practice. That's you
you have any obviously freshman maybe
and the softball player before this season.
Yeah, because I'm saying football will end probably late October, and then you guys get started. Is it October 14th week?
That is correct.
Okay.
Yeah. So they'll miss a few games early on, and I'll tell you that's where the JV really helps is the young girls, those young softball players, a young volleyball player. Their season ends earlier, and they can come out and learn that first year or two in JV, and then they're a little bit late coming out. They can jump right back in there, and they're ready to go because they've had that experience, and they're not way behind at that point.
Certainly. Well, thank you, Coach. We're going to get to know just your players a little bit. Thank you for talking a little bit about the Loganville program.
Thank you.
Yes, sir.
Is this Bella? No, I'm just kidding.
So my name is Parker Bridges. I'm an outside linebacker, a punter, and a wide receiver.
Wow, so you played 3 different positions. So what is that like? I mean, getting the calls and being responsible for the defense and then being responsible for the offense as well.
Well, I always love being involved, and I'm always in the game, and I just like seeing the people come in and go out. I just like seeing our whole team get to play and just get to play together.
What are practices like kind of for you guys? You know, if you can just test, when do you guys kind of start like summer workouts?
We actually start at the end of August, and so we're excited. We'll do some 4-on-1s and really get the team back together. We lost a lot of seniors, so we're just going to try to build back. So,
how do you feel about some of the young girls coming up? We talked about losing a lot. You're going to have a lot of girls from JV, freshmen kind of coming up. How has that kind of been seeing their kind of growth as well?
Well, I believe we'll still be very strong. Like Coach said, we built them through JV, and so they're young, but they're hungry. They're ready.
And last one, I'll let Craig ask some questions. What is your favorite position to play? Is it the linebacker? Is it offense? What do you like the most?
It's definitely linebacker. My dad is actually the defensive coordinator for us, and he coached at Archer High School. And so now when my brother graduated from there, he came here, and so he's coaching me and my friends. But defense is definitely where I'm strongest.
Got you.
And flag football is, I said it's fun to practice, but what do you like just about the game? Like looking at the clock and knowing the situation, just the magnitude of being out there in the field in big situations.
Well, I grew up playing soccer, and as I've said, my dad is the coach, and so he coached my brother all through high school. And so I've always kind of been around the sport. And so for flag football to kind of start my freshman year, I was like, I got to jump on this. I got to play. And I've just always been around it, so it's something I've loved doing since I was very young.
Yeah. Well, that's tough going out there as a freshman, but senior year, I mean, how excited are you to just contribute, lead, and just have another full season knowing just how fun it's been?
I'm super excited. As Coach has said, we came up short the last 2 years in the Final Four, so we're ready to win it all this year. So I'm just eager to get back out there.
Okay. We're going to pass it to your teammate.
Sophie.
My name is Sophie Farmer. I play outside linebacker and wide receiver. So, yeah.
What's your guys' relationship like? You guys both play outside linebacker. Just talk about that communication on the defense side of the ball.
Yeah, I mean, me and Parker have been friends since middle school, so we already had that chemistry. And when she came out to play with us for flag football, I mean, the chemistry was already there. So it's like, if I'm not doing my job, she gets on to me, and if she's not doing hers, I get on her. Like it's an understanding, and we know like you got to step up, and we keep each other in check.
Certainly. I feel like a lot of people, when it comes to flag football, they don't know about necessarily the conditioning of the sport because you guys are playing both ways. You're constantly running, constantly moving. If you can attest to that, what is the conditioning kind of like in the sport and, you know, you being able to kind of last long?
Yeah, it's definitely, especially for us because we play offense and defense. I mean, we're on the field basically the whole game. So you're trying to – it's a lot to think. It's a mental game and it's a physical aspect. So you got to be strong enough and fast enough to, like – you got to be able to switch off between offense and defense, and then you also got to be mentally prepared. Like, okay, we just scored a touchdown. Now we got to go get a turnover next, right then. So
certainly. Well, girls, thank you guys so much for coming up here, telling us about the Logan program. Good luck this season, and we'll be watching you guys and hope it goes well for you.
All right, thank you.
Thank you.
Yeah. That's right. That's right.
All right, guys, so there goes flag football. We're going to be joined by the state champions, head coach Roderick Moore, and also the Cedar Grove Saints. So we're super excited to talk to you guys. They will be featured in our nightcap, one of the best games of the Corky Kell up against Douglas County. But, Coach, how you feeling today?
I feel great. Good to be here. Glad for the opportunity to shine a light on Cedar Grove High School.
And speaking of that, Coach, let's shine a light on some of these young guys. You guys lost so much talent. You had E.J. Colson reclassifying, right? You had, Devin Carter transferring. A lot of new guys coming in. I know you still got some good players. Tell us a little bit about them.
Well, like you said, a lot of kids left. But one thing about Cedar Grove, we always had depth. Now, this time we got young men behind me. That's Zawan Smith. Got my man back there, Lamacio Martin, and I got a cast of members right there in front of you looking at me, putting their best face on. I got Kareem Cobb, Tristan Henry. I got Dominique there. I got Big Dex, Sexy Dexy. I got Caree Spears, Phillip, Cardio. I'm calling everybody's name out, so I don't want to hear their mouth. I got that little Daryl, Amon, and I got Dion, and I got my man DeMarcus over there locked down corner. So I got all of them. And who I mean? Oh, and then I got my quarterback, my QB1, King back there. And who is that beside King? Oh, and his wide receiver back there, Q. All right, so we got a lot of cast of members that we're going to have a good time this season. Got a tough schedule, but we're going to make it rock.
A couple of things I want to hit on, Coach. I feel like predominantly when this team has always been elite, the offensive line has always been really good. So let's hit that group really fast. How do you feel about that group and how they're kind of maturing as we kind of head into that season?
We really finding our identity offensive line-wise. We used to be a zone team, but now we really more of a power team. We're going to be real aggressive and put the pound to people, run the ball, control the ball, make some big plays in the air. So our offensive line really, it starts with them. So if way they going, it's the way we going.
Let's talk about that schedule. You hinted on it a little bit. Every year it seems like you guys play like one of the toughest non-regional schedules in the state. Last year, Colquitt, Collins Hill. I mean, every year you guys are playing tough opponents. Talk a little about that and how it looks in 2024.
Well, it molds and shapes us for the region play. All right, so we play in these tough opponents. Some are out of our class as far as how they got kids, as far as how many kids they got on their program. So it gives us an opportunity to battle. You seen the games, Colquitt, 41, 42, something like that. Battling back and forth with Monarch, things of that nature. You get those teams, then we get into our region play. It's nothing that really phases us. So, yeah, you come in the region play, I think the score, our record was, 1-3 or something like that, 1-4, and then we took care of the region last year. So Coach Adam, them, and his staff did a great job, and we hope to duplicate the same thing as far as they have a tough non-region schedule and then go in the region ready, battle-tested and ready to go.
Certainly.
What are some of the advantages of going from that zone offense with your personnel to that physical style of play up front, just heading into this first game of the season, just knowing that that's going to be your identity?
Well, one of the things is let the kids to be more aggressive. It's man on man, mano a mano. So with that right there, give our offensive line an opportunity to eat. So they're attacking and doing what they're supposed to do, and give our running backs an opportunity to go downhill. We don't have Bo anymore, but at the end of the day, we got some good quality running backs. You know what I'm saying? We got Mekhi Watson, we got Daryl Martin, and also we got an up-and-coming little man called Jermaine Kelly. So at the end of the day, we're going to be all right as far as the running attack. So going downhill, just forcing our wheel on opponents.
And then they're coming off the state championship. You take this job. I'm sure it was a long process for the candidacy, but what do you see from these guys coming off the championship with their work ethic, just wanting to obviously keep this incredible standard that Cedar Grove has?
Oh, first of all, they working very hard now, and I want to give that that's shout out to all the coaches that came before me. All I did was enhance their workout. You know what I'm saying? We doing some things that they never did before. Some things like sled day and stuff of that nature, and just putting them in situations to put them to be comfortable being uncomfortable.
Yes, sir.
If that makes sense. So we want to push them to the limit so they're able to go out there and produce it to the best of their capabilities. So when the fourth quarter comes, we get stronger. So as the game get longer, we get stronger.
Yes, sir. Well, Coach, we want to say thank you so much. We want to get to know district players a little bit, Coach Moore, and pass it on to them.
Yes, sir. Appreciate you.
Thanks, Coach.
Appreciate you.
State your name for me in position, okay? Name and position, okay?
Zawan Smith, 2025, outside linebacker.
All right, man. So you're outside linebacker. So tell us, man, you're one of the leaders of this group, man. So what does that kind of entail? What are you excited about just having this opportunity, man, to be on the outside and really hold down the defense?
Blessed to be here, really. Thank God every day. It's straightened up my act, how they look on me. I know everything I do, they're going to follow me. So it's been improving.
When you are a guy like that for these guys, these young guys, and they looking up to you and everything you do, they're going to imitate, how important is that for you to make sure you always doing the right thing? So
Very important. Very. Because I'm like the hype man of the team. When I'm crunk, they all get crunk. So, like,
okay.
It's a good feeling.
Now, when you're getting hype, let's talk real quick this pregame. When you get hype, are you like, what's kind of your pregame like ritual or tradition? Do you like to kind of listen to certain music? Do you like to kind of be by yourself? Talk about how you get hype pregame.
I like to be by myself all the way until we put our helmets and shoulder pads coming out together. So I like to be by myself, listen to my music. Then when it's time to get to rolling, I turn everybody up.
Well, you gotta give me a little bit of intel. What's the favorite song you like to play before you get ready?
I gotta go. Like R5 or Where Have You Been?
Okay.
Yeah.
Those some good ones. Yeah. Those some good ones.
Set my mood.
Did you have to battle for that number one?
Nah, not really. Nah, I ain't gonna lie. Nah.
They just
everybody wanted the same numbers they had last year, so like it wasn't no point of nobody switching.
Gotcha.
Yeah.
And then last season, you guys obviously, we talked about it, came on strong in the season, absolutely wiped the competition in the playoffs. But what are you looking forward to week one this year, playing against Douglas County, a team that's going to be ranked either 1 or 2, but being able to go out there, show everyone Cedar Grove is ready to defend that title again?
I feel very good. The team we've been having for the past couple months have been good. Thanks to Coach Moore and all the other coaches, they're preparing us for that game, mentally and physically.
Got you. We're going to pass to the teammates so you get to talk just a little bit.
LeMaciel Martin, 2025, wide receiver.
All right, man. So you on the wide receiver spot of it. What were some things you took away from last year's team? I mean, so many great weapons that they kind of taught you as you kind of become the guy for this team this year.
I kind of took away the work ethic. You know, we had a lot of hard work last year, and this year we got Coach Moore, and he put us through some stuff, but it make us stronger.
Last question before we wrap up, let you guys go. What have you been working on the most to improve and hone this on in your game?
The most really been working on route running, keeping the team together. You know, making sure everybody encouraged and surprising people.
Surprising people. Okay. Well, guys, as Cedar Grove Saints, we thank you guys so much for coming up. We will see you guys in the Corky Cup against Douglas County, a matchup we're very excited for, and good luck this season.
Thank you.
Yes, sir.
Thanks, guys. All right.
There they go. Yes, sir. Thank you, Coach.
Thanks, Coach.
All right, guys. So in a moment, we're going to be joined by Alpharetta. They're going to play up against Houston County to start the season. Really good year for them last year. Went 5 and 6. They would play up against Hoya. Yeah, we'll bring them on. How you doing, Coach? Doing good, doing good. All right, Coach. So you guys kick off the season, obviously in the Corky against Houston County at the Benz. Just how excited you are for that opportunity, Coach, and just the team you got this year?
Yeah, I mean, we're really excited about it. This is one of our goals when I first got hired over here was to get to play in the Corky Kel, to have the opportunity to play in the Mercedes-Benz. It's an unbelievable venue, and it's kind of a once-in-a-lifetime experience for a lot of our kids. So we're excited about that on its own.
Yes,
you know, this group's worked really hard this offseason. I'm proud of the progress they've made. I'm proud of how they've come together. how they've answered the call. And I'm looking forward to seeing what they're going to do live. And we're getting to that point now. You know, we've been going all summer.
Yes, sir.
We're getting a little bit anxious to see what it's going to look like live. So we're really excited and looking forward to the opportunity.
Tell us about some of the guys that are behind us that you have up here with you.
Yeah, so we brought with us, we've got a sophomore defensive end, Jackson Holly, edge guy who a lot of people are familiar with. You know, he picked up a lot of big-time offers this offseason with Michigan, and he's going to pick up others. He's going to be a stud. Really made a big jump for us. And, you know, is kind of going from one of those guys that was a freshman to a sophomore. And a lot of times when you're a sophomore, even though you think you're ready and you're close and your body tells you to take that responsibility and do what you need to do at a high level is hard to do, and it's hard for some sophomores. But, you know, he's taken that on, and he's worked hard to put himself in a position not just to hold his own as a sophomore, but to be an impact player and help us win football games. So, you know, we're really happy about him. And then behind him, we also have Trey Harris, the receiver for us, who will be a junior. He's one of a handful of guys we've got battling at receiver, and we feel really good about that group. There's a lot of inexperience there. We have some young guys, but we have talent. We have guys that are competitors, and they're going to get better. And the more opportunities they get, the more practice they get, the more live reps and games they get, they'll get better. And we're looking forward to seeing what these two guys are going to be able to contribute.
How excited are you to see this defense next year? Obviously, you talked about Jackson. He has his brother, Julius, who's committed to, obviously, Michigan. Just to see that tandem go at it, and some of your linebackers and your defensive backs as well.
Yeah, I mean, first of all, it starts with Coach Earl. He's, my guy, Devon Earl. He's been our defensive coordinator for 3 years, played for us at Hoover. He took over defensive coordinator probably when nobody wanted that job. We were really young and had a brutal schedule. And has done really well. And then the defense has had to kind of play in the shadow of our offense the last couple of years because we have been dynamic on offense and have been able to put up a lot of numbers. And, you know, now it's kind of the opportunity for them to step up front and, you know, them to kind of lead the team and get the notoriety that I feel like they've earned and they've had to work hard. It's not by chance that our defense is going to be really good this year. We've been intentional about trying to build those guys up, you know, in JV, and we think they're going to be really good. And we think we're going to be really good at all levels. You know, it obviously starts up front where, you know, you got Julius and Jackson's on the edge, Julius and Jackson, which are a problem. And then inside you got JaQuinton Madison, which on his own is another problem. He's a playmaker. And then we still have, you know, guys like Christian Bruce and other guys and impact players, and we have depth. So we have guys that can make plays and impact the game there and hold up front. And our linebackers are really the group that we've probably struggled with the most since I've been there. And Coach Earl's coaching those guys now, which is a change. You know, he's been in the secondary, so now, you know, he's going to have his kind of hand in there a little bit more. And they're going to be led by Duke Condi, you know, our Mike linebacker, who's making the switch. You know, we lost him last season, but he's making the switch. And I think he's going to give us an edge inside and be a leader for us and somebody that we can rally around in the box. And then our secondary, they're going to be a problem, kind of like they always are. We got Cole Walker, you know, Cam Jones. We've got some other young guys there. We've lost some guys in the secondary, so it's been an opportunity for some young guys to step up and compete. And they've taken that ownership on, so we're excited to see what they're going to look like on Friday night.
You too, Coach. I thought it correct.
Well, we're going to go to the players, but just year 3, starting to build a better relationship with some of these guys that you've developed. So talk about that just – compared to your first year when you're trying to set that standard now to where you have guys that have been prepared for this moment?
Yeah, I mean, that's something that I take the most pride in as a head coach is having a program that's going to develop players physically, whether it's flexibility, strength, running, change direction. There's a lot of things that we take a lot of pride in. And then finding the positions that they fit in, because when kids are coming from 9th to 10th to 11th grade, you're trying to move those pieces around. You're trying to make them make sense with what you have and what your needs are, but you want to put them in the best position to be successful moving forward. So we've taken a lot of pride in that, and some years we've kind of gotten some parts of it together, not all, but I think this year is more complete where it's all kind of coming together at the right time. So it's always – not to take away from kids that come in or anything like that, but you always want to see the kids that come all the way through your program. You want to see them have success, whatever it is. And we've got a lot of those kids this year. They're guys that have been in our program for a while. They're going to have the opportunity to step up and compete, and we think we're going to get some different results out of it. So,
thank you, Coach Carter. We appreciate your
time. Yes, sir. Thank you.
Yes, sir.
All right, we'll talk to players real quick.
State your name and position. My name is Jackson Holland. I play defensive end.
Jackson, I got to ask you, we know how great your brother is, man. What are some things you peeled away with him, and what were those battles like when y'all were young, man, going up against each other every day?
Well, yeah, I always looked at him as a bigger brother and like inspiration to become a better person. And like he is great what he does, and I want to be better than him or as good. So I just keep working. We work together with our position coach, Marcus Howard, and we just keep working together to be the great.
Who's the better edge rusher?
Me.
I knew you was gonna say that. What part of your game you feel like if someone was to ask you stands out the most? If you were college coaches ask you, hey Jackson, what stands out the most about your game? What would you say?
The pass rushing ability on the outside.
What do you think? Why do you think that part of the game makes you special?
How quick I am off the ball, I'm twitchy, my hand movement, and yeah.
Okay.
Do you feel like that speed outside, like if you can win outside, and then they're sort of cheating, now you can beat them inside. Do you feel the skills can develop throughout the game once you start to get that guy's number?
Yes, of course. Whenever I go outside, they bite too much, I just whip back inside with my moves. So, yeah.
I want to ask you about playing Houston County first. Kind of know what they're going to want to do offensively. Great quarterback, a lot of intermediate routes. They're going to try to get the ball out quick. So, I mean, how pumped are you for that to make an impact in that matchup?
Well, I'm really excited to go after that quarterback. You know, they're all talking about him, but I want to show, like, what really happens.
Gotcha. We're going to throw it to teammate for the final couple of questions, including as well.
I'm Trey Harris. I'm a receiver.
All right, man. So we know how great this receiving core was last year. Obviously, Sean Wilson, we know about Ethan Barber. But what were some things you took away, you learned from those guys? Did you kind of step into that role as a leader in that wide receiver room?
I learned a lot, especially from my teammate Sean Wilson. I actually trained with him like during the off season. So I took some things and applied them to my game this year.
What is the most important thing a wide receiver can work on just, in the off season to kind of take that next step in your eyes?
Really like your hands and speed, and IQ is a big thing too.
And then last one, what's that chemistry kind of like with you and your quarterback?
I know him from a while. I just transferred in, and I know him from 6th grade. So I've known him for a little bit, and we become friends since I've been here. And yeah, we're tight.
And so you're heading to your junior season, correct?
Yeah.
So what are some of the goals this year, just heading into a big junior year?
Just go 100% at all times and do the best that I can.
Certainly. Well, guys, thank you so much for just coming on, featuring the Alpharetta program, getting to know you guys. We'll see you guys soon in the Corky County match against Houston County. And we'll say thank you so much and good luck this season.
Thank you.
Yes, sir. All right, guys, so there's Alpharetta. As you guys can see, they'll be in the matchup. All right, guys, so we're going to be featured right now by Greenville, the Patriots. They're coming on from last season. I got head coach Robert Sanders here with us. All right, Coach, so program, again, same thing. You're kind of building, trying to make the postseason first time since 2014. How does this group look? Let's take it to the spring. What were those workouts kind of like for you, Coach?
Kind of take you back a little bit. When I got the job last year, I got the job really late. And so, we didn't really get a chance to do a whole lot. So leading into the season, you could tell that we were playing catch up and everything. And so we've had these guys since January. And, if you could look and tell, we're a lot bigger and stronger than we were last year. And so I'm excited, for the season and where we're going and everything. And so we've added to the program, all of the kids that we had that were supposed to come back, and we've added some key guys too. So I'm very excited about the direction of Greenville football.
Certainly. And then, Coach, tell us about two of the players you got behind us right here that you decided to take up with you to the podium.
Yeah. Well, first and foremost, we have Antavius Richardson. He's a three-star athlete. Anytime you have a kid that's got Power 5 offers, it brings a lot of spotlight to your program. And, you to have Georgia, Alabama, Vanderbilt, Mississippi State, to name a few schools that's been to Greenville, we're saying where we're going. And so, for him being an all-state player from last year, he's on a lot of preseason watches and stuff like that, so being the face of the program, having over 3,000 yards all purpose, so that's going to bring a lot to the table. And also we have Tyler Render, who's, he was second team all region last year as a running back linebacker. And, Georgia Varsity has him as one of the linebackers to watch for this year. So, we've got some talent coming back. And so we're just looking forward to, starting the season against Calhoun County.
And then, Coach, will you guys have any, fall scrimmages, anything like that? I know acclimation period is basically here, but will you guys have a fall scrimmage? Anything we can check you guys out before the season?
Yeah, we scrimmage Jordan High School August the 8th down in Columbus, Georgia, Kinnett Stadium. We're looking forward to the challenge and everything, and so our kids have been working very, very hard, and we're looking forward to that.
Obviously, we know about Antavius Richardson, but tell us about some of the playmakers, running the football. I know Marquell Deering had a good year last year, but tell us a little about some of the guys at the skill position groups for you.
Yeah, like I said, we have both our running backs back from last year. You mentioned Marquell Deering and also Tyler Render. Both those guys were second team all region, and they combined for about 1,700 yards all purpose and everything. So we're glad to have those guys back in the backfield. We also added Miguel Owens, call him Slim. He's about 6'1", 200 pounds. He's going to be one of our receivers. And we've also picked up Jameer Smith, about 6'3", 185. He's going to be one of our outside receivers as well. So I'm very pleased with our skill guys. But I will tell everybody that the most thing that I'm very proud of is the development of our O-line. Our O-line is a lot bigger and stronger than they were last year. We're going to average probably about 275 across the front this year, led by Ty Garza. He was all region last year. And, we've also picked up the Braylon Welch. He's going to be our other guard. And so our biggest surprise is probably our center, Caleb Thomas. He's a freshman, but he's 280 pounds, and he's really taken ownership to that position. And we also got a kid, DeMarcus Passmore, that'll play left tackle. And Bryson Mock, about 6'5", about 260. He'll be our other tackle. So, we were at the FCA camp in West Georgia last week, and we competed against Fellowship Christian, Stevens County, Bremen, and also Trinity Christian. And if you ask those guys, they'll tell you we've improved a lot because we were able to compete. And so that gives us hope that we've got a chance to, which is our goal, to go to the playoffs.
Yes, sir.
Well, that says a lot. Those teams are all outstanding. I want to ask you about your new region, though. You talked about the weight room. I can tell you guys have been in there. It looks like you guys just came out of the weight room, but
yes, sir.
This is going to be a physical region.
Yes.
You got Tryon, Bowden, Manchester. So how have you seen your team just this offseason preparing themselves for those physical games?
Right. Great question. I think the region that we just left has prepared us for that because we had to go against Sly County, and everybody knows what Sly County brought to the table. Also, Manchester played for the state championship, and then also we had Macon County. And you guys know that all of them went to the Elite Eight or better. So to compete against them, I think we're prepared for that for that new region. It's going to be tough. We know that, but I feel like we can compete. And the way the region schedule is set up this year, we have 6 non-region games to kind of prepare us before our first region game against Mount Zion. And so we played against Mount Zion last year. We were leading at halftime, had some injuries, and so I feel like we've got a chance. We stay healthy. Like I said, stay in the weight room. Continue to add depth. I think we got a chance to do pretty good.
For sure. Well, we'll talk to the players real quick.
Thank you, Coach. All right, so we'll ask Antavius first. All right, so you're kind of the do-it-all player for your team, right? Playing both sides. I mean, you had a great year last year. Man, how do you build off of that? What's some things you've been harping on this offseason?
This offseason, I've mainly been just working on things that, that I did bad last year. So, like mechanics, drills and things that I need to do so I can work on myself to improve myself so I can further myself in the future. Certainly.
And then, obviously, I know you got a lot of teammates that probably look up to you. What do you tell these guys every day when you guys in the weight room practicing, just be able to take that next step this year?
What I really mainly focus on with them is to tell them to just take it serious. That's the main part. Don't play, take it serious. And, whatever we do, just take it. Try to get it scared, make you smile on it because you ain't be mad. They would. I really do it. I do.
Talk about the team, but how big is that you guys to get that taste of the playoffs this year?
It's a big thing because in our school culture, the norm is we never been to the playoffs for in 10 years. So for us to make it to the playoffs this year, it'll show that we got capability of doing some big things this year. So it'll show, and bring some growth to the school.
Certainly. We're going to pass it to your teammate. Let him talk a little bit. Thank you, Antavius.
How are y'all doing today?
Good, man. How you doing? Appreciate you asking.
Yes, sir.
All right, man. So what are you most looking forward to in 2024? Just being able to showcase your talent on the football field.
Definitely the speed that I've been working on, and then the weight room. We've been hitting the weight room hard this year. Yes, sir.
Certainly. And then just talk a little about your relationship with, obviously, your head coach just was off here. Just what kind of impact has he had on you, just, on and off the field?
He's helped me become a better leader. I don't know.
Okay.
It's just like a tight bond. Okay. Like son and father type bond.
Certainly. And then, what is your biggest goals? I know you said getting faster and things like that, but stat-wise, what do you kind of want to accomplish this year for yourself?
This year, 1,500 rushing yards, definitely. Getting some offers in. Over 100 tackles this year. Yes, sir.
And then last one, we'll let you guys get out of here. How do you stay trained? Because obviously you said the 100 tackles and 1,500 yards. A lot of wear and tear on your body. So how do you, prepare yourself to be able to take on that wear and tear and still be effective on both sides of the ball?
Yes, sir. Getting massages, hitting like ice baths and stuff. Okay. Yes, sir.
All right. Got you. Well, guys, it's Greenville Patriots. You guys can check them out. Obviously, I have a great scrimmage right before the season starts. We appreciate them coming out and showcasing their program today. Appreciate y'all.
Thanks, guys.
Appreciate it.
I think that's a trend this year. When you look at the highest rated players in the state, there are so many of them that are in Class A Division 1 and 2. And I feel like that's these matchups, whether it's the Manchester one, Justice Terry, he mentioned Sly County last year. I mean, these are some of the best players in the entire state down in these regions.
How you doing, Coach? Good to see you.
What's up, Coach?
So, Coach, a really great year for your program last year for Jefferson. Made your deepest run in the postseason since 2020. So just talk a little bit about that, Coach. I mean, a phenomenal group. We know you were led by, obviously, Sammy Brown, but you got phenomenal players all over the field. Just tell us a little about that.
Yeah, I mean, we had a really good season. We had a lot of guys that contributed to our success last year that are back for this year, so we're excited about the upcoming season. But, last year was a special year, but it's behind us, and now we got to look forward to what's ahead.
Certainly. And then tell us about this group you got this year. Who's some players we should watch for this Jefferson program?
Well, we got three of them here today. We got Gavin Markey at quarterback and Rhett Hemphill, who's a two-way player on offense and defense. And then Keelan Butler is also here with us today, and those will be three impact players. But we got some guys that are three-year starters on the offensive line and at wide receiver, and so we're excited about our experience. We just got to, as every team does, find our way as a new team and see where we're going.
How good does that make you feel, Coach, just to know, you got that experience at that offensive line position? I mean, that's very important, just having guys you can depend on. They know what they're supposed to do. They're technically sound. Just being able to have it so you can run the ball and do what you need to do offensively.
Yeah, it's important. We're as good as those guys are up front every year, and we feel good about the guys that we have back, and we got some really good young offensive linemen that we're excited about, so we're anxious to see how they blend as the season goes. But we got a tough non-region schedule, so they're going to learn very quickly what it takes to play big-time high school football.
And if you can, just tell us a little about your non-region schedule, Coach.
Well, we open up at Marist, which is always a challenge, but it's one that we
Oh, now this will start career team. All the oh, now this will start career team. All the so he is going to start this for the game.
You didn't
well, he you this way off year, you know, got from here. Would start he's a great here and continue to move and get here and just take big things, play, don't do much, just do play there.
Thank you for coming. Got it a little bit. Thank you. I mean, you're the we know you share how great an open field would run options, you know, to play in them. But you can't so as it needing you kind of been managed through some years is now you're good stuff. So how is that this off season to go, hey man, we got there, we got a taste, we won it all this year. So how much does that motivate you?
We got unfinished business for sure. Like that's basically our motto for this year. We didn't finish. We weren't where we were at the end of the season last year, and this year we have one end goal, and we want to win every opportunity we get. We want to win the region. We want to and hopefully go all the way and win state.
How cool is it playing with such a dynamic receiving corps? You know, you got Josiah Abdullah, you got Jerome Betts. I mean, these guys are elite. So how cool is that, you know, practice with them every day and going on the field with them?
You know, with Josiah and Jerome and some of my other receivers, I really feel like I got some of the best receivers in the state, and they make my job so much easier. I put the ball out for them. They go make plays. I just distribute the ball. I'm like a point guard back there. They do the rest for me.
Yes, sir.
And then you're talking about some of the seniors you lost last year, but who are some of the young guys that have had to fill in roles that you've maybe taken under your wing or helped push and kind of show them the way?
Well, definitely Blake Stewart and Zayden Young at receiver. They weren't in the starting lineup last year, but they really get their chance to shine this year. And they worked so hard last year on scout team and just getting the starting defense looks. And I've been able to work with them this summer and build that chemistry and timing down. So I really think they're going to have an explosive year for us.
And in terms of timing and stuff, do you really feel like this offense, they can go sideline to sideline with these receivers and also have that deep ball that really puts pressure on that defense?
Mm-hmm. This offense is a special one. You know, we have some simple concepts that always work, and then we have the athletes to really make the plays. So we're able to stretch the field and a lot of RPOs and then go up top to our big receivers.
Certainly. We're going to pass it to Josiah for 2 questions before we wrap up. Josiah, for you, how do you and kind of Jerome kind of complement each other? I mean, y'all are, like we said, great receivers, but how do y'all complement each other on the football field?
Yeah, I definitely think Jerome is, you know, the tall, go up and get it, go grab the ball in the red zone type of receiver. And, you know, I'm the guy, you know, in open field, get the ball, explosive, you know, it's a touchdown, definitely.
How have you been able to kind of make that a part of your game, just say the explosiveness? Because like I said, every receiver is different. You got big play guys, and you got the guys that can do the dirty work and make defenses pay. So how have you been able to kind of get that part of your game to where it is?
Right, definitely like making huge plays from far away from the end zone, not, you know, 30 yards in close to the end zone, but further away, you know, especially when, you know, I get the ball and break a tackle and go, you know, and, you know, hitting a slant or like a screen pass and making it work, where the offense doesn't always have to use these receivers for this one specific thing, and definitely being able to open it up and make us very versatile. Because, you know, we have Jerome, we got me, and we got Blake. We're all different receivers. matchups.
Right.
So I believe that, us being able to open it up with these great and intricate receivers, it really helps us as an offense.
Certainly. Well, Josiah, thank you so much for your time, man, and also Landon in the Woodward program. We're excited to see you guys this year, man. We know it's going to be fireworks, so we'll definitely be watching from afar, man, and good luck this year.
Yes, sir. I appreciate you.
Yes, sir. Appreciate you. Thank you, man. All right, so there goes the Woodward Academy program. We're going to be joined here in just a second by Jonesboro, a team that had a phenomenal year last year. Ended up going 8-4, had one of the better seasons under head coach Timothy Floyd, who's about to join us in a second. Best season since 2015 when they made the quarterfinals. So we're going to bring Coach on. How you doing, Coach? Doing good. Good to see you, man. All right, Coach. So I want to ask you, man, I know a term that's kind of going around with some of the young kids. You correct me if I'm wrong. The guys behind us, too. Big term going around now is the aura. So I want to ask you, what is kind of the aura of this group, right? You had a group that a lot of people didn't know about, but now everybody knows, right? We know about, obviously, Jamar Owens. We know about Cortez Redder. We know about Dontavius Wyman. We know about Jeremiah Tickett. So what has it been like at this program with guys starting to get that kind of recognition and attention?
It's been pretty exciting for the program, for the school, for the community, and, we all excited about, what those guys can do and the notoriety they bring into the program. We're just looking for an exciting year from them.
Certainly. How have you built? I got to see you guys in the spring game against, obviously, Lovejoy. How have you guys built from that point? A kind of interstate, inter-region rival going up against them that's not too far from home. How have you guys built from that point to now?
Okay. Well, first of all, it was an exciting game. Got a chance to get out against a very good program. And from there, we took the film and learned from our mistakes and kind of stuck with the program as what we went into from January through the Lovejoy game and continued on, just doing more of everything that it is that we, need to do to be successful. Being more disciplined, showing more leadership, being more dependable, just more all around, being a more better person, and if that makes sense. Throwing more in front of everything. Give more than what you already have. Giving more than what you've done. So.
Okay, let's hit two position groups for you. Obviously, we know the guys that get a lot of recognition. Let's hit running back. I really like Lucius Murray, seeing him at the spring game. But let's talk about that group. How that's going to look for you kind of this year in quarterback.
Okay, so starting with Lucius Murray, he's a very dynamic player. He can go and get it. I'm really excited about him. And I actually think the offense started through him and build out to all the rest of the skill guys that we have. And he has it's really a very talented backfield also with Isaiah Davis, Nico Govan, and just to name a couple of those guys. So we're pretty excited about that group. And quarterback situation, we got a senior coming back in Jamon Jones. He's done a good job of commanding the offense, which, is super important. He's gotten better with his skill set as well. Put in the work with receivers, offensive line, knowing the offense, getting everybody lined up, making the throws that we needed to make, making the checks we needed to make. So we're pretty excited about that also.
Coach, you're talking about discipline. And so on the field, when everyone is doing their job correctly, I feel like that's how you're going to be able to spread the ball out to all these players, really get things going and hit that potential that we saw at flashes last season. Do you feel like this year's team is just the most complete you've had?
That's a good question. I wouldn't say the most complete that we've had, but it's most definitely a team that's up there in that talk.
And then you guys were excited in the spring just to get the pads back on, get out there. Season's less than a month away. How would you just rate this offseason overall?
I think it's kind of started out slow. We came with a lot of expectations, which kind of, if you don't jump on it and still grind, you can kind of get lost in what we did last season versus what we need to be doing now in order to get ready for the season. I kind of look at it as when Rocky was training to fight Clubber Lane. Which Rocky are you, before the Clubber Lane fight or after he lost to Clubber Lane? That's the guy that we need training. We need the Clubber Lane training. We need the guy that lost to Clubber Lane and went for the rematch. That's the training that we need.
That's right, and we just had Woodward on, and that's obviously a big rivalry you guys have had going up against them every year. I mean, what does it mean this year, though, where you guys really have that chance to win those big key matchups and put a season together that will show all the work you guys have been doing these last few years?
I think, that's a great program, and, we got a lot of great work over the last few years. Actually, we were just talking about that. We had our chances. We didn't get the job done, but it kind of prepared us, I guess, for what's next in our next season. And it's a very tough region that we're in. 4 of those teams were quarterfinal teams. I think another 3 were second-round teams, throwing us in there. And I think only one team didn't make the playoffs, but you can never count that team out because they're traditionally good. But, we're looking excited to, line it down in a tough region week in and week out, trying to go out and get it done.
Well, Coach Floyd, that's all the time we got for you today. We appreciate you. We're going to toss it to your players, get to know them a little bit. Appreciate you, Coach. All right. Who won it first? What's going on, Cortez?
What's up?
Good to see you again, man. So I want to get from y'all perspective, man. How excited are y'all to go up against? You got a primetime matchup. Y'all play Douglas County. I don't know what game it is, but how excited are you to go up against them?
I'm really excited. I feel like me and my guys been preparing. I know them guys have been preparing at Douglas County, and I'm really ready to see how the game goes with us.
Now, you guys got an elite secondary yourself, John Tavis, also Jamar Owens. So, what is it going to be like just not playing against them, but from a strategic standpoint, going up against Devin Carter, Aaron Gregory, James John, all them athletes similar to you guys?
Just like them guys are doing, we doing the same thing. I feel like we're gonna put our best guys against their best guys, and we live with our best guys. I live with my guys over anybody.
What part of your game do you feel like is the most defined or makes you stand out the most?
My IQ for the game is real high. I feel like I got a highest IQ.
Okay. And then last thing, what goals you want to accomplish for this season?
I couldn't say it again.
What goals you want to accomplish for this season?
These goals I want to accomplish more interceptions, more pick, and to grow as a player, grow as a team. And the main goal is to win the state championship.
Certainly. We're going to throw it to Jamar. All right, so I got a chance to see you in the game. You balled out in. Obviously, you talked about the spring game. So, what have you worked on the most, man, this offseason just to kind of be ready for all these big games y'all got?
The most thing I've been doing, working on my explosiveness, getting in the weight room, getting stronger so I can get ready for the big competition that we're about to play.
What can we expect from Jonesboro this season?
Ooh, you can expect a lot from Jonesboro. It's a lot that you haven't seen from Jonesboro yet. It's a lot of key pieces that y'all haven't seen. It's not just us. We're not the only good guys on the team, actually.
Very true.
What I like about Jonesboro, you have coaches that really believe in you guys because they see you putting in the work, and then you guys, Najee goes to the game, we check you guys out, keep producing the results, keep getting better. This 2024 season, do you guys feel like you can have that season that really puts Jonesboro on the map?
For sure. I really feel like we're going to put Jonesboro already on the map. Yeah. But I feel like with the season ahead of us, with the better competition we're going to be playing, I feel like we're for sure going to put Jonesboro on the map.
Final question before we let you guys go. How excited are y'all for Saturday, man? I got to ask somebody before we get off air. So much going on. You guys are going to have a hype media day. I remember it just being 3 people, right? It was Coach Mill, Bacon Network, and one other person. It's going to be packed out. Now, how excited are y'all just to see some of your teammates be able to get that?
First, I want to thank Coach Carmichael because without him, it would never happen. So I want to thank him for getting all them guys out. And I'm really I expect it to be fun. I'm really ready. And our big 4-star, John Taylor, I've been planning to commit. So that's big for us. I'm really ready.
And for you to end off?
Well, Ticket, he committed too. So we got to see where he going. It's going to be real big. It's going to be real special. But I really feel like this year going to be the year. This the year for us.
Certainly. We appreciate y'all for your time. That's all we got for today. Thank you guys so much. Good luck this season. Good seeing y'all again. Yes, sir.
So Jonesboro going down from 5A to 4A. And that region, Central Carroll, Griffin, Harris County, Mundy's Mill, Northside, Columbus, and Stars Mill.
How you doing, Coach?
Pretty good. How you doing?
Good to see you.
Good to see you, too.
All right, guys. So we're here with East Paulding, another program that had a really stellar season, 6-5 last year, 5-2 in their region. Made the playoffs the first time since 2019, Coach. So, a lot of talent's coming back. Obviously, new head coach Van Spence, but what do you guys do in order to kind of get back, kind of reach that next fight? You know, winning 8 games, winning 10 games, going deeper in the playoffs. How do you guys take that next step?
Well, we're making sure that we focus on the details of everything that we do, both on offense, defense, and special teams. And we're really focusing in on, you know, building the whole kid and making sure they understand and fall in love with the process and not just look at the results. Because if we focus on the process and continue to work and not worry about the results right now, those things will come. And one big thing that we're preaching to them is not to be selfish, you know, really talking about dying to self and really making it about their team. And we have a great group of guys that love each other, so they're really buying into it, and it's paying off.
And then, Coach, tell us, obviously, I know Van Spencer's not here, your head coach, but tell us a little about the position you coach, and what do you expect from that group that you're going to be coaching this year?
Well, I'm the defensive coordinator, and so I'm able to move around to any position on the defense.
Yes, sir.
So, you know, we're expecting the defense to play lights out and understand that, you know, we're going to have adversity at times,
yes, sir,
and not to worry about it and just to continue to play and, you know, understand that we control our own destiny in that sense.
What guys on that side of the ball should we pay attention to this year?
I mean, we got them at every level, but we have Keywan Donald, big nose. My son, Caden Russell, who plays defensive end. The linebacker, we have Wolf. He's one of the most electrifying players that, you know, we've seen in a while.
Yes, sir.
And on the back end, the 2 guys I have back here are going to be playing in the secondary, Brian Allen and Emory Giles. So, I mean, I think we have some guys at every level that are going to have big seasons.
And then, what do you like most about East Paulding?
I like the camaraderie and the family nature that everybody has. It's not just the players, but the administration and the school building. It just seems like home. And, you know, I think the kids have a great work ethic and they want to be coached. They truly want to be coached. And, you know, anytime you get that, that's a great thing.
And we talked to North Paulding. South Paulding's had successful seasons. They'll be great. You got Paulding County, but I feel like this year with East Paulding, we saw you guys at 7-on-7. We've seen the trajectory these last 3 years. Do you feel like East Paulding has a chance to be that premier team in Paulding County?
Absolutely. I think that, you know, I think the time has come. I think the kids believe and, you know, the coaches believe, and I think it's time for us to just go ahead and get over that hump and be that team.
And then talk about just the last few years having to go up against Douglas County, Alexander, and Hughes, and matching up with just this overwhelming speed of those teams.
I mean, I think that, you know, with where our players were when we first got there, because this is going into my 3rd season, that matching up with that, it was times that our kids were, you know, a little bit nervous and intimidated maybe. But I think that intimidation is out of them. I think they're playing with great confidence, and that's one of the biggest things. They're playing with a lot more confidence now, and they believe in themselves and in each other. So I think that, you know, we're prepared to go up against anybody that we're matched up against.
Well, Coach, we're going to say thank you so much. We're going to talk to the players, get to know them a little bit from your program.
All right, I appreciate it.
Thank you, Coach.
Thank you. Talk to this East Paulding secondary. What's your name and position?
My name is Brian Allen. I play DB and wide receiver.
I'm Emory Giles. I play free safety and cornerback.
So for you guys, right, you guys are obviously staples in the secondary. So in terms of, I don't want to say preparation, but how important is the communication between you guys when you're seeing different looks? You might see trips to the right, trips to the left, or you might see 2 tight ends instead of 13 personnel. How important is it to know, hey, this is what I'm seeing, communicating that back and forth on the football field?
Very important, always. Whenever we're on the field, we make sure to communicate to each other as much as possible about the formations, the scheme that we had to game plan for the Thursday before the game and the Friday night. We always make sure that we're talking to each other, especially when it changes, because we need to be on the move, on the fly, especially with the teams that we play and their caliber. We always make sure that we have everything down to a T. Make sure we don't get moved out of position or out-leveraged on the outside. We always make sure that we keep everything on point.
What has been your favorite thing about football, and what does the sport of football mean to you guys?
It's always been about brotherhood to me. Like, my teammates, they my family, so I think it's like that's one of the biggest things. And football really, it's a sport, but also helps you learn how to be a man and teaches you a lot of things. So, yeah.
And then obviously talked about, teaching you to be a man, but what is your favorite thing? Is it the bright lights? Is it the crowds? Is it seeing your mom see you make a big play? What's your favorite thing about just playing the sport?
It's just exciting, playing out there on Friday. You're getting a lot of big games. Like past year, we had a lot of games that came close in the fourth quarter. That's just really in the moment. That's what I like.
And then just this year, we talked about it. East Paulding, what you guys have done last year, people have a lot of expectations around the program this year. As players, do you guys kind of feel that you guys are prepared and ready to just play fast, play strong, and come out sharp?
Yeah, we feel all the pressure, but that's what we build off of. We love the pressure. We love the hype. We love everything about it, and we want to build up to the hype. We want to lead up to it. Playing our games, we want to play at our best ability all the time, so we want to make sure the fans feel like we know what they want from us. We're going to give them what they want, and we want to show everybody who didn't believe in the culture at first that they should believe in us now, and that we're going to show them what we got now.
Certainly. Well, guys, that's all the time we got. We appreciate you guys so much featuring the East Paulding program. Good luck this season. Thank y'all.
Oh, yeah. Thank you. Appreciate it, guys.
Thanks, Coach. Welcome back to Georgia High School Media Day. We are here at the Mechanical Trades Institute here in Atlanta. Happy to be joined by McEachern flag football team. A phenomenal year they had, 24-2, 8-0, making it all the way to the semifinals last year. Coach, we got a chance to see you up close and personal in the flag football. You guys won it all, Coach. So just how are you feeling? How have you guys built from kind of that point from when you see you and where you are now?
Sure. We've had a great summer. We've had more athletes come out this year than ever before. We're looking at 40 to 45 athletes each day at summer workouts. And so we're just continuing to build. The girls have really bought into our standard and how we do things. And we're looking forward to a great year.
Certainly, Coach. And then talk about some of the players you got with you up here right now.
Sure. This is Chelsea Njoku, plays quarterback, and Couture Diggs, plays a little bit of everything, linebacker, rusher, receiver, can do it all. They are both going to be seniors, have both been in the program for 3 years, and we're expecting big things out of them this year.
We're going to be some young players. We know how great they are, but young players are going to be dependent on key roles this season for the McEachern Indians.
Sure. Ava Cousins is one of them. She kind of does everything for us, can play quarterback, receiver, safety. She's only going to be a sophomore. Desiree Holly will be a junior. expect her to have a big year at receiver as well. We've got a lot of younger players that can really step in and fill some shoes this year, and we're excited.
Coach, we're happy to have you this year. Flag football is still one of the newest sports in the GHSA. What are some of the tougher adjustments that you've had to make as a coach?
So I come from the tackle football world. Coached that for quite some time before I transitioned to flag. There's a lot of similarities between the games, and there's a lot of differences, especially with it being so new. Quite frankly, a lot of times you're starting from scratch with teaching young ladies what a first down is, or just the basics of football. And we're kind of at a point where we've kind of worked with them where they know the difference between 1 high, 2 high, cover 3, cover 2, and quite, they know more football than their boyfriends do a lot of times. So it's been a lot of fun to me just teaching them how the game is played in those. And again, they've really bought into what we do, and obviously they're the reason why we're successful.
I want to follow up Kaylee's question, which was a good one. She talked about the adjustments that you had to make. Is there any adjustment in coaching when you're coaching? Because you say you coach the boys team, and then compared to the flag football, the girls, is there any differences in that, or is it kind of the same?
There is a difference, and actually prefer to coach girls now. To be
That's what we
honest
like to hear.
I do. The difference is girls will literally do whatever you ask them to do. They don't go out there and do their own thing. They do what their coaches do every single snap, and it's a pleasure to be around that and to deal with that. I actually enjoy it more, to be honest with you.
I feel like with new teams, coaches usually come in with some sort of mantra or saying. Do you have one of those for your team this year?
And last year our whole thing was win the play. Just worry about that individual play in that moment at that time. Don't think about anything else other than where we're at right there in that moment. And so we're just going to continue to build off that as we move forward this year.
Certainly, Coach. Well, that's all the time we got now. We're going to toss it to your players, get to know them just a little bit, okay?
Yep.
Thank you, Coach.
Thanks, Coach.
All right, Chelsea. So, pleasure to have you here. I got to see you up close and personal and the star that you are. So, for those that don't know you, just talk a little bit about how you gotten to this point. I know you're just probably a multi-sport athlete, but tell those that don't know you just a little bit about you.
Well, I started playing quarterback my sophomore year, going into my junior year. Coach B, I told him, hey, I wanted to play quarterback, and he really took the time out his day and stuff to really help me and get better playing. So, and it's really just a learning aspect of it, because there's a lot of stuff I don't know, but with Coach B, he really helps me, know what to look at on the field. And, when I'm mad because something didn't go right, he calmed me down and stuff like that.
I feel like the best part of your game is your improvisation, right? It's your ability to see a play, see a read. Okay, hey, it's not there. Let me buy some time with my legs and then make a play. I mean, you do that religiously. You're just a great athlete. So is that just natural for you, or did you have to kind of, build that up?
Well, I'll say both. Some of it is from, me playing basketball. I kind of know how to react and stuff like that. But then the other is just me playing and getting reps in. And over the time, I've just learned how to react and stuff like that.
What are some things you have to do, just being a leader of this team and leading these girls, just along where you guys want to kind of get to?
Just help them stay locked in and, keep their mind on the right track and stuff like that. Yeah.
Obviously, y'all had tremendous success last year, but what is it about this year's team that's different than last year's?
I feel like we have a lot of more chemistry as a team this year, and we have a lot of more leadership this year too.
Was there anything that you learned about the game that is you sharing with people now, or what's the coolest thing that you got to learn about football through this process?
I'm not gonna lie, I don't know.
It's okay.
I don't know.
Gotcha. We pass it to your teammate. What is it like, obviously, playing with your great teammate right here? Just catching. I know she be throwing them spirals real hard. So how is it like just trying to catch them and bring them in and show them, look at you like, man, why you drop the ball?
Man, so first, it's really, you have to, really look into the ball. But she really be throwing them spirals. It really be getting to you. So when when it's coming to you, you just have to make sure you catch it. And it's just, when you, drop the ball, you just really can't think about that. You have to move on and go to the next player.
For you, how cool has your experience been playing flag football? A sport that's growing very rapidly. I talked about it earlier, it being an Olympic sport in 2028. How cool is it just being out there and seeing it kind of, going up, and obviously women's sports as well?
Flag football is like a second family that I never had, for real. Because then you start to meet new people. You're starting to grow bonds that really can last forever. And I just really love the sport as well, because it's also a learning aspect as well. Because before, I didn't know how to play corner at all. It was definitely taking a long time, but now once you listen to your coach and see what he's trying to tell you, it's so much easier.
I want to go off what Najee said because flag football still is so new. So how has McEachern as a high school bought into flag football?
Well, to be honest, I don't know. I don't know the answer to that because I did start really late. But what I can say is we all about creating a family bond.
Love that.
That's one thing.
Certainly. Well, girls, thank you guys so much for just coming up, featuring the McEachern program. We know you guys are going to be a lead again this year, and good luck this season.
Thank you so much.
Thank you. All right, so next we'll be joined by, how you doing, Coach? Good to see you, Coach. We'll be joined by I'm 6 last year, very good players. We play talent well. Just great.
I was lucky. Just great.
And then how do you off the ball?
Yeah, you know, really young, just 10, 5. The line is really going to probably be the key for us this year, and I feel like they have taken the most strides of any position group so far. So really looking forward to getting some pads on next week and seeing what I can do.
Being from Rome, I'm no stranger to Calhoun football. If there's anything that I know, the fan base always brings it. The culture around the team is what makes the program so different. How does the fan base directly have an impact on your team and what you do?
Oh, it's awesome. You know, everything we do, you know, we're trying to build that community support even more. We got a brand new, or renovated the stadium, so it's super nice now. So we're really, we got brick all around it, so we're ready to get some fans in there and get it kicked off and get it full again. So looking forward to doing that for sure.
Yeah, I can hear those move those chains in my head right now.
That's right. That's right. Hopefully we get to move those a lot this year.
Certainly. Coach, you talked about your offensive line. Is that a very experienced group, or is it some new guys rotating in? How does that group look overall?
Yeah, so the right side is some experienced guys coming back. You know, a couple of them here today. And we play defensive line as well, so they play a little bit of both. But then we got some young guys at center and on the other side. So, but just watching them gel so far from the spring, the summer, and like I said, they're really itching to put pads on when we start on Monday.
What's been your message to this group in the spring and this offseason after, you know, nearly missing the playoffs, first time in a long time, just to, hey, guys, you know, we were close, but let's get back to what we're
it goes back to the little things. And it doesn't matter, you know, we can draw up plays all day, but it goes back to the fundamentals of blocking, tackling, and protecting the football. So this summer and so far this week, we're just really trying to stress the little things that help build a program that the fans don't get to see a lot of times, but that really it stacks up, and that's how you win football games on Friday night.
It's a new year. It's a new team. Based on what you've seen from this group, what would you classify as like their identity?
Yeah, and that's what these next couple of weeks is really key to see what that identity is going to be. I feel like we're going to be more of a hard-nosed football team. That's what we've got, you know, several new coaches, and that's kind of been the theme so far, talking about our offensive line and defensive line. It's got to start there, and to have a hard-nosed football team, you got to have them good up front. So,
and then tell us about some of the guys you brought with you today.
Yeah, we got Amari Winston and McCaden Griffin. Amari is a tight end. Got him playing some defensive back this year as well. Practicing defensive back. Don't know if we're going to play him there. And McCaden Griffin, he's a 3-year starter for us as well. He's played corner, moving him to free safety and playing some receiver as well.
Gotcha, Coach. And then final question before we throw it to your players. So going back to obviously the team, let's move real quick to defense side of the ball. How are you looking on that? I feel like we haven't touched there yet. How does
we lost a lot. You know, we lost a lot on the back end. McCaden obviously coming back, moving him to safety, so hopefully we'll have a bigger impact on the game. New linebacking core. We've got one that got some playing time last year. Up front is all new, so we've got a lot of new faces. But like I said, there are a lot of guys that we've known were going to be really good players, and now it's their time to shine on Friday night. So we're really looking forward to getting it kicked off.
Coach Davis, thanks so much for your time. We'll pass it to your players.
Right, thank you.
Yes, sir. All right.
Let's run it, guys.
How y'all doing? So, McCaden, obviously your coach talked about you playing the free safety. So you kind of, you know, you get a second signal call, you know, in addition to the middle linebacker. So how is that kind of, you know, playing an important role for this team?
it's important to me because I'm the leader of this team, basically, and I got to get everybody lined up. And just being a 3-year starter, I got to, hold myself accountable for certain stuff and let everybody know, to get on the same page and,
Let's go pregame. All right, what do you like to do pregame? Are you a silent guy? You like to meditate? You like music?
I'm hyped pregame. I'm the energy guy. I bring that energy. I like to get loose and have fun.
Gotcha.
Get everybody juiced up.
Is it natural energy, or you got to listen to a song first to kind of get you hyped?
It'd be both. I'm natural, and the music be hyping me up too.
Okay.
What's your go-to song to play before games?
Any J-Dot song. I don't know if y'all know him, but any J-Dot song.
Any J-Dot. Okay, cool. We're going to throw it to Amari for our last couple questions before we let you guys go. So, Amari, we know you're one of the best tight ends in the country, right? Committed, I believe, to Texas. So, we got to see you last year. You're mismatch nightmare. So, just how much pride are you taking? You're going to be the featured guy every week.
Oh, snap. It's just my team. My team, they help me be the best I can be. Give all to them.
What's your favorite part about playing the tight end position?
Being able to switch up to a tight end on a corner, safety, wherever, and always a mismatch.
You guys barely missed the playoffs last year. Now, you had a tough region. Would you say that unfinished business from last year is one of the main motivators for this season?
I think so. I think if we go out there and play together like we know we can back when we played like that, it'll be like the old Calhoun football.
Yeah.
Certainly. Well, thank you so much, Amari. Thank you so much, McIachern, for coming on. Good luck this season, and we'll see you guys soon.
Thanks, guys.
All right. Okay. All right, welcome back to Georgia High School Media Days. We are blessed to be joined by Master Sergeant Campbell to go a little bit into detail about the National Guard. So just explain a little bit about the National Guard and what it is that you do.
Okay, so we'll start off with what I do. So currently I am the site lead for Fulton County, Douglas County, and Carrollton County. So I have a team of recruiters who recruit in that area, and I facilitate everything through that process to make sure that that applicant has a great process in their journey into the National Guard. What the National Guard does, though, is we operate on a couple levels, right? State level and federal level. So what that means, or what that breaks down to, is at the state level, you probably have noticed us in news with natural disasters. You know, we just had COVID, flooding, all of that good stuff. That's what we participate in. We have some other areas or special areas that we branch off into, but those are the main things that we do in that arena. And then, of course, at the federal level, when it comes to any conflicts that the U.S. is having, we get activated at that level, we go handle business.
Certainly. And then for you, what kind of opportunities do you kind of present or tell these guys, these athletes that may not have the chance to go on to play college ball or whatever it may be, that, hey, National Guard could be potentially an option for you?
Yeah, so I always like to, so when I talk to young people, a lot of times when they're playing sports, they think of this as a second option, right? A second option if football doesn't work out, but it's an excellent first option because you can do both.
Right. 1
week in the month and 2 weeks in the summertime, you can go ahead and start earning some good credentials behind your name, right? You can go ahead and start getting some good experience, the non-tangibles, leadership, all of that stuff that they're already doing as they're members of their teams. They're going to come be a part of a bigger team and also do those same characteristics.
One of the things I'm always fascinated to hear about is how you got here. Talk to us about your background and what led you to the National Guard.
Okay, so I would start, let's start from we probably don't have a lot of time for that.
We'll make time for you.
All right, so I actually got introduced to the National Guard at a very, very young age. I'm guessing, but probably around 10, 11 years old. So I was actually a part of the Big Brother, Big Sister program, and my big brother actually was in the National Guard. And so one of the things that stood out to me in that age group was structure.
Mhm.
When he would invite me over to his family events, because he looked at me as family. I go to his house. He had like what you would think is a very good structure to come up in.
Yeah.
So moving a little bit forward, let's say 10 years, because I joined when I was 20 years old. I hit a few roadblocks, and then I fell back on what the last structure that I could think of, and it was him in the National Guard. So I ended up joining.
Wow, so it sounds like you've been a part of it for a long time.
16 years.
Yeah, I'm sure. Like, what is it that you primarily look for in a candidate? What qualities?
So obviously we want healthy. We want to get somebody who's, for the most part, fit. We can build leaders,
sure.
Right? We can get you those skills. So somebody who's looking to go to college may not necessarily have a way of paying for it. Somebody who has drive, hasn't really figured out their purpose yet. We can help with that.
Yes, sir.
Somebody who has the work ethic or wants to develop that work ethic. We can help them there as well.
Certainly. Well, Master Sergeant Campbell, we thank you so much for your time and sharing a little bit about your background and your story. You definitely touched us today, and we really appreciate you and what you do for National Guard and for all these young athletes.
Yep. Thank you for having me.
Yes, sir. Thank you.
you. Hi. I'm Kaylee. Nice to meet you.
So, Coach, you can go ahead. Yep. All right, welcome back to the Georgia High School Media Day at Mechanical Trades Institute. So we're joined by Pace Academy now. Really good season last year, 5-6 for you guys. So I know you lose some pretty big talent, having Brown Schuler, who's at Clemson, obviously Jordan Burns, who's at Tennessee. But how's this group looking going into the new year?
Sure. Yeah. Our seniors this year are really like a unified front, man. They've really taken ownership of the team. Very, very talented team, very young. But you can see it kind of coming together each day right now during these summer workouts. So every day we're getting a little bit better. Pretty confident that we can do some damage this year, but we're not going to underestimate anybody, obviously. But yeah, we're going to rely on some young guys and some new guys, and it'll be an interesting season for sure.
Certainly. And talk about some of the guys you got with you on stage that you brought today.
Sure. These are some of our senior leaders, all very, very good academic guys, all in the 90s or above. And they're all looking, for college opportunities. One is committed right now to William and Mary. Miles is. These guys have a couple different offers, and they're still kind of open, I believe, is the case at this moment. And looking to have breakout senior seasons, and they're doing everything right in the classroom, in the weight room, on the field right now. So I'm sure it'll happen for them.
How relieving is it to have these guys, and they're so good academically, and then they pass it on to the rest of the team as leaders, and you could just depend on them to kind of just have a different voice to say the message.
Yeah, and not even that, but just the character that they bring. They're all good guys. They're all good kids. They come early. They stay late, do extra work, and, they lead by example. And we always talk about your actions being louder than your words. So they're action type of guys, and everybody's looking at them because we're very young. So they're leading the right way. So we're proud of them right now.
When you think about this year's team, what separates them or makes them different from last year?
Youth. We've got a lot of youth. We've got a lot of fired up young guys. So I think that's kind of different. It's fun to be around. It's kind of new and refreshing attitudes. It's definitely, I think maybe just being my third year there, it kind of feels like a new group, a new regime maybe even for that. We have some new coaches on staff too. So definitely feels newer and like a real foundation year right now, like something to build on already. So we're excited about that.
And being here for 3 years, from year one to now, how have you seen the culture around the program change?
Yeah, it's been big. I think this, like I said, I think this is the year where things are, quite different. And you just have a different vibe. There's nobody that's really kind of been around. It's all kind of new and fresh, and we're kind of just trying to establish, some real standards. Like we say, the standard is the standard, and it's up here. So everybody's kind of reaching for that on a daily basis and getting like 1% better.
I feel like high school football is constantly changing and evolving. What's the hardest adjustments that you have to have?
I think your teacher, because it can be a whole time. We love success. So we have a little new there, and really to the rise. You have guys have too much of that. I just coach doing not with are going to be that doing a turn.
So these guys are normal coach. Obviously, no more kind of so playing position, beat a group, trying to play for that.
Oh, good run plays, and we are very physical.
Certainly,
very different from last year, and we'll get it done.
Do you show them any pointers with you being so experienced? Miles, is just like you having a good feel on it. Do you show the young guys anything like, hey, maybe you can hit this a little bit cleaner. Maybe you should hit it from this point. Do you show them any pointers?
Sure. I mean, if any point across the regular ball game, if we have to make small corrections or just any it's the small things that really matter in the end. So if we are weakened as a unit, then of course we're gonna have to speak in on the fight details. But we have really good communication as well.
Certainly. And I want to ask you, what is your favorite thing about the sport of football? Why do you love to play, or why do you do what you do?
I would say my favorite thing about football is probably just being around the team aspect, the camaraderie, and also just being able to have 10 guys that would always go to battle for you, always go to war for you, and just having that feeling of knowing that everybody has your back, and no matter what, you can always trust the man next to you to do his job so that you can all win and succeed as a team.
Certainly.
One thing I love to talk to seniors about, because nobody knows your team better than you. Who's a young guy on the team that you think is going to have a breakout season?
I think it's either going to be our receiver, Ricky Washington, incoming freshman, or it's probably going to be Adrian Cole, or safety. I think they're both been putting in a lot of work on just on the field, in the weight room, watching a lot of film, getting to know the team, getting to know what they need to do, and just I can feel like they're stepping into a leadership role even though they're so young.
If you've got a lot of young guys on the team, what's the one piece of advice you would give to all the younger guys?
I would say just for all the young guys to just make sure that they're buying into what the team is and what the team's about, and just understanding what your role is on the team, and just be able to fill out that role the best you can, because our coaches are putting us in position to succeed. So just be able to follow instruction and understand what you need to do and be able to execute at a high level. I think it'll be success.
Final question for you. What has the bonding been like with this group this offseason? I mean, last year, you got these two leaders across with yourself, but just bonding and getting to know your teammates a little bit for the final year.
Oh, yeah. This season's definitely different between, how much I feel like last year, we were close with each other, but this year it's like a family. We put in countless hours together just working as hard as we can and doing stuff that, it's not fun to do, but that's what builds a family, and that's what makes us better, I guess. So I feel like that's a vibe with our team, and that's how we're going to come out this year. And, yeah.
And then last one before we go to next team. For you, just, being a leader, showing high character, what do you tell your guys to be able to, so you can pass the torch to them so they're ready for when that moment comes?
I try to help them out, and I like to lead by example and just tell them, I feel like if people see what I'm doing, they'll follow my footsteps, and just to show, this is what you need to do to be a part of this team. This shows that you're buying in. This shows the coaches, that you want to be here and that you want to win if you're doing the right stuff. And I like to show that with my actions and not really with my words, but I leave that up to usually him. He's the one taking over with the huddle and everything, and I just like to, I let him do that, but I definitely lead by example. I definitely helped them out when they need it.
Certainly. Well, guys, thank you so much for your time. Appreciate you guys coming to Media Day to feature your program. Thank you so much. Good luck this season.
Thank you.
You too. Nice to meet you.
Thanks, guys.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Hi, guys. Hi, I'm Kaylee. Nice to meet you. Thank y'all for joining us.
All right, welcome back to Georgia High School Media Days. We're joined by Pace Academy Flag. We just talked to their football team. We're joined by the Flag team. Went 19-3, 3-0, making it to the semifinals before going out to Columbus. But Coach, I want you to kind of walk us through a little bit. I don't feel like the question's been asked today about flag football, but what are the summer workouts like? Like, give us some detail, not just the 4-on-1s, but like, what's the workouts, the weight room, things like that? How is that for you guys?
It's really good. I'm one of the strength coaches over at Pace Academy, so I'm very adamant about making sure that they get their lifts in. So we kind of rotate in between the 3 power lifts. We have front squat, bench press, and power clean. So our girls are actually lifting and working. It helps on the field, injury prevention, all of that. So they're doing weight room in the summer as well as field work.
And then do you have a lot of players on the team that plays multiple sports, volleyball, softball during the fall, and then joining you later? How is that kind of for your program?
It's been something that's been able to work out. With flag being so new, the girls want to play it, so they're actually excited about coming off of one sport and going into flag. So we make it work, especially with a small school like Pace Academy. We kind of have to make it work.
And how fun was this last year, going on such a deep run and making it so far, and then building with some of the girls that are coming back this year?
It was absolutely awesome. It was kind of like the last ride with our seniors. We had 9 seniors. Most of them had been with us since the very first year in 2020. So it was just a real exciting competitive season.
Flag football is still so new. How has Pace as a school and a community bought into flag football?
It's really just been through the girls. They really just fell in love with the game ever since 2020. Like each year we went from 16 girls in the beginning to 49 signed up. So the girls are really buying in, and it's a fun game to play. So they're excited about it.
Sounds like y'all are doing something right over there.
A little bit, trying to.
Certainly. So, Coach, talk about the girls that you brought with you today. Just a little bit about what they mean to you, what they mean to this program, and what you guys are building.
Yes, right behind me I have Harper. She is our quarterback, and I have Nyla, which is one of our linebackers and rushers. These two have just been awesome. They started with us when they were freshmen. Harper holds almost all but 2 records as the quarterback at Pace Academy. So she's just come in and has been insane. Nyla has just been a wonderful leader. She's a force on the field. She goes and gets that flag. So I have the best girls. That's all I can say.
How important for you, obviously we know how new the sport is and kind of getting that growth a lot. How important is it your assistant coaches? I feel like that gets glossed over a lot when we talk about, you building what you're trying to build with this program. How important have they been for you?
Absolutely awesome. My assistant coach, Felicia, has been with me since 2020. We're both actually flag football players, so we have been playing the game for over 15 years, and traveling and playing. So for us to come and share that experience and that knowledge with the girls and watch them fall in love with it, it's rewarding. It's so rewarding.
Certainly. And then from your point, what did you enjoy most? Last question, just about playing flag football. I mean, you playing 15 years. I mean, you got to love it. So what have you enjoyed the most about the sport?
Just the opportunity. I mean, growing up as a young girl, we couldn't play football. So, when I got to college and saw it as an intramural sport, and then once I graduated and saw that it was insane athletes traveling around the world, international play, I've been able to play in Cancun and Colombia and just all over the world. I mean, it's a great sport. It's a fun sport. So I just love it.
Certainly. Well, Coach, thank you so much for your time. We're going to pass it to the players, get to know them a little bit. Thank you, Coach.
Thanks, Coach.
All right, so we'll start with the quarterback. I think I've access to receivers and linebackers, but you have a lot of plays you got to know. So, like, for you, how is that just, like, prepping before a game? Give us a little bit of, without revealing too much, but a little bit of intel into, like, prepping before games.
Well, we have risk coaches that have all of our plays, and then the ones that we have to know, we have one that we have to memorize is the run play, which is just, like, we have a couple routes, and then we have mirror routes that we also have to know, so it's just, like, you do the same routes on both sides, but everyone has to know the route tree freshman year, so that's pretty easy to remember.
Got you. How cool is it to be able to see, like, the sport just – it's so creative, I feel like, and innovative because there's so many different, for receivers, so many different route combinations you got to know. For you, a quarterback, knowing, okay, the receiver's going to pull here, they might go up top as well. How cool is it to be to kind of see that?
It's, like, amazing. I always wanted to play football when I was a kid, so this is, like, such a fun opportunity for me. And I think that it's amazing to see, especially as the team has progressed, that the players don't run the routes that they're always given. And I know that makes Coach Ty mad sometimes, but it really is, like, up to the players sometimes that they see something and then you can just throw it to them, or I get the opportunity to run a lot. So I think it's really fun to get to, like, change the plays.
It sounds like you hold a lot of records. Which one are you most proud of and why?
Probably rushing yards because they always give me a hard time about never running. So, rushing yards probably.
As the quarterback, would you say it's more difficult, like, physically on the field or as a leader?
I would probably say as a leader because, like, we have a ton of amazing leaders, but a lot of them just graduated, so it's really important for the senior class now to step up. But I would say that as a leader, we get a lot of players freshman year that have never played before because it's such a new sport, so you really have to coach them up because, like, for football, everyone comes in with a knowledge of football. You played in middle school, like, everyone kind of knows. So there's a lot of coaching that has to go into it and a lot of, like, positive reinforcement because pulling flags, catching balls, that's not something that people do all the time. So it's really important that you make sure that they're feeling included and welcomed on the team.
Well, Nyla, let's ask you a couple of questions. Just what's been your favorite moment playing the sport of flag football?
When we're winning. Definitely getting to state finals every year. That's a tradition for our team. I feel like months of work finally paying off is just a great feeling to have, and to celebrate it with a team that I love is one of the best moments.
Have you girls convinced any of, like, maybe your close friend, your best friend, a sister, to, hey, come play flag football? It's so much fun. Have you convinced anybody since you've been playing?
I'd like a couple, like a few. It's just because our team, I feel like, is so magnetic, and we have such a good vibe about us that people are just interested to know more, even if they don't want to play. They're just interested to come see us play maybe once, and then maybe that leads to them wanting to play for us. So I feel like it just gets there naturally, eventually.
I feel like the location of Pace makes y'all have a lot of rivals because y'all have a lot of schools close to you. When you look at the schedule, what's the team that you're most excited to play against?
Well, actually,
she said, let my girl get it.
Lubbock and Westminster, which are our closest neighbors, don't actually have flag football teams. So
is that probably for the better?
Yeah, those games are normally pretty ugly. But probably, I mean, Cavalry Day.
Yeah, you got to stand on business. I get it.
I like that. But girls, thank you so much. Good luck this season. Obviously, great year last year. Thank you for coming up to Georgia High School Media Days and being a part of it.
Thank you for having us.
Certainly. Thank y'all.
Thank y'all so much. Oh, here.
Quick with the play.
What's going on?
Good to see you. Good to see you, man. All right, welcome back to Georgia High School Media Day at Mechanical Trades Institute. We're joined by Gainesville, phenomenal program, along with Coach Josh Nibbler. Only 2 losses so far, Coach, in your career at Gainesville. So what are you most pumped up about this season, Coach?
Well, just pumped about this group of young men. I think we've got an opportunity to, the last 2 years we've talked about it. The last 2 years we've talked about 2 games in the last 2 years, and we hadn't tasted a whole lot of losing. So in the times that we did, it didn't feel real good. So we want to continue what we're doing, but we know it doesn't just happen. If we want to get to the top of the mountain, we got to put the day-to-day work in. But I'm proud of these young men. I'm proud of their mindset, their heart set, where they want to go and how they want to get there.
How excited are you to kind of open up the season and going on the road, kind of back home to Moody? We know it's going to be an electric game between you two with their program, but how excited are you to kind of just out of state playing up against them?
Well, I'm just excited about the experience for our young men. So, we'll leave a day early, spend the night, and so, we'll give them an opportunity to get to experience that kind of exposure and, we've done a lot of stuff since January of going on the road because our first 4 games are on the road. So we played our spring game on the road. We play McEachern next week on the road. And so we'll be battle tested. And so we're looking forward to those opportunities and those kind of competition against those competitors.
First off, I have to compliment you on the outfit. I mean, you never fail to bring it to the table. You spent a lot of time coaching high school football in Alabama, but now that you've coached Georgia high school football, would you say there are any key differences?
Well, I think the biggest thing in Georgia is just the amount of really, really good programs and really, really good players on top of each other. I mean, you can go 5 minutes any direction, and you're going to see really, really great players, really, really great coaching, and really, really good programs. And so, I think it's highly competitive from top to bottom. I think the thing is for us, I mean, we're in a really, really tough region this year, as far as how that one was built. And so, but we're excited about it. I think that's probably the biggest difference between Alabama and Georgia.
With a new region, how does the prep work look different? Because you have to learn about new teams.
Yeah, well, I mean, one thing that we try to do as a staff, first of all, is we start back in June, and then we kind of count it back. So, we started working on teams in the region and breaking them down in first week of June, and then it's the next region team until we get all the way to this week, which is McEachern and Marietta week. And so that's kind of how we do it. Our players don't really know that's going on, but so when we throw a period in there to where, hey, you may get this look, you may not get that look, that way they're ready to go once we get to game week.
Tell us about some of the guys you brought with you today that's up on the stage.
Yeah, so Will Turner, and so Will plays center for us. He's an offensive lineman. He's our center. He's kind of, our leader up front, along with Alex. And, those guys have been here. Will's been in the program. He's a Gainesville kid that's played a lot of football in Gainesville. Cash O'Callahan, so Cash, is a kid that plays linebacker but also plays some defensive back. He's a hybrid guy for us on defense. And then Carmelo Bird, so Carmelo's also a senior for us. Carmelo played linebacker for us as a sophomore and junior, and we've moved into running back this year, so it's kind of his natural position. Excited about watching him this year. And then Julius Columbus. So, Julius plays defensive tackle for us, nose, and, has had an unbelievable last 2 years. So we're excited about his senior year, and we're excited about what these guys bring to the table. I mean, the guys that you don't get to see are the other 18 guys that I brought, which is our senior class. I think it's highly important that all those guys get exposure, but I'm proud of this group, and I'm proud of their leadership. And so it's like I told them, this is their team. We go as they go.
Certainly, Coach. And then last one for you, just what are you trying to accomplish with this group this year? I feel like every year you guys have gotten better and better. What's the goals for 24?
Yeah, I think the biggest thing is everybody always asks you, like, is it hard to get there or stay there? And so for us, our motto this year is climb 24. And so, we're going to start at the bottom of the mountain. There's 3 kinds of people. There's quitters, there's campers, and there's climbers. And so I think as you go through life, you give yourself a lot of options to just kind of camp out. And so we're not camping out in our program. So we're trying to find ways to give a better version of ourselves, find those magnitude moments where we can be where our feet are, all right, and give the best version of ourselves. And so I think that's the biggest thing that we try to teach every day, and our kids are holding each other accountable to.
Certainly. Well, Coach Nibbett, thank you so much for your time. We're going to ask the players just a couple questions. We appreciate you, Coach. All right, Carmelo. So I want to ask you a question. I asked a similar one when I was at ACC Media Day, and I asked the player, what was it like just adjusting to playing a different position? He played receiver in high school and then adjusted to running back. So for you, you were a hard-hitting linebacker. Now you're moving to running back. What has that position change been like for you?
I really played running back all my life, so it was a position change to move to linebacker. Like when I got to high school, I just took it in, like day by day, came and got better. But moving in to running back, I just been getting better every day. Just been working.
Certainly.
No pressure or anything, but when you look out there, you got a bunch of guys looking at you, right? You know your team better than anyone. If you had to pick one player to have a breakout season this year, who would you pick?
Everybody.
That's a good answer. He's trained you well.
That's a good one. For you, Julius, right, what was it like playing on – I feel like this is going to be one of the best defensive fronts in the state, right, with you, obviously Xavier Griffin, and the guys you got at that position. How exciting is it to kind of see you go to work with those guys every day and what this potential of this team could be defensively?
It's exciting. I mean, it's motivating to see the great guys I got next to me, B.J. Bailey, Caden Fasson, Marshall Leonard, Xavier Griffin, just all guys that want to get after it every day. So me having the season I had last year, trying to redo that again this year even better, and then them wanting to live up to that too, is motivating. It's inspirational too because we feed off with the defense. If we have a good game, defense has a good game, and we just all go hype each other up.
Certainly. I want to throw it to Will now. Will, I want to ask you, you play the center position, right? You're responsible for a lot of the protections. You got to communicate with your guys at the right guard, left guard, tackle. So what is that like every day in practice, or just going into the games knowing, hey, we need to make sure we got the right blocking assignments going so that we know what we're supposed to do?
Well, football is obviously a physical game, but what's often overlooked is the mental part of it. So learning the plays, learning the calls, then relaying that. It's a big part of what the center position does. So got to make sure everybody's on the same page, get them together, know the calls. We install new plays every week, so just getting that down, getting that ready to go.
I mean, y'all stadium, there's really nothing like it. Y'all's fan base is so strong. How much does the home crowd have an impact in your success on Friday nights?
Oh, I mean, it's amazing. I mean, City Park, I don't think there's any place better than that on a Friday night in the United States. So just seeing that really motivates you. Go out there, play well, win the game.
And then final question for you, just how excited you are to get out there with your guys. You've been bonding with them all summer. You guys have been on 7-on-7s, hard practice. I know you guys practice in the morning, which is a little different than what we're accustomed to seeing. But what has it been like just bonding with them this year?
It's been great. It's been a great offseason, probably the best we've had yet, just everybody gelling together and coming together for this last season. It's really exciting to see all the strides we've made, all the talent we've had. Just, at the start, everybody's kind of separated, and now it's, one big family. And to see everybody come together, it's really fun.
All right, last question for you, just because he's standing right there. Your coach has made such an impact in such a short amount of time. What's your favorite Coach Niblett story that people may not know?
Probably our first home game against Mountain View. We were down at halftime, and he flipped some tables for sure. It was a wild moment, but I think after that everybody locked in, and that's probably the craziest story I have of him.
Guys, we appreciate y'all so much and are excited to see what you do this season.
Good luck to the Red Elephants. Thank y'all. Appreciate it. Thank you.
Thanks, guys. Oh, thank you.
All right. Whoa, that was loud. All right, welcome back. I'm taking over for Naj real quick. We've got the North Cobb Warriors up here. And to start things off, I saw the national top 300 rankings have come out. North Cobb is representing one of the Georgia schools up there. You guys are coming off a solid season, but I know you guys didn't finish how you preferred, just with the playoff loss, the loss in the region. So what did you guys take away from that?
The biggest thing we took away was, how competitive we can be and where we can be as a program, where we are. We beat the state champion by 15 points early in the season. We were up 21-0 on the state runner-up early in the game and made some mistakes, and those were self-inflicted. So we've spent the offseason working on the little things and focusing on those, those things that cost us and our opportunities. Injuries are part of the game. We can't use that as an excuse, but we did have 8 starters out in the playoffs, but, that's just part of it. So we've just really focused on ourselves and, doing the little things right and being able to move forward from that.
I feel like with every new team, there's a new mantra that comes in from the coaching staff. What's sort of been that mantra or saying going into this season?
Work. Just work. And our kids have, as long as Coach Queen's been there, he's been there for 18 years. I've been there with him the last 9. And our coaching staff is, really good, really experienced coaching staff. We've got 5 guys on staff that have been head coaches before and have run programs in Florida and Georgia and had a lot of success. So we work them. Our kids respond to that. We break it down, every time we go to a different part of the field or in the weight room on work, and these kids respond to that and accept the challenge.
And I was looking at your schedule earlier. I think this is a favorable region. You guys do have Walton. I know you want to get revenge in that one. Then you play Cass. That should be an interesting game. What do you think just overall of this schedule and how that's going to be able to prepare you guys to hopefully get that home field?
Well, I don't know how favorable it is. That's a heck of a schedule. But
I'm giving you guys credit.
I appreciate it. But, Cass is going to be
a big test for us. We've got a great program up there. Coach Gates has done a fantastic job. He spent a lot of years at North Cobb. A lot of people in our community are familiar with Steve, and we're looking forward to that. We're looking forward to renewing the rivalry with McEachern that we haven't had for a few years. And then, of course, Walton, that's been circled, since last October.
That's what Craig likes to hear.
Yeah, that's usually circled every January when the schedules come out. We go ahead and circle Walton. So, we're excited. It is a tough schedule, but we like to play the tough games, like Coach Niblett said early in the season, prepare us for the playoff run.
In the short amount of time that you've gotten to see this team, what's their overall identity and what separates them from last year's team?
This is just a great group of young men. It's a group of guys that have been together since, the sixth grade. A lot of these guys have won multiple GMSAA state championships, which we take a lot of pride in at North Cobb. And they've come up through our ranks, and they're a part of the community, live right there. We can't get them to leave every day. We have to tell them the doors are locked and it's time to go home. They want to be around. We want to be around them. We just enjoy each other's company. They're just great young men. We've got a great support system at their home and in our community, and it's just a great time to be a North Cobb Warrior.
Yeah, the last time Walton went to the championships and lost in the finals, you guys played them the next year and returned the opening kickoff. I was at that game and absolutely blew them out. So maybe history will repeat itself, but you have a lot of players up here, and I know you've been watching them work. So I'm going to hand them the mic. I want you to just say their name and then.
Sure. We'll start over here to the left. Our quarterback, Nick Grimstead. Nick's got 29 starts under his belt. He started the last 8 games of his freshman year, and then sophomore and junior year. Beside him, we've got my baby boy, Steele Ingram, wide receiver and a free safety for us. Started for us last year as a sophomore. And then Alex Kalev, offensive lineman. He's our anchoring down our right side at guard, and actually knows all 5 positions. He's kind of a utility player for us, leading our offense. And then Isaac Sykes-Rasby is going to be a senior as well, and just a fantastic young man. Got several offers this offseason. Looking forward to him at left tackle. And then Brandon Anderson at right tackle, our big guy, and holds offers from Georgia, LSU, Auburn, Central Florida, and all those places. So we'll be leaning on our offensive line quite a bit this year.
All right, so we'll start with Nick. Nick, I remember you jumped into the starting role, I think, when Malachi Singleton got hurt. So now you're heading into this big year. Just how have you grown throughout these seasons?
I say the intelligence of the game, the speed of the game got faster, slowed down for me. So I'm pretty comfortable in playing this sport. That's pretty much it.
I feel like it's easy to spot the physical adjustments that you need to make, but in terms of being a leader, what's the hardest part about making those adjustments off the field?
The hardest part of being a leader is probably like holding your friends, your players accountable, teammates. You're friends with them. You don't want to, tell them anything wrong. But got to hold them accountable somehow, so it makes us better.
Well, Nick, you've been putting up huge numbers, so we look forward to seeing that. We'll talk to Steele Ingram right now. Steele, Coach talked about the work you guys have been putting in. What has been driving you just individually this offseason?
I'm just ready to get on the field back with my boys because I didn't get to play in the last playoff game, and just watching them lose that in the first round, I just want to get our get back. We'll go all the way this year.
New region this year. Is there anybody that you're excited to play that's new?
I'm just ready to play McEachern and Cass. And Walton again. We're going to put it on Walton.
We'll see. No, it's going to be a good one. You guys have definitely had Walton's number. I think you guys had 5 straight years, maybe 6, where you guys didn't lose to a single Cobb team. So it's going to be a big rematch, definitely. Cannot wait to see that one. Let's go to Alex real quick. We'll talk about the offensive line. How many years have you started, and just what do you think overall of that group?
Last year was my first year as a starter, and as a group, I feel like we have an amazing bond, and every single day we go, work together. In the weight room, we push each other to be better, and on the field, we challenge each other so nobody can have a rep that's not good. We can make sure we go full speed every single play.
And then what's the weight room been like? Just is there competition among yourselves? Just who's the biggest beast?
Yes, sir. There's always a competition. Whoever, we try pushing each other. So if somebody puts 315 on the bar for bench, everybody else is going to put 315 to see who can do the most. Nobody's going to back down from one another.
You guys are definitely going to look intimidating out there.
You got some practices under your belt now. Other than your own, what would you say is your strongest position group?
Our strongest position group, our D-line. Our D-line has always been amazing to the last couple of years, so they're going to do something big this year.
Everybody gave you the head nod, like that was the acceptable answer.
That defensive line. All right, let's go to Isaac real quick. Isaac, heading into your senior season, what has it meant to you just dressing up for the Warriors?
It's been, it's kind of unreal how fast everything went. I felt like just yesterday I was a freshman coming in, and now I'm a senior starting. I just enjoyed the grind, being here, putting in work in the weight room, in the classroom, on the field, off the field, just loving the process.
And then I was looking at the schedule. You guys open against McEachern, is that right?
Archer.
Archer, okay. And you guys will be, I guess, the second week?
Yes, sir.
All right, so you guys are going to tune into the Corky Cow and watch them? Or, no, who are they playing? I forgot who they said. Anyway, how has the acclimation period been? Just to be kind of at the end of summer, knowing that you got camp coming up and just this final stretch?
Acclimation hasn't really been that bad. We've been putting so much work in the spring.
Let's do. All right. People that will be good this year. Over here with
What you think so far? Who's the guy that's under the
Thank you so much. For you guys getting on you guys these wide for the so we watch that all me last month off. How are you guys out?
You said that
So I hear in right who is open against who do you
not region games, we have Carver, Thero, Kip, Hateville, Charter, Holy Innocents, and Lubbock.
you've spent some time with this team already. What are the position groups that we should be looking out for?
You should look out for receivers. We have some receivers. We like to run the ball, but we do have receivers. We have DBs. Excited about the linebacker.
linebackers and linemen as well. So look out for all of them. I'm going to give them all praise because they've been coming out and working out every day. So I appreciate that.
And how many starters do you guys have returning on each side?
Coming back on defense, I think it's like 8 out of 11.
Wow.
I'm sorry. On offense, 8 out of 11 coming back. On defense, I think it's probably like 6 out of 11. So we were young last year. So that allowed us to put some younger guys in and just build up momentum coming into the season as well.
And with this senior class, are these a lot of guys with these returning starters that might have more than 1 year under their belt?
Yes, we got Jordan Turner. That would be he's going to play a little bit of everything. He plays quarterback. He'll play running back. He'll play DB. He'll punt. He'll kick. He'll cut the grass. He'll do all that other stuff as well. So he'll be one of those guys that'll do that. He rushed for about 755 yards last year. We have Caleb Pugh that's standing right behind me. Caleb came he transferred from Dutchtown and came in and set it on fire as well as far as being a receiver. He'll be a DB, play DB as well. And we have a couple of other guys. I got one of the fastest guys in the state of Georgia that's going to be playing DB as well, named Cameron Warren. He's a 10-5 guy. He won the 2A state championship last year, came in second this year.
If there was one thing you would want people at home to know about Washington football, what would it be?
The oldest school on the southeast. On this side of Mississippi, we're getting ready to turn 100 years old this year, and we'll be celebrating that as well. But the biggest thing is that we'll never quit attitude. We'll always never quit. We're always going to find a way. We're always going to just dig deep and just be a blue-collar mentality.
Tell us about your player behind you.
Caleb Pugh, he's, like I said, he just came in from Dutchtown a year and a half ago. He's been a joy to have. He's a leader on and off the field. Anytime we have to have something done, we'll tell Caleb about it, tell a couple of other seniors as well, and they'll try to get it done. We want to be a player-led team. Anytime we can be a player-led team and not a coach-led team, we think we're going to go far.
All right,
and then when Caleb got there, did you have the expectation where he could contribute both sides of the ball?
Yes, I mean, when he initially got, he was just a receiver. And then we put him in at DB as well, so anytime he can, make plays on both sides of the ball, that's a big plus. So he did come in, he contributed on offense a lot, and then contribute on defense. We'll expect the same thing on this year.
All right, Coach, thank you so much.
We'll start to Caleb real quick. So, Caleb, what do you think your opportunity is going to be this season? Just a new team. Coach said you can contribute in multiple ways, but what do you think it's going to play out?
I think this year my biggest goal is just make the most of when I get the ball, make plays, do my job, and, just do my part.
Coming in as a transfer, what were some of the key differences that you noticed about Washington in the beginning?
The key differences is that some of the players, they're welcoming, they'll bring you in, do all that. They're not tough on you. They'll bring you in. They'll allow you to come help them, help the team, and positive attitude.
Like that.
But also, I'm sure you had to kind of prove yourself to them, and obviously you succeeded in that. So, I mean, what did that mean to you to kind of gain the trust of your teammates, get involved, and be able to bond with them?
It feels good. It took me a little bit to warm up to them because, I was the new kid. I was quiet. I didn't say nothing. So after I kind of proved myself, they started warming up. I started talking more, being more active, doing all that.
One of the things that we love to talk about is athletes are so superstitious. Do you have a pregame routine or any superstitions that you have to follow?
Not really. I have no pregame.
You're just relying on that skill?
Yes, ma'am.
So he was talking about, I think it was Cameron Ward. He's the speedster.
Yes, sir.
Did you guys run on the relay team together?
Yes, sir.
Okay.
We did. And Cam, he's very fast. Like, he could play receiver. He could go to corner, keep up with any receiver that lines up in front of him. And, he's just a great player all around.
And how has your speed progressed just from freshman year to now?
From freshman year to now, I feel like my speed has progressed a lot because in freshman year, I was slow. I was not very fast.
What is it about this year's team that's different than last year's, you would say?
I feel like this year's team has more fight in them. Like, we won't give up. Any team that lines up in front of us will match their energy.
I like that.
And then any rivalries he's going to be looking forward to with this 100-year history?
I think our biggest rivalry will be any team that we're going to get ready to line up against. But our biggest one, I think, it will be Thorough. We'll play those guys. We're interested in playing, seeing Carver, Hateville, all those guys. But the biggest one, going from back and forth, I'm thinking it's probably going to be Thorough.
And obviously, a lot of college coaches have come around the area. So when you're selling Caleb, what do you tell college coaches about his skill set?
Character. That's a big thing. I tell them they want to see, they can check out the stats anywhere, but they want to know what kind of kid these kids are. And I tell them all the time, I say, anytime you base your stuff off of character, you're doing the right things, you can do things in and outside of the community, then that's a big thing for them. So character will be the main one that we'll talk about.
And what number is he going to be rocking this year?
We're still working on numbers. We have not finished yet. We're still working. Everybody's in the weight room working to see what number they're going to get. So we haven't worked on that one yet. Well, what number do you want, Caleb?
Oh,
Number 4.
So he wants number 4. Let's see what happens.
Well, we appreciate you both so much. Thank you for your time. Excited to see what you do this season.
Thank y'all. Appreciate it.
Best of luck, guys. All right, there goes Booker T. Washington celebrating their 100th season.
Wow.
Welcome back, guys. So now we have Pope Flag Football right behind us. Coach, first your name.
Kevin Frazier.
Kevin Frazier, all right. So how many years have you been head coach of the Pope Flag Football team?
This will be our 4th year, going into our 4th year, so we've had 3 full seasons.
What's your background? Did you coach boys football before?
I didn't coach boys football. I grew up playing flag football, actually. My dad is on staff. He's an assistant coach, so I grew up playing for him in middle school, and then I went to Auburn University and played intramurals there, and then ended up coaching flag football intramurals and loved it. And then when I found out it was coming to the high school level, I put my name in the hat, and here we go. So,
did your dad give you any advice about coaching?
Maybe not much. I just learned a lot from him just from watching him over the years.
Come on, Dad.
Yeah. I mean, I've learned a lot from him outside of coaching, obviously, just as a dad. But, yeah, just seeing how he's coached, I kind of model my coaching style the same way. So,
what position did you play?
Quarterback, and then if I wasn't quarterback, I would play receiver or safety. That was back in college, I guess, in intramurals.
Flag football is still so new to the state of Georgia. What were some of the early adjustments that you had to make as a coach, and how did you overcome them?
Yeah, we started our program kind of late, right before our season started. So organizationally, we weren't there. We didn't have a very good play calling system, equipment even. We didn't have a booster club, so we kind of had to play from scratch a little bit. So over time, I kind of was able to learn what we needed to get better, and that's equipment, and then also just learning the game more at the high school girls level and what works. So we kind of adjusted and made our offense a little quicker. We incorporate a lot of pitches in our offense, and a lot of misdirection and using our speed. So that was one of the bigger learning curves.
I've got to ask, what's your favorite part about coaching girls?
Definitely the positive energy and their love for each other. And for me as the coach, they're always positive, always cheering for each other. It's just so positive, and it's really it draws you in. I love being around them.
And what have you noticed just in practice so far? Is the offense or defense ahead?
I would have to say our defense, just because it's kind of our staple. It's what has always been pretty good. And we've got a lot of new pieces on offense, but I do feel like our offense has a very bright future ahead if we just continue to work.
And then defensively, do you guys kind of change from zone or man-to-man dependent on what down it is, or do you have kind of a base system?
Yeah, we kind of strictly play zone. As we get into the red zone area, we might kind of play like a matchup zone, but typically we're playing zone pretty much throughout, and most teams do. at this level, but some will go man at the goal line. We typically don't, but there's been times where we've had to throw it in last second there, but mostly zone, yeah.
And tell us about the players you brought with you.
Yeah, so we've got 3 rising seniors here. Layla, who's over this shoulder, is a 4-year player, so this is her 4th year. Same with Sarah. And then Addie Daughtry played her freshman year, and she's rejoined us for her senior year. She plays soccer and is going to Georgia Southern to be a goalie. So she had to get that scholarship first, and now she's back, and we're thrilled to have her. So.
And then what positions are each of them?
They're both all 3 are two-way players. So Layla's a linebacker and then a blocker/receiver. Sarah is a receiver and a safety. She was first team all area safety for us. And then Addie is a middle linebacker and a receiver.
All right, Coach, thank you so much. We'll go ahead and talk to your girls now.
All right, sounds great.
All right, we'll start with you. 4 years, right?
Yes, ma'am.
What's the biggest thing you learned from year 1 to year 4?
Just like organization, work there. There's like
yeah, what the most thing you learned, like game
just
it's a little head. You got here to
just want to get so for run.
Play 2 ways is off. How of the as play how you're to read to run.
I feel like it's a lot of actually because kind of stuff going
what kind of interaction touch
for me
like a lot of is difficult to get games that
always to and then fake, but I think we've learned to adapt to that when we're playing other teams who enjoy pitching it too.
What's the game on the schedule you're most excited for?
Probably against BT because we have like a rivalry with them, especially in flag because 2 years ago they knocked us out in the Elite 8 and then last year we knocked them out in the Final 4. So, we always go back and forth with them.
All right, we'll go ahead and give it to Addie now. So you played freshman year and then you just now came back, right?
Yes.
What was the main reason for wanting to come back now?
Well, first off, just seeing like how much the sport has grown, and then also just like how well the team kind of meshed together. And then I enjoyed it freshman year, and I just had to take a break for soccer reasons. So, but coming back, so excited.
So, what do you guys do as a team to bond in the off season, like away from the field? How do you guys get closer?
We definitely like some of us. We spend time with each other outside the field, like go to each other's house, like that kind of stuff. Team meals also happen sometimes when we're all available. Yeah, I would say, and we just all have we're all just able to kind of connect with each other, even if we don't have much time outside of the fields together.
And then the season, well, the regular football starts in less than a month. You guys got a little bit of time left, but how ready are you just to get this thing started?
I think we're pretty ready. I mean, we have a couple games coming up. Those will definitely help kind of get us into shape and kind of in gear for the upcoming season. But I think overall, I think we're pretty set right now.
All right, last thing. It can be your team. It can be what happens on the field. What's your favorite part about flag football in general?
I don't know. I feel like it's just the whole sport is just so fun. It's so different than, personally for me, like what I'm used to for soccer. And I just kind of use it as a break away from it. Like everyone just has so much fun. If it's your first sport, if it's your second sport, third sport, whatever, everyone just treats it like it's fun.
Well, ladies, thank you so much for joining us. Excited to see what you do this season.
Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you. All right, so we're back. Joined now by Douglas County, a team that is going to be playing in the highest classification right now, been making a ton of noise, and I think has a chance at having a historic season, winning it all. But you guys got a big game in the Corky Kell against Cedar Grove. I know you guys have been preparing for it. How has this offseason been?
It's been going pretty well. We just got to get everybody, acclimated, get everybody back healthy. We had some couple of injuries during the summer. And my whole thing is, I got to get them to play for each other. And if they learn how to play unselfish and they play for each other, then I think we can have a great year.
I feel like every year when you come in with a new team, you have some sort of mantra or saying or some sort of motivation. What has that saying been for you guys this summer?
We use the same one we used last year, which is outwork yesterday. So we just try to come in every day and just try to outdo what we did the day before. So we're working on that. And like I said, we got a long way to go, but I like where we're going right now.
And the talent you guys have on your roster is unbelievable. But when I talk about Douglas County to people, I say, watch out for their defense. I feel like that's been such a strength for you guys the last few seasons. You guys played against all these high-powered, fast offenses. What have you seen from this year's defensive group?
I think it's going to be the no-name defense on the back end. It's not a lot of big, 4 or 5 stars in our secondary. But we got a good group of young men that play well. I think they play hard for each other. I think we will be fast. We will be big up front, which is very good. So I'm looking forward to that. To me, the key to defense is depth. It's just not the top 11. Like, we try to play 22. We try to make sure our 2 deep is in the rotation. And if we can play with 22 guys on defense where they ain't got to worry about playing 8 or 9 plays in a row, they know they can go out there, give me 4 or 5 great plays, take a break, and come back and do the same thing. I think that makes us a better team defensively.
This year, week 1, you guys get to play in the Corky Kell Dave Hunter Classic. What was it like when you got that call you were going to play, and what's the team reaction to that been like?
We're very excited. That's our first time being in the bins and playing in the bins, so we're very excited about that. We're looking forward to it. But the key for us is, you want to play there, of course, but we like to play there at the end of the season as well. So we got a lot of work to get that done. We're not there yet, but we do realize that, we've been blessed and God's been good to our team, and we have a chance to be very special.
You've had some new guys joining the team also and hit the ground running. They have big opportunities. What's that been like, finding new guys, evaluating them, and just finding out how to maximize them?
The new guys have come in and bought in. So once they buy in, it's their team as well. So DJ Bordeaux's been doing a great job for us at quarterback, and it's his offense. He's got the keys to the Cadillac. He's just got to turn it on and drive it correctly. So we're looking forward to that. We're looking for all the new guys with Devin Carter. And to me, the key to our success this year is going to be up front, both offensive and defensive line. We're returning basically all of our starters on the offensive line, and we're returning 3 out of the 4 on the defensive line. So if they can be dominant, I think we can be very special.
Week 1 is quickly approaching. It's going to be here before you know it. What are the things that you're hoping to accomplish with your team over the next few weeks until you get to that game 1?
The first thing, we want to be healthy. We definitely want to be healthy. We want to make sure they understand alignment and assignment. We want them to understand that energy, you can't teach that. Either you got it or you don't. And playing for each other. To me, that's the biggest key for us. Playing for each other. I think when you put your teammate in front of you and you humble yourself, then we have a better chance of being successful.
And then last year, I thought one of the biggest games that really showed Douglas County has taken that next step was the big win over Hughes in region play. How big is it this year for you guys, once again, to win a region and get that home field in the playoffs?
Home field's going to be big for us. We like playing at home. Realizing that you got to win where you got to win, but you're more comfortable at home. So, but to get home field this year, we're going to have a bigger hill to climb because we're in a different region. We're at the top classification now, so we're going to have to play Westlake, Carrollton, East Coweta, and Chapel Hill. So, I mean, that Carrollton game and that Westlake game and the East Coweta game, I'm just concerned about the next game right now. So, right now, even though people talk about Cedar Grove, we're going to get ready for our scrimmage against Lithia. And then after that, we'll get ready for Cedar Grove. Thank God it's a Saturday, give us another extra day to get ready, but I think we'll be ready to go.
Absolutely. So, Coach White, can you just walk us through who you have up on the stage, and we'll ask questions after that.
Okay, we have DJ Bordeaux, quarterback, junior. We have Kendon Arnold, outside linebacker, DN. We have Mike Thomas, Mike Thomas is senior, DB. We have Joshua Vaughn, our center. We have Brandon Ellison, senior wide receiver. We have Ladarian Williams, senior D tackle. Jordan Carter, junior D lineman. Julius Dumas, junior O-lineman, and Mike Hasty, a senior linebacker. Oh, who did I forget? Oh, just water here. Aaron Gregory, junior wide receiver.
Now, before we hand the mic off, is there anybody that wants to volunteer and step up and speak?
We already chose.
Oh,
Mike's going
you
to
got
go
some
first.
delegates.
Yeah.
Your coach talked about new region, new schedule. When you look ahead, what's the one game that you have circled and are most excited to play in or against?
I think I could speak for the team on this one, but I'll probably say Carrollton because it's a big-time powerhouse school, and I don't know, they're going to be gunning for our heads. It's a good football team, good program. But I think we're ready. We take them on, and we got the right people. We got the right depth for it. I think we're going to be ready for the game.
And then Aaron Gregory, he's the guy over there that I've seen play. I think he's an exceptional talent, might be the best receiver in the state. Aaron, what have you done this offseason to prepare yourself, not for the 7-on-7s and camps, but really just to go out there, take advantage of those opportunities, and show people what you got?
I think the biggest thing I've got this year is, like, learning how to be a leader for the team and leading these boys, like, to victories, and then just in the weight room, that's the biggest thing, getting them motivated, and then going out on the field every day at summer practice, getting them motivated, and just going out for the season.
If there was one thing you would want people at home to know about this team, what would it be?
It's a brotherhood. We're going to play together regardless. Win, lose, we're going to stick together.
Like that.
Then what do you think overall about this year's receiving core? You guys obviously been getting it done. We saw you make the finals in Corky 7-on-7, but just the potential to be a dynamic offense and really be unstoppable.
It's definitely like it's a powerhouse receiving core. I feel like we awesome dogs, and if we play how we're supposed to play and play like I know we can play, we're going to come out with a victory.
Go ahead and give it to the next. I think we got one more, right?
Mike Hasty.
Happy.
All right, Mike, so they were talking about how this is a brotherhood.
Yes, sir.
But what's different about this season? What feels different from previous ones just in terms of how tight you guys are and just the goals?
Definitely the work we put in this off season has been different. We've been locked in. We've been in a different mode this year. We fell short last year, so we've been talking about 24-14 all what's you say it is?
24-21.
24-21. We've been talking about that all summer. We fell short in the semifinals last year, so.
Across the board, y'all's team is so strong and so consistent. Other than your own position group, what do you think is the strongest position group on your team?
The O-line, D-line, we say. We can't do nothing without them big boys, so that's our most important positions on our team.
And then what has practice been like with all the rotation, all the depth, just going up against these guys, and how excited are you to put an opponent on the other side of the field?
Oh, I'm very excited. We've been competing. You know, we got the best guys going against the best guys every day at practice. So, coach say every day, if you can beat a guy on our team, then the game going to be easy.
All right, Douglas County, thank you all so much for joining us, and we're excited to see you in Week 1 at the Corky Cal Dave Hunter Classic in the Benz, guys. Thanks.
Appreciate it, Coach. Thank you, guys. All right, now we're joined by South Paulding, Coach Maurice Allen. He's got a bunch of players up here right now. Coach, we've talked over the last few seasons. It feels like each team does have its own identity. Last year, I think you guys transitioned more from running, more balanced offense. What's it looking like this year?
I think we're going to be balanced. I think we returned 4 offensive linemen. We've got a returning quarterback and a returning running back. So I think we'll be balanced. We'll be able to run the ball, be able to lean on people. And then on defensively, we'll have, key returners in the secondary and at the linebacker room. And I think we'll be really good at both levels.
I kind of want to go off what Craig said here. You've had some practices under your belt with all these guys behind you. What were some of the early realizations you made about this team?
Yeah, I think just we looked at the team last year as a staff, and we just saw how young we were. We got a ton of experience coming back, and just seeing we scheduled team camps and OTAs really competitively just to kind of be a good measuring stick for us, play some really good teams. And I think our last team camp, we kind of really came together, and you can see what our identity is going to be, and it's going to be, controlling the line of scrimmage, being able to establish the run, set up shot plays, and then defense, that's just going to be fast and physical. You're going to swarm to the ball. Our defensive coordinator does a really good job of emphasizing that for our kids, and, they get after it. They get after us at practice, and I think that's really going to be our identity.
How much does that team chemistry not just impact what's going on the field, but off the field as well?
Yeah, I think one thing this year is we had a lot of first year coming in, there was already some established cliques, or there were some kids that already knew each other. And going into this year, I feel like we're more connected as a team. I think, we've got kids that want to play for each other. You got guys that coming over from the offensive side of the ball or the defensive side of the ball, and they're like, hey, I want to block for that guy. I want to play for him. And I think that's the energy and the mindset that we've got from our coaching staff and our players, is that they want to play for each other. And I think we're a little bit more connected this year and a little bit more on the same page, and transitioning a little bit, moving towards more of a player-led team than a coaches-led team. And we say that as a staff all the time, is that, we're only going to take you so far. It's got to be on you guys, and you guys got to get us to where we want to go.
Yeah, in the last few seasons has been a process, just preparing yourself for the region. But, how big is it this year? You're playing in the Corky Kell, playing Dunwoody. It's going to be a Thursday game, but to just start off strong.
Yeah. I think we've been talking about it all spring, all summer. Just the opportunity, we're blessed to be in there and be able to showcase our kids and our athletes and our community. And I think it's going to be an amazing opportunity to go out there and compete against a really good football team. And start. I tell our kids we want to start fast. We don't want to start slow. So we want to be all gas, no brakes from the first whistle to the last. And I think it's a great opportunity to kick it off week 1. On TV with the Corky Kell Classic.
You got a lot of guys behind you. Give us the brief, the synopsis.
Yeah. So I got some really good guys. I've got Jeremiah Huey, who's an edge rusher for us, does a really good job. Zay Ford plays DB and wide receiver for us. Eddie Stafford plays linebacker and safety. Also going to play some offense for us. Cade Wigington, returning quarterback, does a really good job. Jermaine Tyler was actually voted our Agent Zero this year, selfless player. Jaleel Shakir, a linebacker. And then we've got 3 of our 4 returning offensive linemen, Jay Sanker, Will Anderton, and then Tyler Shakuyam. And then we've got our returning running back that rushed for 800 yards last year, which is Albert McCoy. So we return a good group of kids most of these guys are underclassmen, and we get to bring them back for the next 2 years.
All right, I don't see the microphone. Who's got it? Who's the first one up?
JT's up first.
All right, you look at this team around you, think about last year's team. What is it that makes these guys different?
We're more bought in than we were last year. Like belief, ownership, attitude, and toughness. The boat what Coach came here with last year, we weren't really bought in with that. But this year, we all just said we got to lock in, get ready for the season. So we just bought in.
Do you think that unfinished business is why people have bought in more this year?
Yeah, oh yeah. That 3-8 hurt last year. No one wants to go 3-8. So
defensively, do you guys feel like you're going to make a statement this season?
Oh yes, sir, for sure.
And then what about the secondary? I saw a lot of guys up here that have the ability to play both sides, but bring that athleticism. Just what do you feel about just you guys flying around defensively and really making it dangerous to try to gamble on you guys?
We just trying to make it easier for the offense. Defense win games. Offense put points on the board, but we got to stop the other opposing teams' offense so they get us better every day. Kate throws amazing balls, so it's hard to, so.
All right, last one. New region, new schedule. What's the game you're most excited to play in?
Well, it's not a region game, but we haven't beat North as a school at all, so we want to beat North.
Is it at home?
Yes, ma'am. Last year, we had them 14-7 going into the second half, and it slipped away from us. But this year, we think we're going to get it.
Oh, that's good.
Let's go to Cade real quick. What's up, Cade? So Najee has actually talked about you a lot, broken down your film. Coach was talking about you guys buying in, but as a quarterback, leading the team, leading the offense, what have you done personally just to prepare?
Really just building the connection with the whole team. Like, it really don't matter if you're second string, third string. That really the connection for all of them is mainly what I'm there for. So really just looking forward to this season.
As an individual, what's the one thing that you've been working on most in the off season?
Getting faster and stronger. Really just trying to excel my game.
And what about as a leader? It's easy to spot like the physical adjustments that you have to make, but the leadership side of it is a completely different thing. What's been the hardest part about that?
Really just being more vocal, because I'm really kind of more reserved and stuff like that. But as I'm starting to grow, I'm starting to figure out how to be more vocal and be a vocal leader.
And as a quarterback, it's easy to compare numbers to other teams. You just more so focus on, as you said, just leading your team and getting better individually. And how has that helped you?
Yes, sir. So I really just focus on myself and my team. I never really try to compare myself or anything like that. I really just focus on getting better every day, 1% better every day.
As a quarterback, you know that receiving core and the running back group. Who can we expect you to be throwing the ball a lot to this season?
So we got some juniors coming back, so my grade, so we'll have that connection coming for the next 2 years. So I think all of them really. Josiah Harris, Zay Ford, Matt Patchen, especially, and Cole Wiseman. Big 6'5", big body. So
we're gonna get your prediction right here, right now. A young guy, maybe flying under the radar. Who do you think is gonna have that big breakout season?
I think Matt Patchen. He's been hurt these past high school years, so this is really his first high school season, and he's been killing it in the off season. So I'm really looking forward to it.
Well, guys, we thank y'all so much for joining us. Excited to see y'all back in week 1, and good luck to you all.
Thank you.
Thank you.
All right, the Bears are in the building. We are joined now by Cambridge new head coach Tyler Jones, heading into his first season as a head coach with the program. What's impressed you most about Cambridge?
One, just like the support of the community. I mean, I knew the community was strong, but just like how everybody's kind of been excited for the change. It's been great for me. Obviously, just feeling the support, feeling the love, feeling the enthusiasm around just change. I mean, change is hard, change is different, but it's been great so far.
Well, Coach, you know how I feel. I think you're one of the best offensive minds here in the state. Just waiting to be unleashed. We've seen it with Walton last year, Coach.
I appreciate that.
You got a great core. We talked about it off camera, right?
Mm-hmm.
Obviously, with your offensive line, Gabe Smith being really good. We know about Hudson, Coach Harris. We know about Craig Dandridge, and also your 6'4" receiver. Talk about how exciting it's been to see these guys in these formations you've been kind of running with them in practice.
Yeah, I mean, seeing it from afar, you don't know really what you have until you see them in person. And so getting out there in the spring I thought was important, and surprisingly, really good group. Ton of returners on offense. I believe we returned 8 guys with major playing experience from last year. Quarterback, 4 receivers, tight end returning, 3 out of our 5 O-linemen. So it's a really good group. I think it's got a potential to be a really explosive group.
mixing it up, running the ball. It's a little bit more ground and pound last year, but like you said, we've got some really good receiver talent as well. I think we'll be able to do something similar like we did in the past with mixing up the run, the pass, keeping the defense on their toes. I think we have the personnel to do that. So really excited what this offensive group can do this year.
Now, the players may be able to attest to this better, but I want to get your insight. What difference have you seen? This team predominantly does not have a spring, right? This is the first time you guys actually had a spring practice, games, scrimmages, all that good stuff. Have you seen a difference in the players? Does that help benefit them anyway?
Oh, for sure. Well, for me coming in with a new offensive system, I thought it was a non-negotiable. We had to do a spring or else we were going to be so far behind. But also just seeing the excitement from our guys in our community to have a spring. I mean, I think they were itching to get out there. And so having that time to kind of install and get everybody up to speed on the new offense was vital for our success moving into this year. Seeing what our guys can do instead of just having no pads in the summer. So that was great. Again, the excitement from the players I thought was awesome because, they kind of gave it all she had. You know what I mean? It was a new offense. It was a new team. It's a new era. Spring football was new for them. So, I mean, pads were popping. Guys were flying around. I mean, it was an exciting time in the spring. So, as far as, how they handled themselves, like they've been doing it for forever. Like it didn't seem like, hey, this is new. It's just football. What I mean? So for them, it's just football and it's fun.
Gotcha. Well, tell us about some of the guys you brought with you today, some of these outstanding men behind you.
Yeah, so I asked a bunch of our senior starters, returning guys. So over here we got Tommy Egan, we got Brennan Counts, D lineman, DB, quarterback Wes Taylor, wide receiver Josh Oblin, running back Tyler Blaylock, DB Sean Bird, D lineman / O lineman a little bit, Jordan Johnson, O lineman Gabe Smith, and DB Ray Taylor.
And then, Coach, last one for you before we talk to the players. You talked a little bit about your quarterback, and you really raved about him. Gave him a pretty good compliment. You compared him a little bit arm strength-wise to Jeremy, who you coach, who's obviously at Wake Forest. But what have you been most impressed with him, seeing him in practice?
I'm not going to say we do the most on offense, but, I mean, it can be – the offense is very quarterback-centric. I mean, we put a lot on the quarterback. We ask the quarterback to do a lot of things, and I think Wes has done a great job of picking up the offense, understanding what we're trying to do, who we're trying to attack, who we're putting in conflict, understanding the pass game. I mean, we kind of threw it all out there to him. I mean, we're in the 20s as far as pass concepts that we're going to carry, and he's done a great job of picking it up. Again, more of a ground and pound offense last year, so there wasn't a ton of film to just see what he could do. And so coming in the spring and watching him throw the ball around live, I mean, immediately. We were doing a drill, and I was catching balls. And, I don't know if you caught from a lot of guys that can really spin it, but it hits different. You know what I mean? And he threw one, and I was like, oh, okay. Ball kind of jumps.
Right.
And you watch him throw a little bit more, and, the touch is there. The velocity is there. So he can make all the throws. And so the ability at the quarterback position, we're going to be fine. You know what I mean? As long as he makes good decisions, I think our offense has a chance to be really explosive.
Sounded well. Thank you, Coach. We're going to toss it to your players now with the mic just to ask them some questions. So I want to start with Wes. So, Wes, what was it like when Coach Jones came in and he's like, man, we're going to have all these pass concepts. We need to get this down for the spring. What was that like, just being able to pick his brain?
Yeah, I know. It was really new for all of us, but, I'm really enjoying it this summer. It's kind of tough to learn all of it, but I feel like we're all picking it up pretty well. So, yeah, I really enjoy it.
Talk about the chemistry you're building with some of these outstanding weapons you got.
Oh, yeah. We've all been playing together for a really long time now, so I feel like that chemistry is already there. But, the new guys that I've been with, Hudson Gosher and Craig, they are some great receivers, and I'm looking forward to playing ball with them this year. So, yeah.
Certainly. I want to ask Tyler a question. I got a chance to look at your film. I feel like you're an underrated back. You do a lot of things well. You can catch out of the backfield. You can pass protect very well. Also run it very well. So just talk about what parts of your game you've been kind of honing on this offseason to kind of hit that level.
I'd say the route running, really. We didn't have me running routes a lot last year. I was mostly pass blocking. But we've really stepped up the game this year, implementing the concepts and everything like that, where I can go out in the flat. I can go out on an angle. Just everything like that. I think that's a lot of fun that I've gotten the chance to work on and everything like that. So I think I've really just gotten better at that.
Quick question. Are those new uniforms? I don't remember those.
I don't remember seeing gray either.
These, I think they're at least a couple years old.
Yeah.
Unfortunately, I don't know how much you guys know about when you have to order uniforms, but I missed that mark. So I was not able to put my stamp on uniforms this year. But luckily, in my opinion, we've got one of the best color schemes around, with the Carolina blue. But I thought Coach Bennett also did a pretty good job of dressing these boys up. So
I like it.
Yeah.
Well, I got a quick question. One of the things that I said about you, Coach Jones, your teams were prepared to handle the game. When it was, let's say you pick up extra yards on first down, it's a second and short, you guys were up to the ball, taking advantage of it, moving the chains. When you guys had to manage the clock, you were able to do that. So how much is preparation just key for this group of guys?
Oh, I mean, it's imperative. We're going to play teams that are going to be more talented than us. And, I love the talent on our team. We're going to play guys like that. Everybody does. And so what we preach is we preach toughness. We preach discipline and effort. And, part of the discipline is your preparation. So we're going to practice situational football. We're trying to do that as much as we can over the summer. But, knowing when, hey, we need to stay in bounds, when we need to huddle, when we need to push the clock, deep and, into the play clock. So we're going to work hard on that. We preach we have to be more disciplined than guys, and that's going to allow us to win games. And again, discipline, preparation, I think they go hand in hand.
Certainly, Coach. Well, Coach, that's all the time we got for now. We appreciate you coming by with your Cambridge program. You're phenomenal players. Good luck this season, and go Bears.
Yes, sir. Thank you. Go Bears.
Sir.
All right.
Awesome.
All right, welcome back to Georgia High School Media Days at Mechanical Trades Institute. We're blessed to be joined by South Atlanta. Before we start, Coach, I got to say you might have on the best suit I've seen all day with the green coming out. I mean, it really looks, good on you. And excited to talk to you about your program. Talk a little bit about the Hornets and building from last season.
Yeah, I think last year was a good year to build upon. We went 5-5 in the regular season and got a playoff bid, finished third in the region. And a lot of our guys got some playoff experience that hadn't got a chance to play before. So it was a good year for us, and really just trying to build and continue to build on what we started last year.
And I think last year was year 2, correct, for you?
Well, year 1, actually.
So what was that like? I know you guys had so many good players through the years, right? Kewan Brown, who went to Louisville, and then taking over the program. What advice you give any first-year coach to be ready to do what you was able to do?
Yeah, I think the big thing is leaning on those guys that's been here. Coach Ransom's our defensive coordinator. He's been at South Atlanta going on almost a decade now. So lean on the guys that have been there and have experienced their success, and just continue to try to rewrite the ship in terms of how you want it to be.
Certainly. And then tell us about some of the players you brought with you today, Coach.
Yeah. So right now I got Caleb Urell to my far left, number 25 here. He's a junior. He played tight end for us last year. He's a starter for us last year. He'll be playing a little bit of tight end, defensive end for us. We got Jason Bateman here. Was a starter last year at slot. He's playing a little bit of defensive back as well this year. And then I have Quentin Dupree, who's a senior, and he's playing offensive line and defensive line for us.
How do you feel about that position group this year, the offensive line? We know predominantly, like South Atlanta's always had a good rushing attack. How do you feel about your line this year?
Yeah, I think it's to be determined, right? So the jury's still out. So the big thing I think with offensive line is communication and coming together as one. So I think we got 2 of those guys that played last year, but we're putting in some new places. So I think how they gel and how soon they gel will determine how far we'll go.
Certainly.
Talk a little bit about your non-region schedule. Who you guys have to open, and then prepare you guys.
Yeah. So we're in a 5-team region, so it's only 4 region games for us, and we got 6 non-region games. So we open up with Maynard Jackson at Henderson Stadium, and then we go on to Heard County, so we got a long trip down to Heard, which we went last year. We were expecting tough competition. We host Temple at home. We got Stone Mountain at home. We go out to Landmark Christian. So, yeah, it's a bunch of tough games. We're getting ready for all those games, and hopefully those games will prepare us for when we get to region play.
And a lot of these guys up here are two-way players, so you have a lot of games to prepare. But also in terms of depth, I mean, how important is that in these initial games to find these guys, challenge them, and if not prepare them for a deep playoff run, just give them that varsity experience?
Yeah, I think with us being a two-way program, we've got to kind of lean on guys to play both ways. So we've been big in our off-season program with our strength and conditioning, speed and agility, getting bigger, stronger, faster, just to kind of build up for what's going to be at play once we are starting to get into our season. And then we get into our region with some teams that are similar numbers to us. So we'll play some teams that are a little bit bigger, but it's going to prepare us for when we actually get to that region play.
And a region opponent I see on there is Columbia. Is that a team that you guys have typically faced?
It's not, but we have faced them a couple years ago. As I mentioned, Coach Ramsford was here last time. We faced Columbia when we won the region, so we are somewhat familiar with them, but they've had a heck of a run. They went, I think, 2-3 games into the playoffs last year, so yeah, they'll be tough. They'll be tough.
Then last year, didn't you guys face North Cobb Christian? Was that for the region title?
We could have. I think we were at about that time. Could have been in a three-way split for that first place. So North Cobb Christian, Darrell, and ourselves, we were somewhere within that mix. And then I believe North Cobb Christian played Columbia. Columbia ended up getting a win at North Cobb Christian last year in the playoffs.
Certainly, Coach. Well, we appreciate your time. We're going to pass it to your players just to get to know them a little bit, Coach. Okay.
All right. Thank you.
Yes, sir. All right.
My name is Caleb Yarrell. I play defensive end and tight end.
All right. So for you, right, you have to kind of play both, be responsible for a lot, as far as assignments, getting open offensively, defensively. So how do you kind of just stay conditioned to be able to do all that and be an asset for your coach?
Getting extra work in after practice. I do extra runs like gassers and 40s.
Okay. And then for you, what do you enjoy playing more? Is it defensive line or is it more tight end? Or it don't matter?
It really don't matter as long as I'm on the field.
Okay, so just trying to help your team win.
Yes, sir.
Got you. For you, I want to ask you, obviously, you're on the offensive line. The coach talked about it. Still work in progress, getting things worked out, but you're a leader of the group. So what are you kind of telling these guys, like, hey, man, we need to do this in the weight room. We need to carry ourselves this way in order to be ready for the season?
Big problem with us is we argue with each other too much. So I try and keep everybody head on straight and keep them from getting their feelings.
And then for you, what is your favorite thing about playing offensive line?
I say getting pancakes.
And then how many newcomers are there to this offensive line group?
New this year, for varsity, we have probably like 2 to 3 offensive linemen that's new.
And are you going to be outside at tackle?
No, I was at tackle, but I got moved to center.
Okay.
Got you. And then I wanted to ask you, obviously, you one of the playmakers on the team, I believe. So how important is it for you to, know your job, know what you're supposed to do in order to kind of be ready?
It's really important because, like you said, I'm one of the playmakers on the team. So a lot of, in some situations, I'm going to have to step up and make a big play and, key plays, key moments. So I got to keep my head strong so I can make them plays for my team.
Are you more so, final question, are you more so you lead by example or you kind of hype, man, get your team hype with the big plays you make?
Sort of both because, I bring the energy, but also, I like the younger players look at me as, a leader and, look at me to set an example for them.
And goals for 2024?
Man, we trying to make a deep playoff run, trying to get to state, and, make some big plays, man, get these offers.
Certainly. Guys, thank you so much, South Atlanta, for coming up. We appreciate your time, and good luck this season. Go Hornets. Thank you. All right, welcome back to Georgia High School Media Days at Mechanical Trades Institute. We are joined by Pike County head coach Stephen Holmes. Coach Holmes, you had a great run last year with Manchester, getting them to the state title game. What has it been like coming in, implementing kind of your formula and your standards with this new group?
It's been great, Coach. We got a really great coaching staff, and of course, we got a really great group of kids. And number one, we got great administrative support. So those things with our superintendent and our principal on down, all those pieces in place, allowing that transition to come in and really start putting our team together and starting our football program has been really, really special. And you win with people, and so all those administrative leaders in place, and all the things we've been able to accomplish over the last 4 months has been really special through our winter program and our summer program. So right now we're just carrying momentum in as we start fall camp.
Certainly, Coach. And as you start, who are going to be some key playmakers, key players for you this season?
Well, most of these guys really I got behind me right here. They've been in our, been a part of Pike County football for 4 years, and it's been great getting to know them the last 5 months as I've been on campus. And today I brought with us, of course, our Kip Bryant. He's a wide receiver, defensive back for us. He's a senior, two-sport athlete. I brought Peyton Rivera and Bryce Salmons. Those two guys will be on the field every snap. We play on both sides of the ball for us as well. Two tough-nosed, hard running, runners and hitters. Do great in the classroom. Take care of business off the field. So, they bring all that to the field for us. Also, too, FCJ Parks. He's going to be a great running back linebacker for us. He's done a great job. He's had a great fall camp in the last 2 days getting started. Put in a lot of time. Really looking forward to him. We got some other players, Austin Jean and Jaleel Goss. We're real excited about them. Our coaching staff is. Those guys get better every day they step on the field. We have Zane Bristol. Zane Bristol's a two-sport athlete for us. He's going to do a great job. He's shown a lot of promise for us. And then also, too, we have Ethan Dellashaw. He's done a great job. We've moved him around on offensive line. Honor student, real coachable, tough as nails. You can win with people like that.
And then, Coach, any mantras or mottos you have, like, hey, guys, like, this is kind of what we're going to go by. This is what I've, set up.
Well, the coaching staff is developing consistency with our team. That's the big thing. We have to develop some consistency, on a daily basis of how we work, how we prepare for practice, and how we hit the weight room and how we hit the film room and our strength and conditioning program. With the kids is the longer we go, the stronger we get. That's the mantra with them, and there's no wavering from that. At the end of practice, we have to be better than we were at the beginning. Physically and mentally and spiritually. And every day we build on that, and that's our focus.
We're going to go to the players real quick. Who wants to take it?
Oh, Kip Bryant.
All right, so let's talk about the Pirates. You guys have been in some very tough regions. I know you guys are trying to kind of take that next step as a program, but where do you see the expectations this year, and how confident are you guys to really make this year special?
I'm pretty confident that we could make the playoffs and just have a good fight and make it pretty far and win some bunch of games this year.
And then when Coach Holmes came to the school, it's always kind of tough having a new coach come in, but what have you just learned from him so far?
Oh, I love it. I love it. Everything he's about, just everything. He's pushing us hard. We haven't had that these past years, and I love how he pushes us in the weight room and everything we do. Makes us better men.
And then the season is less than a week away. Who do you guys open with?
Woodland is our scrimmage game, and then we play Crawford County, I think, is our real next game.
And then what's your position?
Wide receiver and cornerback.
Wide receiver and corner.
And then for you, like, obviously you play in both. So being that you play both, does it help you on the other side of the ball? Let's say, like, you're a predominantly receiver. Does that help you cornerback knowing, okay, hey, they're lined up in this formation, I know what he's going to potentially run? Does that help you out playing?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
And, for you, what are some goals you got on that side of the ball offensively this year?
Offensively, just score some touchdowns and be a better teammate, make sure my teammates get the ball, and just be a good teammate.
Final question, who's a guy that's standing behind you or even back home that you think will have a breakout season as far as underclassmen?
Underclassmen. Oh, probably Lyric Scott.
Why him?
Because he's just all around great athlete and fast. And
what position does he play?
He plays wide receiver.
Wide receiver too?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Well, guys, thank you so much for being up here. Pike County, appreciate you sharing a little bit about your group. Good luck this season, and we'll be watching from far. Go Pirates.
Appreciate y'all.
Thanks.
Thank you. welcome back. We are here with the training director of Mechanical Trades Institute, Andrew Wilson. So I want to ask you a little bit. Obviously, so many great athletes. So I asked that in a second. What did you to train these hype
training
and then, what in the guys is out of who that trade.
This is fantastic opportunities. Can come here with no education whatsoever, just graduating out of high school. They can get into a trade, plumbing, pipe fitting, welding, HVAC's a little bit different enrollment, but still that same opportunity. And they get a free education as long as they just meet the minimal criteria, and they can come out of here with standard raises, working full-time for a contract, or get guaranteed raises every year that they advance in the program. They just have to meet the minimum criteria to turn out each year and get a free education and be working for a contractor while they're earning. That's what an apprenticeship is. They earn while they learn.
Certainly. And then for you, if you don't mind sharing just a little bit of your story really quick, just how you got into the position that you are and being in this industry, and why it could be valuable for some of these athletes and students.
Sure. Well, actually, I was in the military for 6 years and got out of the military and was working for the railroad and really just didn't enjoy it. And I had a good friend of mine that was working for one of our mechanical contractors, and I got employed with them and took a risk not knowing what I was going to be doing, and ended up just absolutely loving what I did. If you like to work with your hands and you like to see instant gratification for fixing a piece of equipment and work on various pieces of equipment and travel around Atlanta and put smiles on people's faces that's having problems with their buildings, then this trade is for you. And that's what I got out of it. And as I was going through the apprenticeship program, I competed in everything that I could and ended up getting an opportunity to come back and teach. And that's where I started teaching in my industry, and then therefore ended up moving on up the ladder as the training coordinator, and now I'm fulfilling the training director responsibilities.
And then how does the learning material differ year to year?
Well, it gets increasingly difficult. You've got to get a good foundational understanding, obviously, just like how to drive a vehicle before you can start working on the engine, and it works in that. You learn the foundational skills here in first year. You go out in the field and you learn how to apply those foundational skills, and then it just increasingly starts getting more difficult, and you gain more responsibility, and even may run into – we have guys here that come through this program that's running work as third-year apprentices. So however much responsibility and you devote into it is how much you're going to get out of it.
Well, Mr. Wilson, that's all the time we have for today. Thank you so much for sharing just a little bit about what you do and a little bit about your story and helping to change some of these kids' lives today.
I appreciate it, guys. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
All right. You have a good day.
All right, welcome back to Georgia High School Media Day at Mechanical Trades Institute. So we are joined by Maynard Jackson's flag football program. Coach, pretty decent year for you last year, went 3-1 in your region. Just talk about how this year has been in some of these summer workouts getting prepped for the season.
This year we just continue to build off last year, just continue to do things that put us in good positions to continue to win. Just build off that, continue to get new girls into the program. Encourage them to learn from the older girls who have been successful, and then just build off that. So build on our momentum for next season.
Talk a little bit about how has it been when maybe you first started with this program compared to where it is now. Have you seen more kind of girls coming out to want to play for you?
Yeah, so this is actually my first year over here. So I'm just building on what the previous coach did, and what Coach Curry did was build this program to good standing. And so I'm just continuing to build on from where it was at. And so we're looking to have a really good year based off a lot of players that we have that's their second, third, and fourth year, playing flag football here.
And then when does the season kind of start for your open up?
We open up at the beginning of October 9th. We open up against Kip Collegiate, and so that'll be our first game. And then from there, we'll continue to have games each week consecutively after that to the playoffs.
Got you.
And then what's so exciting about flag to me, when it comes to regular football, it's like some schools have so many resources. They've been dynasties forever, but now it's like this is a new sport, and really the opportunity to become a dynasty, it really just takes good coaching and a special group of girls. So what would it mean to establish Maynard Jackson kind of as this initial program that is making deep runs in the playoffs and really finding success?
Well, it's just continue to build on the community support for the different programs we have at the school. We have good athletics overall, and so we just want flag football to continue to be another staple of the success that we've had in female sports here at Maynard Jackson. So we're looking for that program to continue to take off, and we're expecting big things for our program this year.
In your first year, are you ready?
Ready.
Yeah.
And then, Coach, if you don't mind sharing, just who are some girls you got up here with you that's behind you that's going to have a big impact this year?
All right. Go ahead, Brandy.
My name is Brandy. My name is Brandy Smith. I'm a senior, and I play center.
I'm Ainsley Odell. I'm also a senior, and I play a little bit of everything.
I'm Alyssa Billings. I'm a senior, and I play QB.
Okay. If you don't mind sharing, I want to ask you, what are the, I guess, things that you have to do as a center? Like, I'm still learning flag football myself, so if you can walk us through, like, what are some things you're responsible for and tasks that you have to do?
A lot of times as a center, I get told that I got to make sure my offensive side of the ball is straight all the time. Like, even when the quarterback, like, trying to get the play, I still got to make sure the girls on my line is okay, too.
Gotcha. And then you still run routes as well, right? Because you hike it and then go out.
Yes, I catch.
What's your favorite route to run from the center position?
Probably a 5 and out.
5 and out?
Yeah.
Okay. And then for you, obviously being at Maynard Jackson, a great overall sports program. What has it been like just as far as flag football and you girls doing your thing out there on the gridiron and more people, just watching you?
Yeah, it's been great. I started playing my freshman year, and it's the first year that our school had a program. So Brandy and I also, and Alyssa too, we kind of have, like, come up with this program. So it's really been great, and then seeing it grow and having new people each year. Yeah, and we've been pretty successful too, and we're looking forward to another successful season.
With you guys being here to start, have you been convincing some of the girls, hey, come out and play, let's help build this program?
We definitely have, yeah. Being seniors now, we're trying to get as many people as we can to come out and play.
Absolutely.
Okay, give me this. What is your recruiting tactic to get the girls to come? What do you say? Like, hey.
You don't have to know how to, our first thing we say, you don't have to know how to catch. Because a lot of girls think, I can't catch, I can't play. No, you can come out there and know how to pull, be fast, you can play.
Certainly. And then for you, obviously, you being a senior, what are you most excited for in your final year, kind of playing with this group right here?
My final year, I'm just excited to win. Like, finishing it off with this being my last year, I got to get new people in, helping my other seniors get out, getting new stuff, doing new stuff.
Certainly. And final question for you all. How cool has it been building this bond and this relationship with your head coach? It was the first year with you guys.
I just say we ready to get to know somebody new because, we had Coach Curry for 3 years. So we ready to get somebody new.
A different voice.
Yeah.
Certainly. Well, guys, thank you so much. We appreciate you coming up, featuring your program. Good luck this season.
Thank you.
Yes, sir. Thank you. All right, guys, welcome back to Georgia High School Media Days at Mechanical Trades Institute. We're here with the head coach from Mount Bethel. And what is so cool, and I want to lead off with this, Coach, it's going to be your first ever year as a football program. We talked last year at Media Day. I don't know if you remember, but I remember you telling me about some of the guys getting them together. What has the spring been like since kind of going in knowing it's going to be your first year?
Yeah, it's been really good. We've had a lot of kids buy into what we're doing. We've gotten a lot more kids out. We had around 22, 23 kids last year. We're up around 35 this year. So just the growth of what we've been able to do, and just from our coaching staff, the coaching buy-in, the player buy-in, it's been a tremendous thing, and it's happened a lot quicker than we anticipated. So we've been really excited about that.
And then also, I remember last year you mentioned, so you have former Alabama quarterback here, Blake Sims. So what has that been like, him being the offensive coordinator for your team and kind of communicating with him every day and picking his brain to kind of get this offense rolling?
Yeah, no doubt. He's here with us today, and he has been a tremendous asset to not only our football program but our school in general as well. He just took a full-time job at our school, and I know we talked last year, and having the ability to have all the cut-ups that he has from Alabama, and being able to put that in our huddle and to sit down with our quarterbacks in our offense. We run a very similar offense to what he ran when he was there. And having all of that and the ability to sit down with our quarterbacks in our offense and show them all of that, I mean, it's unbelievable just to have that ability and everything we got from there.
And then for you, Coach, is there any, obviously I know this is the first year you guys ever playing. Do you set high expectations for this group? What are some messages to them as you guys kind of try to get this program rolling?
Yeah, no, I mean, that's the biggest thing we've done this year is we've said, hey, last year was kind of getting us into it. And this year is, hey, we're putting our thumb down. We're not, you can't miss practice. You can't be doing some of the things that you did, because we had a young group. We had a lot of kids who were inexperienced, who didn't understand, the work that has to go into being a successful football program. And really this year we've really upped the standards and put a tremendous importance on that. And that's been a big thing. And the kids have stepped up. They've bought in, and it's been great.
And then before I throw it to Craig, tell us about some of the guys you got with you today.
Yeah, absolutely. So I'm Hayes Stevens. He's our quarterback. Also plays some free safety for us. And then I'm going to let Alex Hedden talk as well. He plays linebacker and also receiver, and does a phenomenal job for us in that capacity as well.
Certainly. Yep. Before we throw it to the players, I'll let you ask a question, Craig.
Sorry, I know my son's going crazy up here.
Just in terms of building a program, what does this year represent within that process?
I think really, last year was, we were able to introduce it. We were able to get the kids kind of involved. This year, I think, really solidifies all the hard work and all that stuff that we've put in. And so I think the kids can really start reaping the rewards and the benefits of the hard work they put in this year.
What are the goals for this full schedule this year?
The goals for this full schedule, one is to really get, finish the season. And, we played a modified schedule last year. We're up in the time of our quarters. We played 10-minute quarters last year. We're playing 12-minute quarters this year. We're playing 10 games. We played 7, 8 games last year. So it's really that piece of it for us is to really finish, to keep our kids healthy, to understand the length of the season, and to get their bodies and everything prepared and ready for that type of stuff.
And now we're going to, Coach, you can stay on the mic. We're going to pass it off to your quarterback here for just a couple questions. So do you feel any added pressure for you kind of, hey, this is your team, you're going to be the guy, Coach, communicating with you and kind of as a leader? Do you feel any added pressure? Or are you like, man, I'm ready for this, let's do it?
I feel like I'm a leader, but I also trust my guys behind me to help me out and perform to the level I want to perform at, what we want to perform at.
And then what's the relationship been like, obviously, with Coach Sims and your quarterback coach building that and so you can be ready?
He's a great coach. I mean, with him all the time. It's a funny guy, great guy to be around, great guy to have around the team, the school.
And then what have you enjoyed most about bonding with this group as you guys try to, honestly making the history? It's inaugural year for your program. How exciting it is to build this bond for a team that's always going to be remembered?
I mean, I love all these guys behind me. We're all trying to perform to the level we want to perform at, win a bunch of games, have a bunch of fun.
Got you. We're going to throw it to your linebacker coach that you mentioned. All right, so you are the leader of the defense. So just tell me a little bit about what's that like with this group. Again, same thing. Got to know where this guy's supposed to be, where this coverage is supposed to be as you guys kind of build.
Well, throughout the season is mainly about building trust with the other players throughout the defense, like the linebacker core, all the secondary. And once we have trust together, calling out plays mid-game, changing coverages, changing blitzes, it all really blends and works well, and especially working on that in practice with them, it just all really works well, and there's a lot of potential with our defensive group.
What game are you most excited about this year?
I'm most excited to play Kings Ridge, our opening game, that's going to be our first varsity opponent, and that's just our first matchup against a real varsity team in the regular season. So I'm just excited to see what we can do in that game.
Certainly. Well, Coach, thank you so much for coming. Mount Bethel, we'll be watching you guys this year. Good luck in your inaugural season. I hope to see you guys again next year.
Sir, thank you.
Thank you. Sir. Nah, you good. Okay. All right, welcome back to Georgia High School Media Days at Mechanical Trades Institute. We are joined by Sergeant First Class Daniel Briscoe of the National Guard. So, from who you talked to today, who's kind of caught your eye? You don't have to say necessarily the name, but maybe just building a relationship with a potential player or a student athlete that's kind of like, hey, this guy would probably be good for the National Guard.
To be honest with you, I've come across many different faces, and there's a lot of really good potential here. So I can't really say I have a favorite, but it's a lot of good potential here, and I'm happy to help everyone.
What kind of opportunities does players have potentially with the National Guards being the next stepping stone maybe for them in their life and their journey?
National Guard can help in many different ways when it comes to leadership and physical discipline, mental discipline as well. So when it comes to going on to furthering their education, we can definitely help with that as well.
And then if you can, tell us a little about your story. How did you get started in the National Guard?
So actually, I was in college. I had no idea about it. A friend told me about it. And I was like, okay, I guess I'll give it a try. And I talked to a recruiter. She told me all about it. And I was like, it's actually pretty good stuff. You say you're going to pay my tuition? What? Absolutely. Sign me up.
What's been your favorite thing about this journey so far in National Guard?
Thus far in the National Guard is the different positions I have done, whether it be starting off in admin or going to Djibouti, Africa, or coming back and being a recruiter, which has been the most, I would say, passionate job I had thus far in the National Guard. So that's been my biggest thing so far. So,
yep. And you were talking about tuition, but there's also so many other things that this can help you while you're trying to pursue other things. Just talk about that and just the diverse range of people that take this path.
Yeah, but besides education, there's definitely healthcare, job placement as well. We have different organizations inside of our larger organization that help with families and things of that nature as well, like the Yellow Ribbon and other organizations. But besides education, we have the certificate program where people, if you want to be a pilot, aviation, you can get that paid for too, technology and things like that nature.
And then we've got high schoolers here today, but in terms of recruiting, is this the age you want to kind of plant that idea in their head?
Absolutely. So you can get started at the age of 17 while you're a junior in high school. As long as you have the consent of your parents. If you're a junior and above in high school, we can go ahead and get you started with the National Guard. As long as you can pass your ASVAB and pass your physical, we'll be happy to assist you.
Well, Sergeant Briscoe, that's all the time we have for today. Thank you so much for sharing a little about your story in the National Guard.
Thank you. Thank you for having me.
Yes, sir.
Have a good day.
Welcome back. We're the CEO and founder of ScoutSmart, Diane Bloodworth. So just tell us a little bit about what you guys do as your company and a little bit of what your kind of message of what you're about.
Certainly. So ScoutSmart provides predictive analytics for sports. We predict the fit of a recruit for a college football team. Recently, we added flag football analytics. So we're very excited to be in that space as well.
So what is that kind of intel? I know we are in the emergence of data analytics, right? We sit across from AI and these super immersive technologies now. So for you, what does your company kind of do? Are you looking at players constantly? Are you communicating with recruiters for colleges? What is all that kind of intel?
Certainly. So we need both, right? We need the players and their data as well as the coaches to access that data. So we sell to the college programs. So it's always free for a recruit to be in our database. And that's one of the reasons we're here today, is to get these players to enter a profile or get their coaches to send us their prospect list. The more data we have, the better. And then we can do a number of things. We have a series of scores that we come up with, a stat score, a smart score, a skill score. We also project the level of play. Is this a player that's more of a Power 4 player, or is this a player that might be more of a D2, D3 player? And so the coaches then can more efficiently go in and really hone in on those recruits that are going to be a fit for their program.
Let me ask you this. So when you do evaluate a player in Power 4 of the D2, D3, is it necessarily their measurables, like their height, their weight, their strength, or is it more so maybe their intangibles of what they do on the field?
Yeah, we look at both. You know, we really think it takes both the objective and the subjective data points to really analyze a player. A lot of what we do is their height and weight by position. Size of high school can make a difference. So there's a number of different data points. We've done all kinds of analysis to see which data points really influence and are accurate indicators for us.
Now, I want to ask you, obviously, you guys got recently into flag football, so that implementation for your company. So is it kind of goes by the same kind of things, or is it a little bit different?
It goes, it's very similar, which is really why it was easier to implement. We are taking a close look at the stats just to make sure that, you know, the way we analyze the stats and put together a score is really going to fit flag football as well. And some of the evaluation factors are a little bit different, but it's still there. We recently signed an NIL deal with one of the flag football players on the U.S. On the national team. And so just to help raise our brand in that space, too.
And then lastly, talk a little about the innovativeness of your company, because you're already getting a head start. Like, we're seeing the proliferation of the flag football sport itself.
Yeah.
And more people are talking about it. More people are on it. But your company's already there like, hey, if you want this girl, we have you. Here's all the information. You can make a decision if you want to have her or not. Talk about that.
Yeah, exactly. We wanted to be the first company that really gets into recruiting analytics for flag football and really build that database. We have over 50,000 tackle football players in our database, so we're starting to build those flag players and get that data, collect that data, do more analysis of it, and we'll be that go-to company for anybody that's looking for anything flag football.
Certainly.
Yeah, because analytics have always been a part of it, but what you're doing with this score is you're saying grade them as a potential recruit. So is that something where you guys are bridging that gap between high school and college?
Yes, it is. And we're also allowing the coaches to really go in and, you know, let's say I'm Harvard, then I'm looking for kids that are higher academic kids, and they can go in and filter and look at those academics. Let's say I am at Texas, and I only want offensive linemen who are at least 6'4", 320 pounds. I can go in and filter and look at that. We're filling that gap, but we also have JUCO players, and we also have transfer portal, active transfer portal players.
Very interesting. You mentioned the NIL sponsorship. Was that for flag football?
That is for flag. We've done some NIL deals on the tackle football side as well.
Well, Ms. Butworth, it's all the time we have. I appreciate you sharing a little bit about what your company does. I mean, you guys are on the ever, changing world of technology, and I think it's super cool that you guys are already into the flag football realm, and just love what your company's doing and helping out these kids, and also the coaches on the other side as well.
Thank you.
Yes, ma'am. All right, welcome back to Georgia High School Media Day at Mechanical Trades Institute. So, Coach, what a phenomenal year, guys, here for you guys in 2023, right? You guys won your first region championship since 1987. You guys go deep into the playoffs. Talk a little bit about how that season was. Just give me a little recap.
Well, you know, we went into last year, we kind of wanted to establish a culture. We wanted to establish good habits, a way of doing things. And so we kind of hung on to, you know, 1-0 every day, every week, every game, and really just take care of what's in front of you. And these guys, they bought into it. You know, we chopped at it every day, and things went well for us.
Has your process this year been any different? And I only ask that because I know sometimes when you have success one year, you get a little bit of complacent. I know you got a lot of young guys back here, but is the process any different? What's been the message for them?
Well, for us, you know, the main thing is keeping the main thing. You know, we know that with the success we had last year, the expectations rise. But, and we talked about this today, we don't change, you know, other people's expectations are not really important to us. It's just what these guys have for each other and that expectation. So, you know, the main thing, you said that, keeping that complacency from creeping in, because that's the challenge now.
Yes.
You know, feeling like what you did is going to carry over, and ultimately it's not. You know, and that's the tough part, especially to get young guys to understand that, but really everybody to understand that. You know, we got to earn our keep, you know, because what we did last year is not going to put a point on the board for us in any game this year. And for us, we just want to keep raising that standard and staying there with it.
Certainly.
Coach, you've got some practices under your belt so far. What are some of the early realizations that you made about this team?
Well, this team is really connected. These guys love spending time with each other. Mm-hmm. We've kind of built off of what we did last year in terms of those standards, and now we're just trying to get better and better. But these guys, man, they love each other. You know, they're close. You know, our locker room, sometimes they're a little bit too close. But ultimately, that's what you want in a team. Mm-hmm. You want them to love each other. You want them to enjoy being around each other, because ultimately, man, when the bullets start flying, you know, in the fall, you need to be able to trust that guy next to you. So that would probably be the first thing that would come to my mind about this particular group of guys. They're really connected. You know, we got more seniors than we had last year. We only had 10 last year. We're well over 20 this year. And so it's a big group that's played a lot together, spent a lot of time with each other. And so we're looking forward to, you know, the challenge this year.
I feel like leadership starts at the top. So when this team looks at you, what do you hope that they take away from you in the way you go about leading?
Well, I try not to hold them to anything that I'm not going to hold myself and our coaches to. You know, a lot of guys say that, but it becomes difficult to uphold that every day. And so for me, I just want to model what we want from them. You know, and I know that's a very coach answer, but we really mean that. You know, we don't ask these guys to do nothing that we're not willing to do ourselves, because ultimately we're in the trenches with them too. You know, and we want to see those guys shine. You know, we talk a lot about taking care of what's in front of you. You know, we have an acronym, WIN, what's important now. Like we try to really focus on that, and it's tough because there's so many external factors and things that, you know, distract you and pull your attention, you know, from the main thing. But ultimately, I just hope they, you know, can see somebody that models that behavior.
As we transition to the players, Coach, tell us about some of the guys you brought with you today. Well,
this is our leadership council, and so we got a mixture. Most of these guys are seniors, but we got a multitude of guys here that have played a lot of football together, and these guys are our leaders. You know, I tell them we go as they go, and so, you know, I didn't want to bring, you know, the whole team up here, but ultimately, for me, these are the faces of our team, you know, and so I think we got 3 sophomores and everybody, 1 sophomore, 2 juniors, and everybody else is a senior. And so all region players to every position you can think of across the field. And so I don't want to go name for name, but these guys right here are pretty much our team. And so as they go, we go.
Certainly, Coach. Well, I'm going to throw the mic to one of the players. Anyone that wants to talk, just ask a few questions.
Not everybody all at once.
Step on up.
All right, state your name for us.
All right, my name is Eli Somerville.
And then what position you play?
I play center.
Okay, so for you, right, obviously I think it's great because a lot of you guys are seniors and you're here. So from terms of just leading these guys at the center role, like I said, you got a lot that you're responsible for as well. What's your message to these guys?
Well, so as a team, our senior leadership and our leadership crew, like Coach Brown has said before,
we're all really tight-knitted. I mean, we're super close. And so our message to the younger guys is always watch the leadership crew. I mean, of course, if a young guy's ever struggling with anything or whatever, they're down, this is where this group steps up and more motivators than people who knock you down.
So as this leadership council, what are the expectations for you, not on the field, but off the field?
So Coach Brown's real big about that, as in showing, ourselves out in the community and show what we represent as a team, as the Central High School football team. So, I mean, that's one real big thing, is showing everything you can.
I got a question for JR, if you don't mind speaking.
He put you on the spot.
Yeah, I had to. So, JR, man, I don't know if your coach knows this, but in terms of 2027, I think you and I think Teddy Girard are like the top quarterbacks in the state. So, for you, what has this offseason been like for you, just in terms of preparation, getting to where you want to be, and taking that next level? I mean, last year you beat out a senior for the role. Talk a little about that.
Man, it was a journey, man. I started off training like every weekend with my QB coach, Tony, and then I come in with my OC that just left. He went to Harrison. So we had film study like every day basically after school, and just get reps of that and spring, and then translate off to summer as well. And we just had a lot of talk about that, about me. I mean, I stepped foot in this leadership council, and so I know I had a big role coming up, especially being out a senior. So I know how to step up my game and be more vocal and be like the real quarterback I'm supposed to be, and just have a huge role in that. And on and off the field, making grades. I mean, just like relying on my teammates and just like being an unselfish player I can. But like at the end of the day, it's all about winning and like having this brotherhood behind me to back me up as well.
Go ahead.
One thing that we've been talking about all day, interested to hear your answer here. There's a lot of new regions, new teams on the schedule. When you look at the schedule for this season, what's the game you're most excited to play in?
Man, all of them is just most region games, but the one I'm most excited about is probably Oxford, out of state.
Mm-hmm.
And I know that they got a quarterback, Mason Mims. I know he's really good. He's a Louisville commit. I've seen him in a bunch of 7-on-7s. He can sling it. And so that's just one of the biggest games we're looking at for this season coming up. And because I know they got a 4-star D lineman. I don't know his name, but I know that it's going to be a lot of competition. I know a lot of people are going to be there and just show love and support to us. So, I mean, that's the biggest one I'm looking for.
Yeah, because you're not just representing your team, but the entire state of Georgia.
Yeah, community, yes, ma'am.
Final question. How cool is it to be able to have like Marshawn Horton with you, also Joe Walton? I'm not sure if he's here, but just having those guys where you can keep a defense honest every single game.
Yes, sir. So, like, I mean, I know I got other guys to rely on except myself. So, like, if my pass game goes down, I know that the other team might not can stop our run game. And I know I can just throw a 50-50 ball if we're like 3rd down or 10, throw a 50-50 ball to Marshawn, 6'4", 6'5" kid, can go up and get it, and I trust him all my heart. And as well as Jonas, I know he can hit the hole right, A or B gap. So, I mean, just relying on each other and trusting one another and just having a good team bonding.
Yes, sir. Well, guys, that's all the time that we got. Thank you so much to Central Carrollton for coming up. We'll be back in just a little bit.
Yes, sir.
Thanks, guys.
Appreciate y'all. Thank you very much. Thank you. Appreciate it. Thank you.
Welcome back to the Georgia High School Media Day at Mechanical Trades Institute. We're joined by Cobb Christian, who won their first ever region championship in school history last year. I got a chance to see you guys this spring, and I was very impressed. All the young talent you got, the seniors coming back. So, Coach, where are you guys at kind of currently right now?
Oh, man, we're so just excited about the season. Today, we actually drove back on the bus from a camp up in Rome, Georgia. So it was a great camp for us as a team to come together and really challenge our kids in so many ways from a standpoint of like just unity and togetherness, but also getting really good at football. So
certainly. And then for you, obviously, we know about some of the great coaches that you have, but where do you think this group can kind of hit in 2024?
Yeah, that's a great question. So we're always trying to hit our ceiling, right? Like I heard a long time ago, as a coach, your job is to get your team to the ceiling, right? to be honest with you, our ceiling, there's moments I think our ceiling is really high, and then there's moments I'm at loss. So I'm like, man, we're not even close, right? So I am tremendously excited about this group and our ability to make explosive plays on offense in the run game and the pass game, and then defensively to put pressure on the quarterback and then to cover guys, be physical in the run game and the pass game. So it's just putting it together, staying healthy throughout the year. So.
Certainly.
Week 1 is approaching quick. Think about where you are now. What are the things that you're hoping to accomplish in the next few weeks leading up to that game 1?
That's awesome. So, really, I want the kids to love one another, play for one another, and compete together. And we took a big step forward these last 3 days at camp in that regard. Just got to continue to do that and continue to buy in, and no matter what we ask of them, for them to say, yeah, let's go, give me some more. So
yeah, it seems like the team's bought in, but what about the community? How much of the community around your school has an impact on the team?
Big time. Our community is awesome. It's a lot different than McEachern or the Harrison, the schools around us. We're a small community right in the middle of these big schools, so we actually have a tremendously supportive community, starting with our head of school and principal and on down, and then the community we have an awesome little venue. It's not the biggest stadium in the world, but it's really cool. A lot of intimacy there, and a lot of people from kindergarten up that know these players behind me. I tell them they're leaders all the time with the 3rd, 4th, and 5th graders that watch them play and know their names. So it's pretty neat.
Talk about some of the players that you brought with you today.
Yeah, so I got right here Teddy Gerard, quarterback. He's going to be a sophomore, 2027 kid. He's done great. We got Turner, number 3 cornerback for us. He's committed to Air Force just the other day. Ray Dixon behind me. He's committed to Army, He's a senior. Thomas Hale, playing safety for us mostly. BG, playing defensive end, and Spears Martin, 25, playing linebacker.
Certainly. And then, Coach, kind of final question for you. Obviously, you talked about just building and, getting this team to where they be. But what young player so far has impressed you maybe the most that's kind of flying on the radar that's going to have a big impact for you?
Ooh, man, golly, we got a great group of 2027, so sophomores. We have a couple 2028s, actually, freshmen. But DJ Huggins is a sophomore. Dylan Rainey's a sophomore. Brody Archie's a sophomore. All 3 of those guys are really explosive and just really yet to even see their potential or even close to it. So they started for us. We played a lot of football last year, but this year they're going to take that big sophomore jump is the hope. So those 3 for sure.
Certainly, Coach. Well, thank you. I'm going to pass it to the players. You can stay on the mic, but I'm going to give them one. I'll throw it to Ray. So, Ray, obviously we know how good you are. Obviously, you and BG right here. So, I've asked you guys before, your tandem, but what are you guys kind of teaching some of the young guys that you got that kind of model after you and kind of look up to you?
They definitely have, especially over the summer, over workouts and all that, they've definitely improved, and they're buying into the program and what we had to bring throughout the years, and I really think they're just prepared for the next year.
I think I remember you saying in the spring that you two played for a long time together. I can't remember how long it was, but how important is that just to have a guy that knows the things you like to do, know the things he likes to do when you rush in the passer?
It's great. We've been playing since 8th grade. I met him in 7th grade. I ended up going to the same school as him. We just have built that chemistry throughout the years, and it's just great playing with him.
Certainly. I want to ask Turner a question. So, first off, man, congrats on the Air Force commitment. What's so cool about his story is that he just recently started playing football. He's actually, I believe, a basketball player.
Yes, sir.
And so how cool was it just to see all your work and that maturation kind of come when you're able to make that commitment to a school?
That was amazing. That night was amazing because I remember when I first made that decision, I got people hating, people saying it's not going to work out. So I feel like all that work I put in the summer and off season finally worked. It paid off.
What are some of your goals for 2024?
Lockdown corner, no receptions in man.
I've got one for you. You're going to play at the next level. How has North Cobb Christian prepared you to go play at the college football level?
I feel like the way we handle things is like college schedule, like what we did in fall camp at Berry. So I feel like that prepared me. Then also our school, it's a college preparatory, so that kind of classes and stuff prepared me for college and the next level.
And then Teddy, also another one. So if you guys don't know, we have a Georgia League Classic event. So we got to see Teddy this past year as a freshman, and he was about 5'8", 5'9". He's growing to about 6'2". Now. So, Teddy, obviously we've seen the growth spurt, but where do you feel like your game is kind of taking that next level as you go into 2024?
This past year, it really excelled, just learning from a young age and,
getting to know the offense and getting to know these guys that are older and just learning it, riding along, and letting my game take me where it goes. It wasn't easy, and but as we go this year, I feel like I've gotten a lot better. A lot more stuff has come at me these past couple months, and it's been a lot, but I've been just managing it and just sticking to what I know and staying to the simple, just playing football, doing what I love.
Final question for you. Teddy, tell the audience that don't know, I got the chance to see you actually working. I mean, you guys have a full-on practice, and then you working with these young guys that Coach mentioned, the Rainies of the world, just going through extra reps after practice, just getting that time in. Now, just talk about that in your work ethic that people don't get to see.
It's the biggest part, honestly, is the work we put in afterwards. I mean, I make it a priority almost every day after practice to get extra routes and get extra receiver, because at the end of the day, it's that communication and that connection that we have with the receivers and the quarterbacks and the old linemen, and that's all it is, the brotherhood, honestly, because those are the teams that go far and those are the teams that win.
Certainly. That's all we got. Time for now. Thank you so much for coming up, Coach Jones. Really respect what you and your program do. And that's Cobb Christian, so you guys get to catch him, later on this season. But that's all the time we got. Go Eagles.
Thank you.
Sir.
Best.
Welcome back to Georgia High School Media Days at Mechanical Trades Institute. So we're with the McEachern Indians. Super excited to talk to Coach Reed. Great year last year. Won your first region championship since 2021, Coach. So what was that like? I remember you guys, it was a tough start to the season. You guys got rolling. So just talk a little bit about that, Coach.
Yeah, no, we just had to kind of figure some things out, get some guys in the right spots, and make some changes on the offensive side of the football to kind of score some points and help our defense side. And once we figured that piece out, the rest kind of took care of itself, and we took off and won about 7 games straight in the region title. So that was good.
You're going into year 2. The first time we got the chance to meet you last year was at the Corky Kell Dave Hunter Classic. Yep. What are the adjustments that you've had to make as a coach in year 2?
Year 2, you just kind of get to do it all over again, but do it better, right? So all our practices, procedures, the way we kind of go about our business, we just kind of refine it and make it better from year 1 to year 2. And our kids understand the expectation now, so do the coaches, administration. So everybody just kind of knows their role and does it to the best of their abilities compared to, year 1 where everybody's kind of trying to figure it out and try to, find their way.
Last year you had a phenomenal offensive line, Coach. How are you feeling about that unit going into this year?
I felt like the offensive line has been the strength of our team since I've gotten here, honestly. We've added another offensive line coach to our staff, Coach William Wright, and promoted my offensive line coach who was there with us last year to offensive coordinator. So we have a very physical and aggressive mindset when it comes to calling offensive football, and I'm excited to see what we do.
Now, you got a thumper there in the backfield with Jerrion Campbell. What are you most excited to see what he's able to do as his junior year approaches?
Yeah, well, I want to see him, play a full season healthy. Last year he missed about 4 games, and so I think that hurt his production in terms of numbers relative to other guys in the state, but I think he's just as good as anybody that we have in the state of Georgia here. So when he plays a full season, his numbers are going to be comparative to those other top backs in the state, and we're going to win a lot of games.
Now, Kaylee mentioned, obviously, the Corky Kell Dave Hunter Classic and meeting you last year. You guys are going to play North Gwinnett this year, so how much are you relishing kind of that matchup and getting to play them in the bins?
It's always exciting to play in the bins. That's a great experience for the players, for the coaches as well, right, and our fans. So I'm definitely looking forward to it. North Gwinnett is a quality opponent. I know they have some history with McEachern, and we haven't ended up on the right side of it a lot, so looking to kind of right that ship a little bit, but definitely excited to play those guys and get an opportunity to compete.
What advice would you give young coaches, Coach, that are coming in their first year? You had such a great year with this team to be able to have and achieve that success while you're setting standards and principles for your program.
I think the key is just kind of find out what the issues are, and then try to go in and not just completely turn everything upside down. I think a lot of times guys make mistakes where they're just making changes to make changes, right? Do what the kids are familiar with and then just tweak it. And so, and then at the end of the day, I think our kids just needed to enjoy playing football again and having fun. And once they did that, everything else took care of itself.
So you coached at the college level before this at Florida, right? What's
Correct.
the biggest difference in coaching high school kids?
Honestly, there is no difference when it comes to the football piece. You're still teaching fundamentals and basics every single day with those guys on that level as well, because you'll be surprised. A lot of them don't get that on the high school level. So when they come to you in college, although they're great athletes, they don't have that foundation, right? And so you're constantly teaching fundamentals and things of that nature and basics. But the piece that makes a difference is that as a coach, you have to recruit. You don't have time to say you're all recruiting about class. Now, works for the line. You can't be a bunch back as well in a play. Here, also line edge for us play, but outside we chat and our defense. He had the pass build on the recruit now here.
So, so you and coach see you your the thing I mean play stuff a lot into these that be it's needed
with them Carolina and more like I got a lot more in my just I try to look up from humans to eat the right things.
How important is that nutrition part? I feel like sometimes it gets overlooked. Sometimes like athletes, hey, I'm just an athlete. I can eat Skittles. I can eat all this. But how important is that nutrition component for you?
Well, for me, it's very important because it's just like your body is like a car. What you put in your body is what you get out when you play football. So that's what I try to do every single day.
I want to talk about your coach. He had such success in a short amount of time. How has he changed the culture around the football program for you guys?
Or just him as a coach coming from the college program, he obviously knows a lot about football. So anything he says, he just tries to put us in the best position to win, and he's the man with the plan. So we just sit back and listen, and everything's not just ball. He knows how to have fun as well, too. But he just pretty much a balanced coach. Like he get on us when he need to, and we have fun when we need to as well.
A question for Paul, obviously committed to Troy. Just tell us a little bit about the offensive line. I feel like, as your coach mentioned, it's always been a strength for you guys. Yeah. Why are you guys able to get so much out of that group?
I feel like we're just a real dominant group. We bring it every day. We spend a lot of time with each other ever since the end of last season. We've been going out to eat every other weekend. We spend a lot of time with the guys, so we're like really close. I feel like we're closest in the state, tight bond. I feel like that's why we're so dominant on Friday nights.
What do you enjoy more, run block or pass block?
Run block, for sure.
Getting out to the edge, the perimeter?
Passing only when you're tired. You need a couple plays, you know what I'm saying? Pass pro, you know what I'm saying? But run, we get after them. So.
Certainly. I want to throw it to the last couple questions to your edge rushers. So your coach talked about you kind of blowing up. How have you just remained grounded and still, attacking every day the same?
Just looking at, what I still need to improve on and just maintaining my foot on the gas, really. Just keep grinding, for real.
I've got one for you. Earlier, we talked to the guys from North Cobb, and they said they were excited to restore the rivalry with you guys. Do y'all feel the same way, or is that just like another game on the schedule?
I'm just as excited as those guys are because one of our players transferred over there, too.
Oh, so it's personal.
It is. Yes, sir.
It's personal. All right. Well, guys, thank you so much for coming up. McEachern, we see you guys in the Corky Kell. Thank you, Coach Reed. Good luck this season, and go Indians.
Thanks for having me.
right, welcome back to Georgia High School Media at Mechanical Trades Institute. We are joined by the Creekside program that went 13-2 last year, a state champion runner-up. Phenomenal program that Coach Dixon has out there in Creekside. I got to see you guys in the spring, Coach. Just give me an update. Where you guys at currently right now as we kind of get to acclimation week?
Man, we've had a tremendous summer. We've pushed and challenged our kids to do things that they haven't done before with the goal of winning the 15th game. The focus this year has been finishing because we got there, we just didn't finish. So everything that we've done this year is about finishing the goal, finishing the game, and completing it with the highest ability that you can. So, I'm looking forward to what we're going to do in August and the fall.
Certainly, Coach. And then obviously, you're going to play some pieces. Obviously, Travis Terrell, Rob McCrary. How you kind of felt about your skill positions? Very talented, by the way.
This is not a hot take, and I will say this. I feel like we're better skill-wise this year than we were last year. As good as Rod, Travis, as those guys were, they were guys who kind of learned on the job because they were defensive players coming into high school. Guys like Dylan and EP and Bam, these are guys that's been playing football and playing offense their whole lives, so they understand what it takes and what it do. If they can just focus on the team and understand that it's a ball for everybody to get, I feel like we're going to have a really, really, really good offense.
I know you just touched on it a little bit, but each year you constantly deliver a top program in the state. But what is it about this year's team that separates them and makes them different from the teams of the past?
This has probably been the most challenging year, right? Because, we went with the mantra of, we from the bottom and we here, we build, and these guys have never really experienced not being successful. So we're trying to not make entitlement creep into our program. So we've been even harder on them than in past years because the goal is set. You got to make steps to get to that goal and complete the goal. But the difference is we're not sneaking up on nobody. Everybody in the country knows who Creekside is. Exactly. So you got to bring your A game every time we step on the field.
And part of those tests, I want to bring up a matchup. I feel like you guys are one of the best ones doing the state. Last year you played Mater Day. This year you're going to go to Duncanville with Decorian Moore and Keelan Russell. So we know New Creekside is not scared of anybody. But just what are your thoughts on that matchup?
Well, it's not Duncanville, it's DeSoto.
DeSoto, my bad.
That's even worse because they beat Duncanville by 20 points last year. For us, it's always with the end goal in mind. We want to play teams that are the caliber where we want to be at. Texas is supposed to be a football state. DeSoto is the best team in Texas. So why not go and play them because we're trying to be the best team in Georgia. Again, it's a game that really don't matter because it's non-region. We just want to go out there and see how we measure up against great competition.
Week 1 is quickly approaching. Think about where your team's at now to then. What are the things that you're hoping to accomplish in these next few weeks to prepare you for that game 1?
We want to build consistency. Be committed to our goal of winning the 15th game, and we want to compete every day that we have an opportunity to compete. And I feel like those things will get us to where we need to be at when we play wrong.
Last question before we throw it to your players. How do you feel about the quarterback position? No more Vincent Berry, but you're going to have a new quarterback in the realm. How do you feel about that?
I believe in Caden Benson. I feel like he has the opportunity to be one of the best quarterbacks in the state. He has to trust his coaching and make great decisions. I feel like if he does those things, he has some natural tools that he's going to be a very, very special football player. It's been a while since we had a quarterback that is as good as with his legs as he is with his arms. Being a quarterback at Creekside is a great opportunity. Only a few can be chosen to do it.
Right about that, Coach. We're going to transition to players. You can keep the mic on. Throw it to Dylan. Obviously, you're a standout. I got to see you in the spring a little bit, Dylan. So, being one of the senior leaders, your coach gave you guys a raving compliment. I think this year you guys can be even better at the skill position group. So how do you kind of look at that as far as being the leader of that group?
I look at it as a benefit. Got guys all around besides me that could do the same thing I could do. So say a team won a bracket, we got 3 other guys that could do the same thing. So it helped me out a lot. Probably helped them out a lot having me. I know they helped me out a lot. Take a lot off my back, a lot of weight off my shoulders. So I'm blessed to have them with me. Them guys on my side, on both sides of the ball.
Certainly. Give us a little insight into the Creekside program for those that don't know what Coach Dixon has done. Just what it's like just being a player, being there every day, going through it, and being ready for that moment.
It's a tough program. It's going to build you for life after football. Your years there, you're going to be, you're going to be mentally tough or whatever's thrown your way. Games coming up, hard games. You see our schedule hard. You know, but we've been preparing every day this summer for all them games. Them first 3 games going to be the hardest, but for them last 3 games, I feel like them first 3 games going to prepare us for that,
Right,
to win that 15 game.
I've got a question, and this is personal. It's not business. I'm looking at you guys. I'm looking at them out there. There's a lot of good kicks out there. Who's got the best shoe game on the team?
Best shoe game.
I know it's tough. I mean, I'm looking out there.
who?
There's a lot of good options.
Nah, he not. Why y'all? I don't know.
Oh, you got to pick one. You know who it is. You don't have to hurt anybody's feelings. Just say it.
I say either BJ or EP. That's it.
To follow up Kaylee's question, who dresses the best going to school? If you had to say the best dress on the team,
I say BJ.
Uh,
Yellow shoes.
Yellow shoes.
Mm-hmm.
I can see that. All right. New regions, different schedule. When you look at this schedule, what's the team you're excited to play the most?
DeSoto. Probably, we probably going in there as the underdogs.
Mm-hmm.
I feel like, my guys had a game they supposed to have. We had a game that we supposed to have. We can control the game how we want on both sides of the ball. We do what we supposed to do. We're going to come out with a W.
Sounds like you're going in there with something to prove.
Oh, yeah, for sure.
Well, Coach, that's all the time we got. We appreciate you guys so much. Love always talking to you, Coach Dixon, and your Creekside program. You do a great job. And we'll see you guys pretty soon in the Corky Kelly against Rome. I know that's going to be a star-studded contest. That's all the time we got. Thank you, Coach.
All right, thank you. Try Friday, guys.
Welcome back to Georgia High School Media and Mechanical Trades Institute. So we're joined by Sandy Creek, great program out of Fayetteville. So, Coach, good season last year, 7-4, Coach. How excited are you to kind of start this season? What are some things you've been building after last season?
Very excited about this group. Got a lot of guys that played last year on both sides of the ball. So our expectations is very high at Sandy Creek. And, these guys have been working hard all summer, and hopefully, we can put that to work and put that to test, coming August 16th against East Coweta.
How excited are you for that matchup to kind of play them and kind of get the ball rolling?
It's definitely going to be a measuring stick for us. 6A school, obviously we're 3A, but, we take on the motto, we'll play anybody. We're not afraid of anybody, so I think it'll be a good test for us. We're at home, and our guys don't like to lose at home, so it should be a good matchup.
Certainly. And then I want to ask you real quick about the two studs behind you, obviously Dalen Pinson and obviously Amari Latimer. How well do they complement each other on the field?
Last year, they were both in the backfield. This year on offense, Dalen's going to be split out wide, and Amari's going to be in the backfield. So, I feel like teams are going to have to pick a poison. They're going to figure out if they're going to try to stop the run or stop our passing game. We got a new quarterback in Caleb Hill that I feel like is going to be able to stretch the field for us vertically. So I think that's going to help. And we got some other guys on offense, not just those two guys that, I think defenses are going to have to focus on. So I think our offense can be very explosive. Caleb's got to do a good job of distributing the ball to a lot of guys, but I really feel like we can be very explosive and score a lot of points on offense this year.
You mentioned that you have a lot of guys coming back. How much does that veteran experience not just have an impact on what happens on the field, but off the field as well?
It plays a big part. This summer, June was kind of a rough month for us. Had a lot of guys returning, but I think as we got into July and the closer we get to it, I feel like our team is becoming a lot closer.
Mm-hmm.
Not as much selfishness as we saw in June, So I feel like if they can come out and play together and play as a team, we're going to be tough to beat. We really are.
So it sounds like that's something that you overcame early in the summer, but now as week one approaches, what are the goals in the next few weeks? Like, what do you want to accomplish before you get to that game one?
Be 1-0. Every week that we step out, be 1-0.
And we try to teach our guys we don't want to just win the game. We want to dominate our opponents, and that's something we try to stress in the weight room, something we try to stress at practice. Not just being satisfied with just winning. We want to dominate, and that's something that I think our kids are focusing on too.
Any game besides East Coweta that you're kind of looking forward to on the non-region schedule or even region schedule for this year?
I think all of them are important. Open up with East Coweta, then we play McIntosh, and then obviously I feel like we have the toughest region in 3A with Mary Persons, LaGrange, Troop, Paulding. It's a tough region, and trying to get these guys to understand like there is no off week for us. Every time we step out, we got to be ready to play, or else we're gonna get beat.
And tell us about some of the players you brought with you today.
I got junior safety Rod Smith, senior receiver Matt Hill, obviously Dalen Pinson, who's an athlete, running back Amari Latimer, sophomore receiver and outside linebacker Corey Hadley, junior defensive end Evan Harvey, junior DB Chase Usher, and quarterback Caleb Hill.
Now, before we throw it to the players, I do want to ask. I seen that Evan was playing a little bit of tight end for you as well, maybe, a little bit in the 707s and maybe the spring. Will we get to see him this year play a little bit of that, or is he going to be more kind of confined to defensive end?
That's all up to Evan. If Evan can get in shape and allow us to play him both ways, we're going to do it as much as we can because he's another option for us offensively that people will have to prepare for. It'd be tough to try to stop Dalen, tough to try to stop Amari, and then you throw Evan out there as another option. That's tough for teams to try to prepare for.
Corey.
Yeah, Corey is another one. Mark is another one. So we got a lot of guys on the offensive side of the ball, and I think we returned 8 of 8 starters from last year on defense. All of our secondaries coming back on defense, so we got a lot of experience returning.
Yes,
we only have 13 seniors, so a lot of these guys that are juniors, they played last year. A lot of the seniors, they played last year as well. So we got a lot of experience coming back. We just got to put that experience to test and go play ball.
Certainly. Well, I'm going to throw it to the players. You can keep the mic on, Coach. I'm going to throw it to Amari first. So, just for you from a player, when you have all this talent, obviously Pinson, potentially even Harvey, Corey, like how cool is that to know, like, hey, defenses, you get to keep them honest because you got so many players that can come at them.
So it's fun to be around. It's great to have people around you that that can play. When like if they're keying on me, they're gonna have to respect them because they coming. So yes, sir.
And then for you this season, you also be playing both. I know you play linebacker as well.
Yes, sir.
Playing both sides again.
Yes, sir.
And then just for you, how do you plan to kind of just for the treatment and a little bit of the recovery, just to make sure you lead at both?
Yes, sir. So try to ice baths, stretch, things of that nature. Just try to make sure my body's prepared for the next week. And yes, sir.
I've got one. Your coach said that he thought y'all had the toughest region in all of 3A. Is that something you're embracing, knowing that y'all are going to be battle tested week after week?
Yes, ma'am. So every week I go in thinking that we're playing for a state championship. Yeah. So I expect everybody else to do the same. So yes, ma'am. That's big for me.
And you feel like that's going to help prepare y'all for potentially the postseason?
Yes, ma'am.
I like it.
I'm going to ask Corey a couple questions as well. So, Corey, you're going to be the main guy on the outside. Obviously, I know Dalen will be with you. But how excited you are to kind of, be a focal point of this offense? We're young, but you're going to be kind of one of the main guys.
My freshman year, I came in, I didn't have as much confidence as I have now. So it's better now knowing coming to my sophomore year, I have a little bit more confidence to be, capable of what I can do and show everybody.
And in terms of confidence, how do you kind of build that if you had to say for a player that may be lacking confidence or want to get to that level? Is it more so just repetition? Is it?
It's just, repetition. If you keep working on your craft, keep doing it over and over and over again, playing against the best. Because, again, I got Chase, got Dalen, Rod. I'm playing against these guys in practice every day, and it just makes me better.
Certainly. I'm going to throw one to Evan real quick. Defensively, I know you guys are really, talented again. Your coach talked about how many players you're returning. So, as being maybe one of those leaders on the defense, what are you telling these guys just to be kind of an all-around great unit?
Be physical. 11 hats to the ball every play. Just do what you taught, do what you coached to do. Get the job done.
What's your favorite thing about playing defensive end?
Getting sacks. I love to get sacks.
Got you. And then last one, I'll throw one more to Dalen before we let you guys go. So, Dalen, you're the athlete. So this year's going to be a little different for you, right? You're not going to be the quarterback giving the ball off to Amari. You're going to be more so split out wide and then playing DB. So how exciting is that to kind of play, a different position and maybe even be more effective?
Yes, sir. Definitely being an athlete and just being able to dominate all over the field and not just being able to dominate behind the O-line or be constricted behind the D-line. I'm able to actually go out and make plays behind or make plays around the DBs, and then when I'm on the defensive side of the ball, being able to make plays on defense and get the offense the ball back.
Got you. And then that's a fun question. If y'all had to say who has the best shoe game on the team?
Best shoe game on the team?
Yeah.
Ooh.
Might be your coach right here.
Yeah, Coach Smiley be coming out with some hot shoes, but I'm not sure. We all kind of got our own different tastes and styles. Not really a question you asked me. I'm not really into shoes.
Really?
Yeah.
That's kind of surprising. But, guys, that's all the time we got. Thank you, Coach Smiley and Sandy Creek, for coming up. Appreciate you guys. Good luck this season.
Thank y'all for having us.
Yes, sir. All right, welcome back to Georgia High School Media Days at Mechanical Trades Institute. So we're with Tucker Flag football program, Coach. So pretty good year last year, 10 wins, really successful program. So just what are some of your talking points with your team this year to kind of just, be able to continue to build on what you had last year?
Well, one thing is going to be I'm a new coach. I'm girls basketball, but I took over girls flag football this year. Coach Lee did an excellent job with the ladies. I attended a couple of games. We're just going to try to continue what he started with the intensity, the focus, and the determination that these young ladies have, also being organized and paying attention to detail on the field.
Have you seen any parallels between maybe coaching girls basketball and coaching these girls with flag football?
Well, it's a little. Footwork.
Okay.
Footwork is very important in basketball and girls football. Knowing where to be, being a college football player myself, I understand one thing I can do with them is teaching them how to play matchup zone in the secondary and matchup zone from the linebacker standpoint, which I do in girls basketball. So it's going to be fun, and they're going to get a kick out of learning it.
You're a new coach to a relatively new game. What are some of the adjustments that you've had to make immediately in coaching girls flag football?
Well, one of the adjustments is going to be, because I've coached boys football, is going to be to kind of tone down to some of the things I want them to do and being able to do. But as far as, the adjustment, because I coach girls basketball, the intensity won't change, and the attention to detail and them being in place on time, doing things right, and being organized. And being organized and disciplined is part of the process. As long as they don't mind the process, they'll be fine.
You coach girls basketball and girls flag football.
Yeah.
What's your favorite part about coaching girls?
They pay more attention.
Yeah, they do.
More attention to detail.
That.
They're more focused. And because girls are not as athletic as far as strength and speed-wise, they are sometimes more skilled, and their brains work quicker.
Learn faster.
They learn faster, and that's a good thing, because once you teach them something and they enjoy it, they latch onto it. And one thing about females, once you explain it to them and they understand, because no disrespect, all females want to know why. And once they understand the why, they are fine with it.
So how much of it so far has been like, we're going to run this play versus improvisation? Because I do feel like with girls, like you probably want to have more of like a structure and a game plan. So how much of the game is improvised?
Well, some of it improvised, and I don't care what sport you is, what sport you coach, it's players. So if you have a player that can do extraordinary things, it really doesn't make a difference what you plan to put on. Is something you just let them do naturally. And that's one thing I've learned from coaching. You know, everybody can talk about winning and being good, but if you don't have players that understand, it's not the same. So when you got somebody that understands and they're willing to work it, and they're already athletic enough and mindful enough to get what you're doing, it makes it even easier.
Well, speaking of the players, tell us who you brought with you.
Oh, okay. I'll let them introduce themselves.
Yes, I love that. Go ahead.
My name is Talon Jacobs, and I'm a rising sophomore, and my football position and flag is corner on defense.
My name is Zay McCoppin Ingram, also a rising sophomore. I play safety and can also play QB.
Hi, my name is Chloe Carrington. I'm a rising junior, and I play wide receiver.
So for you guys, being so young, right, kind of coming in sophomores and juniors, how has it kind of been just, you know, building this rapport maybe with each other and some of these girls coming in with, you know, obviously a new head coach as well?
It's been good. There's some moments where you have to figure out some things and like to welcome the newcomers to the sport and, help them out with the, plays.
You talk about newcomers, but your coach is also a newcomer too. So what has he brought to the table and brought to y'all's team that's influenced y'all?
Well, he's new. We haven't done anything yet, so I feel like he's going to be like a good coach. He's going to provide us with the information we need and the plays we need to, win.
And then, obviously, you both are, you play safety, I believe you said, and receiver. So what kind of things do you have to make sure that you know playing the defense side of the ball and playing safety so that you can communicate with your girls that are down below?
Well, when I play safety, I always make sure I keep my eyes on everywhere on the field because in the backfield, you can see almost everything. So, therefore, that helps me with not only, like, the newcomers, but also the girls on the field, like, hey, watch her. And it's just, like, simple things like that.
When you were picking up maybe flag football, was it, I know Coach talked about how quickly, girls learn. Was it anything difficult that stood out to you that maybe you tell somebody that's new to the sport, like, hey, maybe you should watch out for this or take this into consideration?
Definitely might be the, like how people try to, like, trick you, like, in flag football, and not even flag football, but other sports, like, your footwork and, like, your hip movements, you probably have to watch for that most of all because people are always going to try to trick you with their body language on the field.
Certainly. And then for you, just being a receiver, do you watch anybody? Do you watch any of the girls that are good in flag football, maybe across the state or across the country? Like, what are some things you try to do to, like, put in your game when you're on the field?
So when I'm watching, I know that they're, like, very observant of the person that they're up against and also, like, where they are in the field. And sometimes when we're, like, together and we like to discuss, like, their capabilities and, like, what they're really good at, and we try to, work around, like, what they're good at, and then you're able to, like, beat them.
And then last question, just being a receiver and everything, what do you think are some important qualities or things you need to have playing flag football at receiver?
As a receiver, you definitely need to have the speed because there's girls, like, they get put outside because they're really fast and stuff. And also you have to be, like, pretty quick on your feet.
Certainly. Well, guys, thank you so much for coming up. Appreciate you featuring the Tucker program. It's all the time we have, Coach, and good luck this season.
Appreciate you.
Yes, sir.
Thank you.
Thanks, Coach. Thank you.
All right, welcome back to Georgia High School Media Days at Mechanical Trades Institute. So we're with Joe Waldrop of Welding coordinator here. So over 45 teams were here today, so I'm sure you got to see a lot of different kids interacting with the welding and things like that. What was maybe one of your biggest takeaways?
My biggest takeaway was that students that would otherwise not be exposed to this was exposed to careers with apprenticeship programs, and they learned that much like going to college, with an academic scholarship, they can come here. And it's like a full-ride scholarship. It's tuition-free, and they can graduate from here with potential to earn over $80,000.
How important do you think it is in terms of maybe just marketing, maybe what you guys do? I feel like sometimes a lot of kids don't know what the welding is or pipe fitting or anything like that. But how important is that to kids to kind of know about this so that they have that option in case college doesn't work out?
I think it's huge because the skills gap with skilled trade, it's real, and it's huge. I mean, it's like I heard someone talking about they had to get a residential plumber come out their house, and they're like, we can be there in 6 weeks. So it's real, and it's going to affect our everyday life. So.
And then before I throw it to Caleb, what were some of the demonstrations you guys were doing today with the kids?
Well, we just took them out in the shop and showed them the different machines and just, introduced them to it. A lot of them never even heard of welding or even been exposed to any type of thing like this. Well, I don't have a crystal ball right in front of me now, but
I thought you were the welding czar. I thought
well,
a crystal ball came with that.
I am. But, it's you kind of hate to speculate on changes, but growth is one thing. We're experiencing a lot of growth and expansion with some satellite campuses, and that's really exciting.
And what's been your favorite part about being a teacher and a coordinator?
My favorite part is actually teaching and getting to see someone have that aha moment and the light comes on and you see them succeed. That's the favorite part.
And what's the biggest qualities you're looking for someone to go into the MTI?
A willing desire to learn.
That's good. I think everybody else in this room would say the same thing for any job.
That's all you can ask for.
And then before we let you get out of here, what were some things you've learned on your personal journey in doing welding and being the coordinator that maybe you can pass along to others that are interested?
Every day is a new adventure. I mean, really, every day is a new adventure, and you have to plan. You got to plan daily for your goals.
Certainly. Well, that's all we have. Thank you, Joe, for coming on and sharing a little bit about your journey and your story. That's all we have for now, and we'll be back in just a bit. Welcome back to Georgia High School Media Days at the Mechanical Trades Institute. As we wrap up today, I want to ask you, Kaylee, what was one of your biggest drawaways or takeaways from today or favorite moment that you enjoyed the most?
I mean, in just talking to the teams and the coaches, you can just see that the level of Georgia high school football is just miles beyond what everyone else is doing, not just because of events like this, but how much the players, the coaches, and the communities buy into it. And I think you could feel it in this room, how much these kids care, and they're waiting for the season to get here. So I think just what Georgia high school football is doing at an admin level and also at the high school level, it's just different.
Yeah, I agree. I think for me it would be flag football. I didn't expect so many great teams to be here. Pace Academy, Blessed Trinity, and just what they were able to do and highlighting their programs and being able to see that proliferation of that sport and them getting a stage like this to just talk about the programs was another highlight for me.
Definitely. I always say that I would have killed to have flag football when I was in high school. So to see now the success that these teams have had and how their schools are buying into that, I think it's really interesting to see. And again, Georgia high school football is doing it right. I know that they're making those state championship games a priority in the games on their schedule. And so I think it's really awesome to see flag football making an impact in this state.
Certainly. Well, Kaylee, I got to ask you, obviously, before we close out the day, Corky Kell, Dave Hunter Classic,
Yes.
right around the corner. We know the luncheon is August 5th, right at the Marriott. But tell us a little bit about what matchups maybe early on have caught your eye or that you're just most excited to see.
I mean, you always have to be excited to see the OG teams, Walton, Brookwood, McEachern, those that have such a rich history within the Corky Kell Dave Hunter Classic. But, I mean, I feel like the one that everybody should have circled is two teams that I'm not sure if they've ever played in it before. Cedar Grove, Douglas County.
Certainly.
Oh, my gosh, the level of talent, 3 stars, 4 stars, 5 stars everywhere. Two programs that this might be the only time that they ever play each other because their classifications are different. But
Yes.
I'm just so excited to see what they do on the biggest stage in high school football.
What's been your favorite moment over the years of Corky Kell? You've been in a lot of them, but what's been your favorite moment over the years?
When Dave Hunter's name got added to it, because we spend so much time with Dave off the set, and even though we weren't here for his prime, it's very evident the impact that he made on everyone around us. And so to see his name added, to see his reaction, like, that was a really surreal moment to know that, like, legends get honored here. And Dave Hunter, there's nobody that's more legendary than he is. So seeing that, I'm not going to lie, I definitely got a little bit emotional.
Certainly. And then before we close, do you have any scintillating questions or questions for me as we kind of wrap up the day?
Oh, my gosh. So you've spent all offseason getting to talk about high school football. Like, what does it feel like knowing that it's just right around the corner?
I'm excited. I mean, for me personally, I've done so much research on it, just getting to know these programs and these kids. I mean, man, it's probably one of the most seasons I've been excited for. Last year, I kept hyping up the matchup with Walton and Grayson. Didn't necessarily live up to the expectation, but still, like, I think this year, obviously, IJ and Ashley, they've just done a great job of, putting these matchups together. Like, we have so many great ones, like kicking it off with, obviously, LaGrange and then Douglas Atlanta. Like, wherever you look, it's a notable matchup on each day. Prince Avenue Christian and West Forsyth. So I'm just excited to see all these teams play and really kick off another year of football.
I do have one more. I feel like this is probably the overarching storyline for all of high school football, but the classification change. You get rid of the biggest classification in Georgia, 7A. These regions expand. New teams are going to play one another. How does this reshape what this season is going to look like with 7A being gone?
I think it's going to look vastly different. When you look at 6A, I think the two contenders you look at is Carrollton, Douglas County, and you throw Grayson in there as well. Then when you look at 5A, Milton was a 7A school last year. Milton will be 5A school this year, so they're going to be the head there. And then you look at Langston Hughes as another contender, and then Gainesville, who we had today with Coach Niblett, and then 4A with what they have. I think 4A is going to be the best classification in the state. Coffee, Perry, all those teams are going to be in there, so it's just going to be like great football, I think, every single Friday.
And guys, if you're at home and you're like, where's my team at? I didn't see them today. There will be another Georgia High School Football Media Days tomorrow morning, broadcasted from Macon, featuring those Middle Georgia, Central Georgia, because I know those are not the same thing, and the South Georgia team. So if you looked around today and you're like, where's my team at? Make sure to tune back in tomorrow, because we're going to have more schools coming to you live from Macon, Georgia.
Yes, we will. So that will be live tomorrow starting at 10 o'clock. We'll be at Westside High School for Georgia High School Media Days Day 2. That's all we got for today. We want to thank our producer, Matt Sims, obviously our coordinator and do-it-all, great IJ Rosenberg, Ashley Rosenberg as well for what she does for us. That's all we got for tonight. Another great day of high school football media days. That's all we got. We'll see you guys soon.